Ever since a cataclysmic dimensional storm ravaged this world, monstrous entities of unimaginable power have begun appearing with alarming frequency. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, a mere prelude to the truly extraordinary. While the rest of humanity struggles, endlessly toiling, risking life and limb to cultivate the elusive primordial energy, our protagonist enjoys a life of enviable leisure. He possesses a mysterious, otherworldly phone, a device that allows him to play a unique game, a game where he can level up and enhance his character. But here's the twist: as his in-game character grows in power and ability, so too do his real-world skills and capabilities receive a corresponding boost. Prepare yourself for a spectacle as our protagonist effortlessly dominates the competition, ascending to the pinnacle of power, all thanks to the extraordinary device he holds in the palm of his hand. Our story begins nearly a decade ago, when a dimensional rift tore open the fabric of reality, unveiling the existence of gods and otherworldly beings. Fairies, ghosts, and terrifying monsters emerged, alongside angels and demons, populated by fantastical creatures like dragons, elves, and other beings of legend. These dimensional entities were categorized into a strict hierarchy, divided into 4 distinct classes: mortal, legends, epics, and the godlike mythical. Their abilities and sheer destructive potential dwarfed anything imaginable by human mind. Humanity, unfortunately, occupied the lowest rung of the mortal class. However, hope remained for advancement. Humans could ascend through the rank by diligently cultivating their innate primordial energy, or through the perilous path of hunting dimensional beings and extracting their coveted dimensional crystal. This latter method, however, was fraught with extreme danger. The territories inhabited by these powerful creatures were notoriously treacherous and unforgiving. Now, with the necessary world building established, our story truly begins within the mundane confines of a classroom. Here, a balding teacher attempts to rouse our protagonist, Joe, from his slumber. When our young hero remains unresponsive to his repeated call, the exasperated teacher erupts in a furious tirade, much like any stereotypical educator faced with such blatant disregard. Admittedly, his frustration is quite understandable. After all, the boy is shamelessly napping in the middle of class, leaving the teacher bewildered, questioning why the esteemed old principal held such high regard for this seemingly indolent student. The scene then flashes back, revealing a conversation between the old principal and the bald teacher. The principal sagely declared that there are only 2 categories of geniuses in this world: one, exemplified by the hero of our story, and the other, encompassing everyone else. Snapping back to the present, the moment the bell's resounding ring echoes through the classroom, our young protagonist bolts out the door without a single word, leaving a trail of silence in his wake. The teacher, left in the dust, scratches his head in perplexed confusion, wondering if perhaps the principal grossly overestimated Joe's hidden potential. Meanwhile, Joe tears down the corridor, a whirlwind of youthful energy, bursting out into the sunlight and onto the vibrant tennis courts. Finally alone, with his phone clutched tightly in his hand, he reveals a secret: his life has been irrevocably transformed since the arrival of this enigmatic device. The game hidden within its depths is the true culprit, the reason behind his classroom daydreams and neglected cultivation practice. A single drop of blood, placed upon the phone screen, is all that stands between him and the hidden game app. Before diving into the digital world, his eyes dart nervously around the room, ensuring absolute privacy. Then, with a swift motion, he pricks his finger with a needle, drawing a single drop of blood to complete the character creation process within the game. The moment the phone absorbs the blood droplet, the crimson fluid begins a mesmerizing transformation, morphing into a distinct character. The blood takes the form of an irresistibly charming, chubby little avatar, ready for Joe's command. This adorable avatar will be Joe's companion throughout the game's virtual world. The game boasts a unique and compelling feature: any enhancement to the avatar's abilities directly translates to an upgrade for Joe himself. In this world, there's no need to endure perilous trials and risk life and limb for cultivation. Joe can simply relax, immerse himself in the game, and watch himself grow strong. He quickly encounters a group of monsters within the game's environment, and unleashes a rapid succession of punches, a flurry of blows. His avatar obliterates one ant with a single, devastating strike. The other unfortunate ant is met with an equally fierce and fiery barrage of punches. As twilight descends, we return to the scene with the bald teacher. He solemnly remarks on the rarity of genius within the Commonwealth, emphasizing the extraordinary nature of finding someone capable of cultivating primordial energy at the young age of 16. He understands Joe's dedication, but he's concerned. There aren't many students like Joe who wholeheartedly embrace the rigors of solitary meditation and relentlessly hone their chi without relying on external guidance. Everyone at Gueta High School held immense expectations for Joe, confidently believing he would effortlessly secure first place in the upcoming practical exam. Then, just a month ago, An incident occurred that profoundly shook the school's unwavering faith in Joe's ability. To understand the source of their shattered confidence, we rewind the clock almost a month. We find a throng of students gathered, a palpable buzz of shock filling the air. Someone had dared to challenge Joe, their undisputed champion, and to everyone's astonishment, the challenger was a girl. Many whispered that she was crazy, reckless for daring to confront the school's prodigy on her very first day. The two contenders faced each other in the center of the basketball court, tension crackling between them. Joe, attempting to maintain composure, inquired if they were acquainted. The girl, however, dispensed with pleasantry, her steely gaze fixed on Joe as she curtly challenged him to begin. With characteristic impulsiveness, Joe charged headlong at the girl, only to be met with a brutal, gut-wrenching kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Discarded him like yesterday's trash with a single, effortless kick. Her posture, her stance, it all speaks volumes. She didn't even break a sweat delivering that devastating blow. A stunned silence falls over the crowd, witnessing the swift and decisive outcome of the clash. Disbelief hangs heavy in the air. Could she truly have taken him down with a single strike? Curiosity is piqued, and whispers erupt throughout the crowd, questioning the identity of this mysterious girl. Who is she? They murmur. What's her name? The bald teacher steps forward to shed some light on the situation, explaining that, ever since Joe once suffered that humiliating defeat at the hands of a girl named Jing, he's been completely demotivated, losing all drive and ambition. His days are now consumed by sleep and endless gaming sessions. The old man, deeply concerned, fears that if Joe continues down this path, he'll throw his future away. But perhaps, the old man's worries are misplaced. If Joe keeps gaming with this level of dedication, he might just unlock unimaginable power. Finally overcoming a wave of monstrous foes, Joe emerges victorious, claiming another explosion crystal as his prize. As he absorbs the crystal's energy, an arcane, blue energy engulfs him, pulsating with power. The truly remarkable aspect of this game lies in its ability to translate in-game power to real-world gains. When the Blood Avatar absorbs a primordial energy crystal, it triggers a corresponding enhancement of the player's actual physical and mental capability. Furthermore, the game provides players with insightful data, quantifying stats and abilities that remain hidden in the real world. Just a month ago, our protagonist's stats were disappointingly low, painting a picture of untapped potential. However, thanks to the transformative power of the game, he's experienced a remarkable surge in his overall capability. He can't help but wonder, if he had dedicated himself to the arduous practice of bitter meditation, would he have achieved such significant growth? He doubts it. Even years of relentless training might not have yielded the same rapid advancement he's witnessed through the game. His only real frustration stems from the game's limitations. The energy crystals he diligently collects within the virtual world remain confined to that realm and cannot be brought into reality. If only he could transfer them, he muses. Even the low-grade crystals would fetch a handsome price, providing him with enough wealth to live a life of comfort and ease for the rest of his days. Back in the game, the challenges continue. Our hero finds himself locked in combat with yet another formidable ant, and this one proves to be a particularly tenacious adversary. It's a red mutated vigor ant, a creature known for its enhanced speed and strength compared to its ordinary counterpart. Juan is confident that with persistence, he can overcome this challenge. However, just as he's fully immersed in the intense struggle, the distinct sound of approaching footsteps breaks his concentration. It's Fong Roxy, a stunning beauty sporting alluring shorts, making her way towards him. A wave of anxiety washes over Oscar as he spots her nearby. He desperately hopes she remains oblivious to his current activity. If his secret is exposed, the consequences could be dire. Retreating from the battle now, however, is not an option. He decides to feign ignorance, completely ignoring her presence. He attempts to blend in, pretending to be engrossed in his phone like any ordinary tech enthusiast. His efforts are thwarted when Fong Ruoxi calls out to him, extending an invitation to join her team for the final challenge. The final practical test of the graduation exam awaits. Without pausing his game, Oscar inquires why she would want him on her team. Fong Ruoxi explains her desire for a high score in the combat test, emphasizing the necessity of formidable teammates. Oscar, however, downplays his abilities, claiming he's no longer as strong. He reminds her that the title of top student was stripped from him a month prior. But Fong Ruoxi counters, declaring him the only student at Guide High School worthy of being considered her rival. He attempts to redirect her attention to Jing, reminding her of Anne's superior strength. But Fong Ruoxi reveals a startling truth, and Jing has already transferred school. The news leaves Joe utterly stunned. Fong Ruoxi continues, adding that, while Jing's origins remain a mystery, her power clearly transcended the mortal class. Her sudden appearance and equally abrupt departure, Fong Ruoxi explained, almost felt like a deliberate challenge directed at Joe 1. She even speculates, mentioning that she initially suspected a rivalry between Zhou Wen and In Jing, perhaps explaining In Jing's supposed challenge. Zhou Wen considers this for a moment, but quickly dismisses the idea as impossible. He's never even met In Jing, he asserts, let alone had any conflict with her. Switching gears, Feng Ruoshi returns to her previous question, will he join her team or not? Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Wen agrees, stating that he's happy to benefit from her skills and leadership. With a decisive nod, Feng Ruoshi declares the matter settled, and informs him that she's already recruited 2 other teammates. Starting today, all team members, including Oscar, will undergo rigorous training together every afternoon. With that announcement delivered, she quietly departs. Meanwhile, back in the game, Oscar finally triumphs over the formidable red ant. He swiftly moves to claim his prize, the dimensional energy crystal, but the moment his fingers brush against it, a swarm of enraged ants descends upon it. Undeterred, Oscar quickly dispatches the remaining ants, effectively ending the encounter. He decides to examine the newly acquired crystal more closely later. Suddenly, a wave of unease washes over him. Both his phone and his body begin to emanate a pulsating crimson energy. He's overwhelmed by an intense, inexplicable sensation. It appears the crystal might be the source of this strange reaction. Based on his knowledge, Oscar suspects the larger ant crystal is a primordial energy skill crystal, a legendary artifact spoken of in ancient texts, but he's uncertain what specific skill it bestows. Without hesitation, he pricks his finger and lets a drop of blood fall onto his phone, activating the game to investigate the anomaly. The moment he glances at the screen, he discovers he's unlocked a new primordial energy skill. Moments later, the 4 members convene, and Feng Roxy introduces Zhou Wen as their 4th and final teammate. The other 2 members exchange skeptical glances, their eyebrows arching in surprise. While acknowledging Zhou Wen's undeniable skill, they point out his lack of training for over a month. Uncertainty hangs in the air. Can he still perform at the level they require? The blonde-haired member voices his concern, emphasizing their primary objective, securing first place in Guide City's prestigious college entrance combat test. He expresses his doubts about Zhou Wen's current readiness, suggesting an alternative, inviting Young Yi, another formidable candidate. Zhou Wen understands their hesitation. After all, the college entrance combat test is a pivotal moment, a crucial turning point. Its outcome can have a profound impact on one's future, influencing acceptance into elite university, future career prospects, and even social standing within society's highest tier. Moreover, strong teammates are essential for survival in the perilous test. So, it's understandable that they'd want to assemble the most formidable team possible. Ryu attempts to persuade the group, arguing that, while Yang Yi undoubtedly possesses considerable strength, Zhou remains their optimal choice. The blonde-haired team member proposes a simple test to evaluate their respective capability. If our candidate doesn't object, of course. Ru, piqued with curiosity, inquires about the nature of the proposed test. The blonde-haired individual explains with a touch of pride, since I'm the weakest among the 3 of us, Zhou will spar with me. If our candidate emerges victorious, he proves his worthiness to join our rank. A loss, however, disqualifies him. Zhou voices his concern regarding the inherent risks of physical combat and the potential for serious injury. No one benefits from unnecessary injuries, he suggests. The blonde-haired teammate counters, the school strength measuring devices may provide numerical data, but those figures lack practical significance. We'll settle this with a straightforward spar. The first to yield loses. Upon hearing this, Ryu contemplates Tian's combat prowess compared to Zhou Wen, and a palpable wave of concern washes over her for our young protagonist. You see, our hero hasn't resorted to dimensional crystals to enhance his cultivation, and his family's humble circumstances suggest limited resources. This leads her to fear he might lack crucial combat skills altogether. Despite her apprehension, curiosity peaks within her. She's eager to witness how he navigates this precarious situation. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen proposes utilizing machines to assess their respective strength, but Tian scoffs, a hint of challenge in his voice, asking if Zhou Wen is harboring fear. Our unassuming protagonist merely scratches his head, secretly harboring a concern that he might inadvertently inflict harm with a single blow. Ultimately, they settle on employing the machine. Tian steps forward first, unleashing a powerful punch onto the machine with all his might. As every eye in the room fixates on the display in anticipation, the machine reveals a strength score of 7 points. Zhou Wen contemplates, realizing that the numerical value displayed on the machine doesn't precisely correlate with the actual power level. Aren't explicitly shown in the game's narrative, but their close relationship is implied. Even before embarking on this gaming adventure, he possessed a similar level of power to Tian, a formidable figure in the game. Tien now extends an invitation to our protagonist, challenging him to test his strength on the measuring machine. As our hero unleashes his strike, the sheer force of the impact reverberates throughout the school, creating a thunderous boom. The sound reaches the ears of a bald-headed teacher strolling down the corridor. Intrigued, he wonders aloud, who could be using the testing machine at this hour? Everyone should be resting. Driven by curiosity, he makes his way towards the machine room. Carefully and quietly, he opens the door, his eyes falling upon Joe one and the other. A look of bewilderment crosses his face as he scratches his head, pondering, could that incredible display of power have come from this young man? Indeed, it was none other than our protagonist. A hush falls over the room as everyone gazes in awe at the strength measuring machine. The machine finally displays the result, a perfect score of 10. Even a mysterious old man, observing from the shadows, is left utterly speechless. The old man, clearly surprised, begins to reassess his previous assumption. Perhaps, he muses, Joe hasn't been as unproductive as he initially thought. He wonders if Joe's relentless training regimen has left him with only enough time for classroom nap. He even starts to reconsider the old principal's initial assessment of Joe, thinking perhaps the old man was right all along. Meanwhile, Rue, a mixture of puzzled and impressed, observes Joe's decision to utilize the most challenging method of demonstrating his strength. And yet, despite foregoing any chi fighting techniques, he still manages a perfect score of 10. Tien's agitation is palpable. Frustration boils over, forcing him to swallow his pride and declare Joe qualified. In a last-ditch effort to salvage some dignity, he prepares one final punch. He clenches his fist, thunder crackling around it, and unleashes a devastating blow upon the machine. This time, the machine registers an impressive score of 11. The effort leaves Tien utterly spent, and Joe offers a thumbs up in acknowledgement of his valiant attempt. But Joe seems preoccupied, lost in thought. Tien, noticing this, sharply tells him to snap out of and lays down the challenge, score higher than an 11, or face the humiliating consequences of defeat. Our audacious Oscar, ever the pragmatist, inquires about potential financial repercussion should he inadvertently destroy the machine. His blonde companion confidently assures him, with a touch of arrogance, that any damages will be covered. With this financial guarantee, a mischievous grin spreads across Oscar's face, and a vibrant yellow aura begins to envelop him. As he readies himself to unleash his power, Blondie inwardly scoffs, convinced that Oscar is merely posturing. After all, this machine is designed to measure formidable strength, capable of registering a score of up to 20 points. Few, if any, within the school have ever reached such a remarkable feat. But with his energy amplified, his power surging, Oscar unleashes a devastating punch, infused with raw chi energy. Rue is stunned to witness the unmistakable signs of chi fighting technique. The force of the impact is overwhelming. The machine groans in protest, beginning to malfunction. Its internal circuits overload and fry, unable to withstand the sheer power. A stunned silence falls over the onlookers, every eye wide with disbelief. As he dismantles the machine with effortless ease, the Baldy is utterly dumbfounded, witnessing this display of raw power. He's certain that the machine was designed to withstand a strength level of up to 20 points. To obliterate it so completely, one would require a key fighting skill of rank 8 or 9. Suddenly, a memory flashes across the Baldy's bald head, the principal's word, declaring Joe a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Finally, he understands the reasoning behind such a bold proclamation. The principal's unwavering faith in Joe now makes perfect sense. Even Rue, who always knew Joe possessed remarkable strength, finds herself awestruck by this breathtaking demonstration. As dusk settles over the city, Joe strolls leisurely down a tranquil path, lost in thought. His mind replays his recent encounter with Injing, the memory still vivid. He remains perplexed by her actions. Why would a legendary figure like Injing bother challenging someone still competing in the Mortal League? He's certain he's never even ventured outside of Gua Province, leaving him clueless as to how he might have possibly offended her. Suddenly, his phone rings, shattering the silence. It's his father, calling with an unexpected question. Will Joe attend his wedding? With a hint of curiosity in his voice, the son inquires about the identity of the lucky bride-to-be. His ever the playboy father, without missing a beat, flashes a photo of a woman with a remarkably ample bosom, and playfully asks his son for his opinion on his potential future stepmother. Well, that's certainly one unconventional way to spice up a father-son conversation. Getting back on track, our young protagonist inquires about the wedding date and venue. His father casually responds that the nuptials are planned for about a week from now. A sudden realization dawns on our boy as he reminds his father that his crucial college entrance exam falls on the same week, making it impossible for him to attend the wedding, much to his disappointment. Abruptly changing the subject, he asks his dad about an iron cookie box tucked away in the closet. His father, clearly caught off guard, admits he has no recollection of such a box, Joe provides further details, describing it as a square, iron cookie tin, approximately 10 inches in length, adorned with a cartoon bear pattern. Recognition finally sparks in his dad's memory. It's the box from his favorite childhood bear cookie, a brand that's sadly no longer available. Intrigued by Joe's sudden interest in this long-forgotten relic, he presses his son for an explanation. Our boy drops a bombshell. Hidden inside that cookie box is a phone. He pointedly asks his dad if he's the one who stashed it there. His father's voice crackled over the phone, inquiring about a peculiar device. Does it have a white metal case? He continued, describing it further. A black screen, no button, and about 7 or 8 inches long? As soon as the son confirmed the details, his father dropped a bombshell. That's your grandfather's phone. Stunned silence met this revelation. Finally, he managed to stammer out, How did Grandpa end up with that? His father launched into an incredible tale, a story about his grandfather that bordered on the unbelievable. Your grandfather, he began, was working as a carpenter. During the reconstruction of Old Guide City, they were restoring a whole district of ancient wooden building. Grandpa was on that project for over a year. One night, while a few of the crew were working late, they stumbled upon an old, dried-up well on the site. Something was glinting inside, his father continued, his voice hushed with a sense of mystery. They thought they'd struck gold, found some buried treasure. There was a box down in the well. And when they hauled this old wooden box out, light was leaking out through the cracks. And inside that box was a phone. The screen was glowing at first, but the screen went black the instant they removed it. The phone was utterly smooth, devoid of any buttons or a charging port. It looked completely lifeless, as if utterly drained of power. Disappointment rippled through everyone present upon discovering the seemingly broken phone. Assuming it was a prank, they quickly dismissed the incident and moved on. Grandpa, deeming it useless, tossed the phone into his cluttered toolkit. Joe's dad chimed in, confirming that the phone had never powered on. He recounted a time, years ago, when, desperate for cigarette money, he attempted to sell the phone to a repair shop. The shop owner declared it worthless junk. Dejected, Joe's dad simply discarded it into an old cookie tin. He casually inquired if Joe might be interested in selling it now. Inwardly, Joe breathed a sigh of relief that his father had never managed to unload the phone. Otherwise, he would never have possessed this intriguing piece of technology. He asked his dad point-blank if the phone had ever been turned on, even once. His dad responded with a definitive, absolutely not, emphasizing that it had sat dormant for decades. Abruptly ending the call, Joe's dad claimed he had other pressing matters to attend to. He had already relayed the wedding detail. The decision to attend now rested solely with Joe. After the call ends, Joe contemplates his impending true combat test, realizing it will take place in the ancient city of Guide. He decides to investigate the old well, hoping to uncover any clues or leads. Returning home, he revises his game plan. Days blur into a monotonous routine. He dozes through classes, naps under the shade of a tree, while his peers diligently train. All the while, he remains engrossed in his gaming world. Several days later, in the bustling school corridor, two students sprint headlong down the hall. A bespectacled student collides violently with another, whose attire screams of aristocratic privilege. The impact sends the glasses-wearing student sprawling to the ground. The blonde student, however, barely registers the collision. He remains standing, emanating a disturbingly unsettling aura. The blonde-haired youth turns and walks away, surrounded by his entourage, those trailing behind him exchange hushed whispers, commenting on the intimidating presence of their leader. The scene shifts outdoors, where we rejoin Tian. He abruptly announces his departure from the group, explaining that a friend has already extended an invitation to join a different team. With that curt explanation, he turns and walks away, leaving our protagonist to wonder if Roxy has a contingency plan. After all, the crucial test looms just around the corner, and finding a replacement teammate at this late hour borders on impossible. A surge of anxiety rising within him, he calls out to his remaining teammate, Li Ji, inquiring if he's aware of Tian's sudden departure. Li Ji's response is another devastating blow. He too is unable to continue as our protagonist's teammate. He requests that his reasons remain unquestioned, adding another layer of mystery to the situation. Finally, our gaze falls upon Ruashi, her countenance etched with sadness and dejection. The reason for her distress is painfully evident. Her team is rapidly disintegrating, dwindling in number. Upon spotting our protagonist, she rushes to apologize, her voice filled with remorse. He gently interrupts her apologies, urging her not to worry. In a surprising twist, he reveals that he should be the one offering apology, confessing that he is the catalyst for the team's unraveling. A chilling revelation follows. There are individuals out there actively targeting him, seeking his downfall, which explains why his teammates abandoned the group. She admits to being completely baffled as to whom Oscar might have offended, but she's certain that whoever it is wields considerable power and influence. He agrees, recognizing the gravity of the situation. They part ways, leaving Oscar with a whirlwind of thoughts about the impending test. and the mounting pressure to assemble a reliable team before time runs out. The situation is so dire that even his closest confidant, Roxy, wants nothing to do with him anymore, fearing the danger that seems to constantly surround him. As Oscar walks away, lost in thought, the bald teacher calls out to him. Once Oscar joins him, the teacher reveals a startling piece of information. Inspector Ong is a high-ranking military official. His full name, he discloses, is Ong Tianzua. He inquires if Oscar knows him, but Oscar confirms that the name is unfamiliar. The old man expresses his confusion. If Oscar doesn't know him, why would such a prominent military officer single out a high school student by name and publicly criticize him during an official inspection in Guide City? Intrigued and increasingly concerned, Oscar asks for more information about this mysterious figure. The bald teacher obliges, ready to shed some light on the situation. The Earth Federation, a vast territory divided into 4 distinct regions: East, South, West, and North. Hailing from a prestigious family, the young and promising Inspector Ang, at the mere age of 20, has already ascended to the rank of senior officer in the East Region military. His rapid advancement has made him a figure of renown. Suspicion hangs heavy in the air as the boy questions whether Inspector Ong is intentionally targeting him. The teacher, cautious and measured, admits uncertainty. However, he recalls in Tianzu's less than flattering assessment of the boy's academic performance, an opinion readily echoed by the others, particularly those eager to curry favor with the influential inspector. Indignation flares within the boy. He challenges the senior officer, questioning whether Ang, in his position of power, comprehends the devastating consequences his words could have on a high school student's future. A sudden thought strikes him. Could Ong be connected to Njing, the woman he clashed with just a month prior? The balding man acknowledges the possibility, but cautions against hasty conclusion. The immediate priority, he asserts, is securing a team for the boy, so he can register for the upcoming test. Time is of the essence. The deadline looms, the day after tomorrow. Time is of the essence. There's no room for delay. His teammates can't be just any ordinary students. They need to be exceptional. The old man reveals a promising prospect, a student named Li Xuan. If Li Xuan agrees to join our protagonist's team, Baldy believes they'll be unstoppable, facing no significant obstacle. However, there's a crucial condition attached to Li Xuan's participation. Our protagonist must do everything in his power to ensure Li Xuan achieves a high score. And not just any high score, Li Xuan must achieve the highest score among all 4 team members. The boy questions the old man, wondering if he's suggesting a sacrifice. Is he expected to relinquish his own points to bolster this newcomer's score? The old man confirms the boy's suspicions, stating exactly that. This is the only way, the old man emphasizes, for our hero to participate in the match. Accepting the weighty condition, the boy agrees to the term. He instructs the old man to reach out to Li Xuan on his behalf, setting the plan in motion. Following the pivotal meeting, Joe contacts his father, seeking information. He inquires about Inspector in Tianzua, hoping his father knows the man. His father's response is a shocking revelation, a bombshell that changes everything. And Tianzua, the inspector, is none other than Joe's own brother. The unexpected news strikes Joe like a thunderbolt, leaving him reeling. Completely out of the blue, his world is turned upside down. His father drops a bombshell. Tianzua is the son of his soon-to-be stepmother. Once the marriage is official, Tianzua will become his stepbrother, and as if that weren't enough to process, his father reveals he also has a stepsister, Njing. Suddenly, everything clicks into place. He understands why Njing seemingly appeared out of thin air to challenge him in front of the entire school. Her motive becomes clear, to publicly humiliate him. He presses his father, questioning whether Tianzua and Njing genuinely like their new father figure. His father assures him they both hold him in high regard. The call ends, but Joe is left grappling with a single, burning question. Why are his new step-siblings so intent on making his life miserable? Could their animosity stem from resentment towards the marriage between his father and their mother? He recalls Tianjua's blatant display of power, his attempt to prevent him from taking the exam, and Njing's swift and decisive victory over him. The painful truth sinks in, he's simply too weak to contend with them. Despite the turmoil, he returns to his disheveled, retreats to the confines of his cramped, less than fragrant apartment and immerses himself in the virtual world of his game, convinced that leveling up his character is the most effective solution to his real-world problem. Triumphant after vanquishing a mutated ant, Joe stumbles upon an extraordinary prize, a pulsating, symbiotic egg. A surge of excitement courses through him as he recognizes the rarity of the find. Symbiotic pets are coveted treasures, rarely acquired by those at the mortal level. Most individuals only gain access to such powerful companions upon reaching the legendary level. As his blood avatar reaches out to claim the egg, the fragile shell cracks open, striking him squarely in the chest. A voice, resonant and unfamiliar, echoes within his mind, addressing him as master and pledging unwavering loyalty, vowing even to sacrifice its life for his. A searing pain rips through him. forcing him back onto his bed, his head throbbing with an agonizing intensity. As the pain subsides, he notices a fresh tattoo etched onto his hand. A quick check of his mobile phone confirms his suspicion. He now possesses a pet, a mutated immense strength ant. The description reveals its incredible symbiotic potential, a formidable fist weapon. Overwhelmed with excitement, Joe draws the curtains, ensuring his privacy, and prepares to summon his newfound companion. However, uncertainty lingers. He's not entirely sure how to proceed. His thoughts turn to his enigmatic pet, and as he focuses his concentration, a palpable energy begins to coalesce around his hand. A shimmering, glove-like weapon materializes above his outstretched hand, taking shape in the air. This extraordinary glove, it turns out, is the symbiotic manifestation of his hidden companion. Legend has it that this unique bond significantly amplifies the user's inherent ability. Intrigued, he decides to summon the creature itself, the mutated immense strength ant. As the shimmering glove dissolves into a fine mist, the crimson-hued vapor begins to swirl and take on a distinct form, shaping itself into the ant. The mist solidifies, revealing a surprisingly adorable creature, despite its ferocious reputation and imposing size. Our young protagonist, truth be told, is slightly intimidated by the sheer scale of his pet. It's considerably larger than he ever anticipated. Deciding discretion is the better part of valor, he postpones his attempt to ride the magnificent creature. Perhaps tomorrow, in a more open space, he muses. The next day dawns, and we find the bald teacher escorting our young hero to a meeting with the enigmatic Lee Wan. The older man confides in Oscar, revealing Lee Wan's somewhat pretentious nature. However, he reassures the boy that Lee Wan is not a bad person at heart. Since their interaction is solely for the purpose of the upcoming test, there's no real cause for concern. Their car speeds down the highway, a blur of motion against the landscape. Finally, they arrive at their destination, the grand and imposing Honorable Royal Health Club. Inside, a servant greets the old man, who promptly informs her that they are seeking an audience with the second son of the esteemed Lee family. Upon hearing this, the servant swiftly and respectfully guides them further into the residence. As they enter, the sheer opulence of the surroundings makes it immediately apparent that the old man's earlier assertion about Li Xuan's pretentiousness was no exaggeration. The place is nothing short of majestic, radiating wealth and extravagance. And there, amidst the splendor, sits the man himself, Li Xuan, surrounded by a bevy of admiring young women, exuding the swagger of a hip-hop mogul who believes he reigns supreme over the world. Flush with the confidence of having just acquired a small fortune, one gestures casually, inviting Baldy to take a seat and enjoy a refreshing drink. However, the old man politely declines the offer, opting to get straight to the purpose of their visit. Without further ado, he introduces the young man they've brought along, assuring Juan that this particular individual possesses exceptional ability, and is more than capable of assisting him in achieving a stellar score on the upcoming examination. Juan dismisses the old man's sales pitch with a wave of his hand, stating that his trust in Baldy is absolute, and that he will gladly accept the young man as his teammate, purely out of respect for Baldy's recommendation. With the matter settled, the old man takes his leave, encouraging the two young men to discuss the specifics of the test amongst themselves. Before departing, the old man turned to Oscar, advising him to familiarize himself with Li Xuan and his team. The upcoming test, he explained, was just around the corner. With that, the old man took his leave, and Juan turned his attention to Oscar, mentioning that he'd heard rumors about him. Apparently, Oscar had a reputation as Gueta High School's top prodigy. Oscar brushed off the compliment, dismissing it as mere hearsay. He urged Juan not to take such rumors seriously. Li Xuan chimed in, agreeing with Oscar and pointing out the absurdity of finding true geniuses in a small, provincial town like theirs. He then reminded Oscar that if he were truly a genius, he wouldn't have been so easily defeated by Jing in a single move. Turning back to Oscar, Li Xuan declared that he needn't bother participating in any teamwork training exercises. His only responsibility was to follow orders and avoid causing any trouble. Then, with a sly grin, Li Xuan presented Oscar with a challenge. If he could finish an entire bottle of alcohol in one go, he would grant Oscar the privilege of choosing any girl he desired from the club. Oscar, however, remained engrossed in his mobile phone, barely glancing up as he calmly stated that he didn't drink. This playboy's patience is wearing thin. Joe's nonchalant attitude clearly irks him. He begins to question his decision, wondering if Baldy, the one who implored him to take on this seemingly useless fellow, was worth the trouble of dealing with Joe's indifference. Li Xian, seeking to alleviate the tension, gestures to one of the women to entertain their guest. With a playful lilt, the woman chides Joe, calling him a naughty boy for his mischievous demeanor. She then begins to subtly encircle Joe, her movements deliberate and alluring. She attempts to capture his attention with her ample cleavage, though her overall appearance is rather unremarkable. Joe, however, remains completely engrossed in his device, utterly oblivious to her advances. As she becomes more forward, reaching out to touch him. It's evident that Joe is far too preoccupied to entertain this persistent distraction. He treats her like a bothersome, silver-winged mosquito, a nuisance he can't be bothered with. With unwavering concentration, he strives to maintain his focus on the game. But the woman's persistence begins to grate on his nerves, her attempts at seduction becoming increasingly irritating. Forced to acknowledge her presence, he finally glances up from his device, only to find his in-game avatar on the verge of defeat, teetering precariously on the brink of disaster. With a swift and decisive move, he throws the woman aside like an unwanted pet, and expertly maneuvers his avatar out of harm's way, showcasing his true gaming prowess. The resident playboy nearly choked on his drink, utterly stunned as our protagonist unceremoniously tossed the woman aside, all in the name of saving his game. The room erupted in laughter at the sheer absurdity of the situation. But it seems our hero's luck has finally run out, his game is over, and he's not taking the defeat well. On the other hand, Xuan seems to be developing a newfound appreciation for our resilient gamer. As night descends, the room becomes a battlefield of empty bottles and discarded shot glasses. Li Xuan lies sound asleep in his bed, his girl nestled beside him, but a closer look reveals that sleep hasn't quite claimed him yet. He's still awake. Meanwhile, Joe remains deeply engrossed in his game, relentlessly pursuing victory against the silver-winged mosquito. Despite his unwavering determination, the pesky bug continues to prevail, and his avatar repeatedly falls victim to the monster's relentless attack. After a night of tireless effort, all his attempts have ended in frustrating failure. It seems this mosquito is formidable, though perhaps not quite legendary, making it theoretically vulnerable. Joe theorizes that landing a powerful rank 9 punch could be the key. However, the lengthy execution time of such a powerful blow presents a significant challenge. He contemplates combining it with a high-speed maneuver to compensate for the slow wind-up. Knowing his in-game character mirrors his real-world ability, Joe believes that improving his real-life punch will directly translate to in-game gain. He reasons that strengthening his physical punch will enhance his virtual counterpart. He begins rigorously practicing his punch, driven by the hope of boosting his in-game performance. As Joe trains with unwavering focus, Lichuan observes him with a curious glance. Intrigued by Joe's relentless dedication, Lichuan remains completely clueless about the nature of Joe's training. The concept of a 1-inch punch sounds utterly nonsensical to him. Initially, he dismisses it, assuming Joe might possess some unique, hidden skill. However, seeing nothing particularly remarkable in Joe's movement, Lichuan decides to return to his slumber. The long-awaited day of the college entrance exam finally arrived. Joe diligently fills out his answer sheet with focused concentration. Elsewhere, we see Li Xian also immersed in taking the exam. As the exam concludes and the students pour out of the examination hall, judging by the exhausted faces around him, it was evident the exam had been a grueling ordeal. A palpable air of dejection hung heavy over the weary students. A few days later, a bus brimming with students sped down the highway. Their destination, the ancient and enigmatic city of Geta. Decades earlier, a devastating dimensional storm had ravaged the city, ripping open a dimensional crack within its very heart. Geta was forever transformed into a perilous realm, now teeming with mutated flora and fauna, a testament to the storm's chaotic power. Heavily armed troops maintained a constant vigil within the city wall, ensuring that no one entered without authorized passage. The true combat test was about to commence within this eerily transformed city. As the bus shuddered to a halt and the students disembarked, a palpable tension filled the air. Joe, scanning his surroundings, noted the watchful gaze of numerous soldiers, their presence a stark reminder of the city's danger. While awaiting his team members, his gaze fell upon a prominent sign proclaiming Guwada Province. Adjacent to the sign, a small, palm-like emblem was embedded in the wall, instantly piquing his curiosity. Suddenly, the shrill ringing of his phone broke his concentration. Recognizing the ringtone, he was certain it was his father calling. He swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket. To his astonishment, the ringing originated from the enigmatic phone he used solely for gaming. This peculiar device had never before made or received a call, nor had it ever vibrated, making the current ringing all the more perplexing. Adding to the intrigue, a camera app had mysteriously activated on the screen. He cautiously opened the app, unsure of its purpose or how to operate it. He briefly pondered if the intention was to take a selfie, but then decided to capture the breathtaking landscape that lay before him. However, the camera on the mysterious phone proved uncooperative, and as he fumbled with the unfamiliar interface, he inadvertently aimed the lens towards a palm-like emblem, adjacent to a sign indicating the Guatemala province. The phone instantly recognized the emblem, and upon capturing the image, a new application materialized on the screen. It appeared to be an app specifically designed for accessing a dungeon within the game. With time on his hands, he decided to seize the opportunity and explore this new development. After offering a drop of blood, his in-game avatar materialized before him. He suddenly found himself navigating the familiar virtual streets of Guida City, seamlessly transported into the game world. As he ventured forward, suddenly, his gaze locks onto an anomaly, a creature seemingly ripped from another dimension. It's an adorably diminutive skeletal soldier, a surprising sight in this world. Brandishing a weapon comically oversized for its frame, the little skeleton charges fearlessly towards him. Our hero, Joe, finds himself thrust into an unexpected encounter, a whimsical battle about to unfold. With effortless grace, Joe sidesteps the skeleton soldier's clumsy, lumbering attack. He barely exerts himself, the fight proving to be more amusing than challenging. The skeletal warrior proves to be neither swift nor particularly strong, a stark contrast to the formidable ants Joe typically contends with. This is proving to be a breeze. Joe's avatar effortlessly coils its hand into a fist, and with a single, devastating punch, shatters the unfortunate zombie into fragments. The force of the blow sends bone shards scattering. A crystalline shard materializes, dropping swiftly to the ground. To Joe's pleasant surprise, the shard reveals itself to be a coveted skill crystal, acquired after his very first victory in this strange new land. Without hesitation, he taps the absorb button. A surge of energy, the essence of the crystal's power, begins flowing into him. The process is surprisingly painless, a far cry from the agonizing experiences he's endured with skill absorption in the past. A system notification materializes before him, declaring his acquisition of a new ability, the skeleton palm skill. With a minimal chi consumption of only 1 point, Joe's initial foray seems promising, but a shadow of doubt crosses his face. He recalls that skeleton soldiers are predominantly low-level creatures, possessing only rudimentary skill, and requiring minimal chi to vanquish. Undeterred, he presses forward, determined to test the true potential of his newfound skill. With a surge of power, he summons his mutated companion, an immense strength ant, materializing in a flash of light. Leaping onto its back, the ant charges headlong into the depths of the ancient city. Its impressive speed allows them to penetrate deeper into the ruin, where they soon encounter a new wave of skeleton zombies. Joe dispatches them with effortless grace, reducing them to mere training dummies. Confident that each kill will yield a bounty of crystal, he revels in the thrill of the hunt. But after a time, his initial excitement wanes as a disheartening realization dawns upon him. He hasn't gained anything. Despite decimating countless skeleton soldiers, he remains empty-handed, venturing deeper into the dungeon's labyrinth. But as he nears the end of his quest, an unexpected obstacle emerges. A phalanx of small skeletal zombies stands guard, protecting the path to the final boss. A much larger, imposing skeleton mounted atop a skeletal steed. The skeleton knight wastes no time in engaging, moving with terrifying speed and precision, landing a devastating blow that pierces straight through Joe's avatar, killing him instantly and abruptly ending the game. Joe stares at the game over screen. His gaze drifts back to the emblem near the signboard, a growing certainty in his mind that beyond that virtual door, the real-world Guida province holds secrets yet to be uncovered. Lost in thought, he's startled by a presence behind him. He spins around, coming face to face with his stepsister, who, as usual, appears less than thrilled to see him. Her expression is cold and distant. The scene shifts abruptly. Joe is now holding a pen drive, leaving the audience to wonder how he came into possession of such a small, yet potentially significant, item. The scene flashes back to the previous encounter with his stepsister, her fist raised threateningly, stopping just short of connecting with his face. Frozen in that moment of tension, she delivers a warning. Their father had requested she deliver something to him. She promptly handed over the pen drive, and as she departed, she muttered aloud, questioning why their father would waste his time and energy on someone like Joe. She disdainfully labeled him a loser, declaring he would never be a true member of the prestigious Young family. Her reasoning? No one in her esteemed family lineage possessed such a level of uselessness and weakness. Joe, understandably perplexed, pondered when he had unwittingly become a part of her family. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by Juan's call. Turning, he saw Juan finally arrive, accompanied by the remaining 2 members of their team. Joe noted Juan's remarkably casual attire. He looked more prepared for a relaxing day at the beach than a crucial examination. With a playful air, Juan clapped a hand on Joe's shoulder, reassuring him that there was no need for concern. After all, his loyal companions would handle everything. The 2 lackeys readily agreed, with one even boasting of his ability to boastfully declares he can single-handedly conquer the entire Guatemala province for his boss's glory. Xuan remains unimpressed by his lackey's arrogant display of overconfidence. The other henchman, distinguished by his black hat, steps forward, offering a more measured promise of their best effort, and assuring Xuan that nothing will go awry. Observing this exchange, Joe quickly discerns Xuan's deliberate strategy of keeping himself and Joe out of the impending conflict. He realizes Xuan intends to use these 2 hapless goons as expendable pawns. The moment of truth arrives. The test is about to begin. A soldier announces the commencement, instructing everyone to report to the invigilator. Amidst the gathering crowd, Joe catches sight of Rowaxi, and she, in turn, spots him. He offers a reassuring smile and a confident thumbs up, a gesture that visibly eases her apprehension. With Joe finally having secured a place on a team, the imposing city gates begin to rumble open, revealing a crack between them. From within the fissure, a brilliant blue energy emanates, coalescing into a shimmering portal. A bespectacled man, presumably the invigilator, steps forward to address the assembled participants and elucidate the rules of the test. Points will be awarded based on the number of crystal harvested from vanquished skeleton soldier. The final crystal count will ultimately determine each student's ranking. With these instructions delivered, he directs everyone to step forward and enter the gate. Joe, brimming with confidence, strides purposefully toward the shimmering portal. The moment he crosses the threshold, he finds himself transported to a new landscape, surrounded by his fellow students. Each one stands poised and ready to confront whatever challenges lie ahead. Suddenly, skeletal monsters begin to materialize from the shadow. The students launch themselves at the bony adversary. With the ferocity of shoppers fighting over the last roll of toilet paper during a Black Friday sale, the skeletons clatter forward menacingly, their bony frames creating a cacophony of comical rattling noises. With a single, swift stroke, Black Hat Dude dispatches a skeleton, his weapon slicing through its bony neck as if it were mere butter. Meanwhile, overconfident Guy seizes another skeleton's hand and delivers a brutal knee smash, reducing the creature to a shower of bone fragments. It seems our protagonist has little to worry about, as his classmates prove themselves to be a formidable force. Inwardly, he's delighted, as this unexpected interruption provides the perfect cover to discreetly check something on his phone. A nagging curiosity has been pulling at him for a while now. Joanne, however, is utterly bewildered, watching Joe seemingly engrossed in a game on his phone. She begins to question her initial assessment, wondering if this man is truly a genius, or if his brilliance is nothing more than an elaborate facade. Meanwhile, whatever Joe was seeking to confirm on his phone, his suspicions are validated. His hunch was dead on. Apparently, his investigation extended far beyond the city gate. He was meticulously studying the entire layout of the game world. Even the intricate details of the buildings are identical to the dungeon architecture within the game. This startling discovery ignites a new question. Is every dungeon in the game based on a real-world location? The implications are staggering. The moment this realization hits him, Joe's face pales, a look of sheer terror washing over him as if he's on the verge of a panic attack. If this real-world setting truly mirrors the game world, then the terrifying skeleton knight must also exist. But a glimmer of hope remains. According to his explorations within the game, they remain a significant distance from the terrifying skeleton knight. As long as they stay within the designated testing area, they're safe from another encounter with that monstrous being. After a brief respite, the group regroups and begins formulating a plan to venture deeper into the city's ruin. However, our protagonist is noticeably hesitant to proceed further, and the reason for his apprehension is quite clear to us. The other members of the group, eager for glory, argue that the majority of the skeletal soldiers in this sector of the city have already been eliminated, and the rate at which new ones appear has significantly decreased. They insist that if they want to achieve high score, exploring deeper into the city is their only viable option. Joe attempts to reason with them, emphasizing the potential dangers of leaving the safety of the testing area. But Xuan dismisses his concerns with a shrug, stating that if their companion is afraid, he's welcome to remain behind. The others readily agree, echoing the sentiment that venturing deeper is their only chance at achieving a substantial score. One instructs Joe to accompany them, and assures him that even if they encounter trouble, his loyal companions will protect him. Joe finds himself in a rather precarious situation. He's caught between a rock and a hard place, unable to reveal the truth about the formidable monster lurking just around the corner. Discreetly tucking his phone away, he decides to stick with the group for the time being, strategizing his next move. His mind races, fixated on the in-game challenge of defeating the skeletal knight. He believes unlocking the key to victory in the virtual world might hold the answer to their real-world survival. It's a desperate gamble, but it's the only chance he can see for both himself and Li Xuan to escape this perilous encounter with their lives. As the two lackeys surge ahead, a whirlwind of brute force, they decimate the skeletal horde with a dazzling display of power. Meanwhile, Joe and Sean stroll along at a leisurely pace, a stark contrast to the frenetic battle unfolding around them. Joe remains completely engrossed in his game, oblivious to the real-world danger. In the virtual realm, however, he's not faring so well, repeatedly suffering defeat at the hands of the formidable Skeleton King. Each loss stings, highlighting the frustrating challenge before him. After yet another crushing defeat, a sobering realization dawns on Joe. He discovers that neither nimble dodging nor desperate leaps can save him. The skeletal knight's blade, with unnerving accuracy, always finds its mark. This virtual foe proves far more terrifying than even the silver-winged mosquito. But then, a thought strikes him. The Skeleton King isn't perpetually agile, its bursts of speed are only triggered when charging directly at a target. He deduces that the monstrous creature must be utilizing some form of chi manipulation, a specialized fighting technique, to achieve these incredible bursts of speed. Uncertainty gnaws at him. If this continues, if they can't counter this terrifying speed, annihilation is inevitable. They'll all be wiped out. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, something catches his eye. The fallen monster has yielded a prize, a large, shimmering dimensional crystal. One of the lackeys, quick to seize the opportunity, snatches the crystal and eagerly rushes to present his find to their master. The lackey, bowing low, offers the crystal to the master. Seizing the moment, our protagonist leans in to remind one that they've accumulated sufficient points, and a swift retreat is now their wisest course of action. However, the lackey vehemently disagrees, dismissing the urgency and declaring there's no need for such haste. He points out the ample time remaining before the examination concludes. The black-hatted figure echoes the sentiment, adding that they should capitalize on the opportunity to amass even more points, cementing their position at the top of the ranking. Nonchalantly, the playboy consults his phone, confirming the absence of any reported creature activity above the legendary level in the vicinity. Confidently, he declares it safe to proceed further into the forest. But then, Oscar abruptly grabs his arm, his voice low. "Do you believe in instinct?" Joanne stares at him, bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Oscar explains, "I always get this terrible feeling, this dread, whenever danger is close. It's never been wrong." He continues, his voice strained, "Right now, I have an overwhelming sense of unease about what's ahead." One of the goons scoffs, dismissing Oscar's warning. He sneers, "You should consider yourself lucky to even be with Master Joanne. Don't drag us all down just because of some stupid gut feeling." Oscar retorts sharply, "Guatemala province isn't large. No students would dare venture outside the designated testing area. Besides," he argues, "we've already accumulated enough points. We can maintain our lead by staying within the testing zone. We should focus on hunting there," he concludes firmly, eliminating the need for a risky venture into the unknown. Joe's logic resonates deeply with Schwan, forcing him to concede the validity of Joe's point. Suddenly, without warning, the black-hatted man produces a gleaming dagger and plunges it viciously into Schwan's back. After delivering this cowardly blow, the treacherous assailant grins smugly, like a cat toying with its captured prey. He revels in his act of betrayal as Schwan's blonde-haired lackey lunges forward in a desperate attempt to protect his master. But his efforts are in vain. He too is swiftly cut down by the black-hatted man, with a menacing glare in his eyes. The attacker coldly commands his fallen victims to die like dogs. The playboy, caught completely off guard, admits his surprise. In a remarkable display of regenerative abilities, his wound instantly healed. He fixes a piercing gaze upon the treacherous black-hatted figure, demanding to know if he was sent by his brother. The black-hatted man is stunned that someone like Schwan, known for his playboy lifestyle, possesses the rare and powerful chi spell, Invincible Constitution. Allow me to elucidate the significance of this pivotal spell. You see, ki spells are fundamentally different from ki fighting skill, or even dimensional crystals. They're unique techniques meticulously crafted by humans, each possessing its own inherent limitations in cultivation potential. The Invincible Constitution, for instance, is a spell of extraordinary rarity, capable of directly elevating a person's maximum potential to the coveted epic tier. However, legend dictates that only those who maintain their virginity can successfully cultivate this formidable spell, and should that virginity be lost, the practitioner is forced to begin their arduous training anew, from the very beginning. Our protagonist remains deeply skeptical of Juan's ability to master this technique, given his well-documented penchant for the fairer sex. The fallen lackey, still on the ground, voices his discontent, feeling betrayed by his friend's assistance to limo in his efforts against Juan. Our playboy echoes this sentiment, expressing his own disillusionment, and confessing his lack of desire to vie with his brother for power. He grapples with the incomprehensible notion of his brother's desire for his demise. The black hat antagonist interjects with a sardonic remark, suggesting Juan should only blame himself for the impending doom. With a chilling resolve, the black hat man begins channeling energy into his dagger, unleashing a vibrant green energy slash aimed directly at our unsuspecting playboy. But with a flourish of unexpected agility, the man effortlessly sidesteps the attack, leaving onlookers in stunned disbelief. Suddenly, both our protagonist and the remaining lackey gasp in shock as a colossal serpent emerges, its scales shimmering menacingly, the dreaded explosive scale snake. The appearance of this monstrous creature confirms their suspicions. The black black-hatted man is no ordinary adversary. Summoning a legendary-level creature like the explosive scale snake is a feat beyond the capabilities of most. Meanwhile, Xian remains unfazed, observing the scene with an air of nonchalant indifference. He casually explains that obtaining a legendary pet isn't impossible, it requires hatching them, a process achievable only by those willing to pay an exorbitant price to acquire and transfer a symbiotic egg. The scrawny trader is visibly impressed by the depth of Xian's knowledge. Our seemingly carefree playboy has just revealed a hidden layer of expertise, but the trader quickly recovers from his astonishment and lunges towards Xian with a gleaming dagger. However, Xian, with astonishing ease, snatches the dagger from the air with his bare hand as if it were a mere toy. The black-hatted man's jaw drops in utter disbelief, clearly unprepared for Xian's display of overwhelming power. The nonchalant expression on our playboy's face transforms into something dark and menacing, straight out of a nightmare. With a simple flick of his wrist, he unleashes a devastating energy blast, sending the scrawny man sprawling across the ground. It's now abundantly clear that Wan is more than just a handsome face. He commands serious power, wielding a legendary-level creature that crackles with menacing dark energy as Wan advances. He looks like a formidable warrior ripped straight from the depths of a Dark Souls game. The stage is set for an epic confrontation. Wan radiates a terrifying aura that washes over the black hat, who promptly begins a frantic retreat, as if his life depends on it. Well, it kind of does, but Wan isn't about to let him escape so easily. He leaps forward, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing black hat. Meanwhile, Zhou struggles to keep pace with the rapidly unfolding chase. Their speed is simply too overwhelming, and he eventually loses sight of them both. One of the black hat's lackeys shouts at Zhou to continue the pursuit, insisting he must assist Wan at all costs. Zhou offers a dismissive, "Yeah," followed by a sarcastic, "You go ahead, I'll catch up." The blonde lackey bristles with indignation, spitting out the word coward, before continuing his frantic search for his boss. Zhou knows that even if he were to catch up to them, his assistance would be negligible. Both Swan and Zhang Ho possess legendary-level creatures, a significant advantage that Zhou currently lacks. His immediate priority is the formidable skeleton knight, an encounter he fears could spell certain defeat. To aid Li Xuan, Zhou knows he must devise a strategy to overcome this skeletal menace. With a determined grimace, Zhou pricks his thumb once more, releasing a drop of blood that summons his avatar back to the virtual world. He steels himself for a confrontation with the knight, determined to find a real-world solution through this virtual battle. The skeleton knight wastes no time, charging towards Zhou on horseback with terrifying speed. Zhou realizes escape is futile. Once the knight initiates his charge, evading the attack is practically impossible. Thinking quickly, he leaps towards the oncoming knight, catching the seemingly mindless monster completely off guard. Enraged, the knight unleashes a flurry of spear thrusts, wildly attempting to impale Zhou with his formidable weapon. But Zhou is no easy target. He's far too agile to be caught so easily. He remains in constant motion. The skeleton knight, mounted on its skeletal steed, is completely outmaneuvering Zhou's avatar, leaving the knight flailing desperately from atop his horse, unable to land a single blow. The tension mounts as the battle intensifies. Zhou's avatar expertly dodges each attack, darting left and right, until the skeleton knight unleashes its devastating trump card. A powerful strike connects squarely with the avatar's chest, sending shockwaves through the virtual battlefield. The unexpected hit lands because Zhou's attention is momentarily drawn to a nearby commotion. He suspects that Wan has finally confronted the formidable skeleton king. Pocketing his phone, Zhou refocuses on the immediate threat. He recalls his previous encounter with the skeleton knight, remembering its formidable strength from the last game. The skeleton knight was undeniably powerful, but possessed a crucial weakness, a blind spot near its skeletal horse. Exploiting this vulnerability is their key to survival. If they can capitalize on this weakness, victory is within their grasp. Pressing forward, Zhou notices scattered rubble, a telltale sign of recent combat. After a short trek, he finally locates his friends amidst the debris. Quickly closing the distance, he anxiously inquires about their well-being. The armored playboy, with a nonchalant air, responds, "To say they're all right wouldn't even begin to cover it." He elaborates, "The skeletal monstrosity operates on an entirely different plane of existence. Remove this line, it appears to be incomplete and potentially offensive." A wave of pure terror washed over him as he stood face to face with the skeleton knight. The reality was far more terrifying than any pixelated image he'd encountered in the game. His eyes widened further as he noticed a figure in a black hat standing directly behind the imposing skeleton knight. To his utter astonishment, the skeleton showed no signs of aggression, making no move to attack the black hat. His gaze then fell upon the armor adorning the black hat figure, a realization dawning upon him. That armor, he surmised, was the reason for the skeleton knight's complete disregard for the figure. It must possess some extraordinary property. This black hat individual, he learned, was Young Hao. A chilling thought crossed Joe's mind, filling him with unease. Sean's brother, he realized, must possess unimaginable wealth to equip Young Hao with such powerful, legendary-level creatures. And the skeleton knight was clearly just one of them. The skeleton knight, sensing a threat, swiftly identified the party as hostile. With a bone-chilling clatter, the knight charged towards them on horseback. Suddenly, the playboy leaped forward, shouting for everyone to stay back. With lightning reflexes, he raised his shield just as the skeleton knight's attack descended. The impact of their collision erupted in a blinding flash of energy, unleashing shockwaves so powerful that a man standing beside Joe was sent flying like a weightless ragdoll, crashing to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. A violent coughing fit racks his body, yet he stubbornly insists on his well-being, despite the clear agony etched on his face. As the dust settles from the impact, the skeleton king and Playboy are revealed, locked in a tense stalemate, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, Playboy's eyes widen as he detects a treacherous attack hurtling towards him. The same explosive serpent unleashed by Jianhao moments before. With lightning reflexes, Wan raises his shield, halting the monstrous creature dead in its track. Jianhao retracts his serpentine weapon, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. He expresses a chilling delight at the prospect of Wan facing two formidable opponents simultaneously. As the skeleton knight relentlessly presses his attack against Playboy, this arrogant thug seizes the opportunity to charge Wan, exacerbating the already dire situation. Under the relentless onslaught, cracks begin to spiderweb across Wan's armor, a clear indication of the desperate struggle he's enduring. Joe inquires about the time required for Playboy to vanquish Jianhao, offering to temporarily distract the skeleton king to provide an opening. Without hesitation, Xian confidently declares that a mere 2 minutes would suffice, and he exudes an aura of absolute confidence. Meanwhile, the lackey can barely contain his laughter, scoffing inwardly. He firmly believes Joe is nothing more than a low-level mortal, utterly convinced that survival against the skeleton knight's relentless attacks is impossible. In his eyes, if Joe dares to challenge the knight, he's practically signing his own death warrant. But then, with a flourish of dramatic flair, Joe sheds his coat, assumes a combat-ready stance, and with a powerful leap, lands directly behind the skeleton king. He casually taunts the skeletal monarch, goading him into a duel. The empty-headed creature readily takes the bait, swiftly turning to confront the audacious challenge. Without hesitation, the skeleton king lunges forward with a ferocious attack, but Joe effortlessly sidesteps the initial strike, noting its eerie similarity to attacks he faced within the game. However, as the skeletal steed takes another thunderous stride, its massive leg slams into the earth with devastating force, shattering the ground upon impact. Joe reacts instantly, rolling away to avoid a direct hit, and begins a frantic dash, maneuvering erratically to evade the relentless onslaught. Joe quickly realizes this isn't the sluggish skeleton knight from the game. This real-life version is shockingly agile, launching attacks from all angles as their back-and-forth intensify. The skeletal knight relentlessly pursues, each strike aimed to connect, but Joe deftly dodges left and right, always just a hair's breadth out of reach. Seizing a brief opening, he coils his fist and delivers a solid punch directly into the skeletal horse's rib. However, the blow lands with the impact of a mosquito bite on an elephant. The skeleton king seems almost amused, toying with this seemingly insignificant opponent. He continues to prod and attack, while Joe frantically searches for any exploitable weakness in the skeletal warrior's defenses. Meanwhile, the other blonde finally manages to pull himself to his feet, feeling utterly humiliated. After all, Joe is holding his own against the formidable skeleton knight. Without the aid of a symbiotic pet, even the enigmatic black hat individual is utterly bewildered, witnessing Joe effortlessly match the monster's relentless assault. Just then, Sean receives a timely reminder from his AI companion, a crucial warning against the dangers of distraction in combat. Heeding the advice, Sean unleashes a brutal blow, connecting squarely with the black hat's jaw. The force of the impact sends the villain reeling backward, flung like a rag doll through the air. Against all odds, the black hat manages to regain his footing, defiantly challenging Sean to continue the fight. He makes it clear that he will not yield, that only death or the defeat of his opponent will bring him to his knees. The relentless exchange of blows resume, and our armored hero seems more than capable of holding his own. He muses, almost casually, that if the black hat has a death wish, he'll be happy to oblige. It seems the black hat's relentless assault has finally reached its limit. A final, decisive strike from Sean lands with devastating force, ending the fight. The defeated villain collapses, coughing up blood, and even his symbiotic pet begins to disintegrate. But the black hat proves to be remarkably tenacious, struggling back to his knees. he deploys his remaining snake pet as a distraction, seizing the opportunity presented by Sean's momentary lapse in attention. The treacherous Black Hat attempts a cowardly ambush from behind. Simultaneously, the skeletal warrior unleashes a ferocious swing at our hero, but with the agility of a caffeinated ninja, our protagonist ducks low, allowing the attack to whistle harmlessly overhead. Then, in a display of brute strength, Joe unleashes a powerful punch, smashing down on Black Hat's symbiotic creature. With a single, devastating blow, it appears as though our hero is utilizing his own symbiotic companion as a living gauntlet. The moment Black Hat's symbiotic entity is vanquished, the skeletal knight seizes the opportunity, thrusting its spear directly into Black Hat's chest. The symbiotic snake, now separated from its host, cries out in agony. Reduced from a formidable beast to a whimpering, gecko-sized creature, the armored warrior then callously steps on the pathetic, feebly twitching gecko, ending its suffering permanently. With this immediate threat neutralized, the Skeleton King begins a dramatic transformation. Finally, the monstrous being unleashes its true power, radiating a terrifying aura. With blinding speed, it launches a devastating attack at our hero. The skeletal warrior's assault is so swift that our protagonist has no time to react, let alone evade the blow, and bravely decides to confront the attack head-on. But just in the nick of time, Lee Chun intervenes, swiftly deflecting the devastating blow. However, the sheer force of the attack proves overwhelming, and Swan absorbs the brunt of the impact. His armor, once seemingly impenetrable, begins to shatter like fragile glass. Witnessing this, our protagonist begins to panic, realizing that even the heavily armored Swan is teetering on the brink of defeat. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King prepares to unleash another devastating attack, forcing both of our heroes to make a desperate escape. In this critical moment, the quick-thinking playboy devises a daring plan. Our hero will be tasked with delivering the fatal blow to the Skeleton King, while the armored Swan will act as a distraction, drawing the Skeleton King's attention. As the Skeleton King launches its next assault, Swan bravely intercepts, blocking the attack with his remaining strength. While the Skeleton King is occupied with Swan, our hero seizes the opportunity. He appears directly behind the Skeleton King's empty skull, drawing back his fist. With a powerful surge of energy, he delivers a crushing blow, engulfing the Skeleton King in flames and sending tremors throughout the entire area. As the dust settles from the impact, the skeletal knight stands as menacing and imposing as ever, leaving our young hero surprised to see the creature completely unfazed. The skeleton wastes no time and launches a swift attack, but our protagonist leaps back with effortless grace, dodging the blow as if it were second nature. The armored warrior once again intercepts the skeletal knight's strike head-on, creating an opening for our hero to unleash a furious flurry of fiery punches, each blow searing the skeletal knight with burning intensity. The sheer speed and power of the assault culminate in a massive explosion. As the reverberations subside, the skeletal knight appears momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the attack, but the creature quickly recovers, seemingly undeterred. However, as the smoke clears, a look of pure rage contorts the knight's skeletal face. Our hero notices a fresh scar marring the skeleton's skull. Upon closer inspection, a distinct crack is visible in the thick bone of the knight's skull. The armored warrior instantly recognizes the vulnerability. With a powerful heave, he launches our hero skyward, while he himself sets up a devastating blow, distracting the Skeleton King with a powerful punch aimed right at its skeletal jaw. As the Skeleton King recoils and looks up, its hollow sockets are met with the sight of Joe descending with terrifying speed. The Skeleton King desperately tries to parry the attack, swinging its massive sword in a wide arc, but Swan, pushing himself beyond his limits, intervenes. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength, he pins the Skeleton King's sword to the ground, leaving the monstrous creature completely vulnerable. Joe seizes the opportunity, crashing down upon the exposed Skeleton King. His fist connects with the top of the skull, delivering a thunderous blow that echoes through the chamber. The force of the impact is so overwhelming that the seemingly impenetrable night skull finally cracks, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of bone and dark energy. Amidst the dissipating dust cloud, Joe flashes a satisfied grin. As the formidable Skeleton King crumbles into a heap of rubble, a shimmering crystal emerges from the remains, a clear indication of their hard-fought victory. Without hesitation, Joe squats down to claim his prize, reaching out to grasp the crystal. But as his fingers close around it, he realizes it's not a crystal at all. It's something far more extraordinary, a symbiotic egg. A surprised but delighted expression spreads across his face. This unexpected reward is even better. Li Xuan, his armor fading into nothingness, begins to walk away, generously granting Joe ownership of the remarkable egg. He casually grabs his hoodie and pulls it on, then reminds Joe that without his intervention, they would already be dead. The hoodie, he explains, is a token of gratitude for Joe's life-saving effort. However, he follows this up with a crucial reminder. Joe's current level is insufficient for hatching a legendary level creature. He strongly cautions Joe against rashly hatching the Skeleton Knight's symbiotic egg. Joe nods in understanding, just as one notices his gauntlet. Intrigued, one questions how Joe acquired his symbiotic pet. A flicker of suspicion crosses the playboy's face. He knows that only someone with an invincible constitution can handle the immense power of a legendary level creature, such as the formidable Black Armor Soldier. He begins to wonder if Joe might secretly possess a legendary level constitution. Joe quickly dispels this notion, clearly stating that he's only at the mortal level. This revelation, however, only deepens Juan's confusion. He explains that legendary level creatures are inherently more powerful, and forming a symbiotic bond with a weaker creature is significantly more challenging. The reason for his astonishment? Mortal level symbiotic eggs are exceedingly rare, even more so than legendary ones. Suan can't help but feel a pang of envy towards Joe for his exceptionally rare, mortal level pet. A wave of anxiety washes over Joe as he worries about the dead Black Hat user, wondering if anyone witnessed the incident. The playboy, however, dismisses Joe's concern with a nonchalant shrug. He callously remarks that the man had it coming, assuring Joe that he'll handle the situation. Despite the playboy's reassurances, a palpable tension lingers within Joe. Sensing Joe's unease, the playboy offers a reassuring pat on the shoulder, attempting to alleviate his anxiety. He urges Joe to relax, promising that once they're safely out of the gate, he can apply to any college he desires. He even guarantees his personal assistance in securing Joe's admission. With a renewed sense of confidence, the playboy reiterates his commitment to helping Joe achieve his academic aspiration. The two emerge from the portal, supporting their injured companion between them, followed closely by Juan. And Juan, without wasting a moment, quickly briefs the instructor on the events that transpired within the gate. Once the debriefing concludes and the situation is under control, Juan takes his leave, exchanging final farewells with Joe. As the playboy speeds away in his private car, leaving a trail of dust in his wake, Joe boards a bus, embarking on his journey back to the bustling city. Upon the bus's arrival, Joe steps out onto the pavement, a chilling wave of cold washing over him, leaving him feeling weak and slightly anemic. The blood loss he endured during the intense game likely contributed to his current state of fatigue. Seeking to replenish his depleted energy and iron levels, he decides to treat himself to a nourishing, iron-rich meal. As Joe strolled down the street, lost in thought, his foot inadvertently connected with a figure lying sprawled on the ground, smeared in blood. A jolt of shock surged through him. For a horrifying moment, he feared he'd stumbled upon a corpse. But to Joe's relief, the mysterious man abruptly sat up, quickly reassuring a shaken Joe that he was very much alive. Merely grappling with some persistent pain, Joe, still slightly unnerved, began to walk away. But the bloodstained man, who appeared older than his years, beckoned him back, suggesting a brief conversation. Now that fate had brought them together, he reasoned, a quick chat wouldn't hurt. Joe, never one for idle chatter, hesitated. But the old man persisted, eager to pose a few questions. Although completely bewildered by the turn of events, and having no inkling what the topic of conversation might be, Joe acquiesced, curiosity piqued despite himself. The conversation took an unexpected and rather bizarre turn. When the old man abruptly inquired about Joe's preference regarding women, did he favor those with ample bosom? Joe, utterly taken aback by the outlandish question, stammered, "But..." After a brief moment of contemplation, picturing both small-chested and large-chested women in his mind's eye, he declared his preference for the former. The old man erupts in boisterous laughter, declaring a shared preference with Oscar. He elaborates, asserting his belief that women with smaller breasts are superior, and that only a fool would favor a more ample bosom. Joe, visibly uncomfortable, begins to imagine the impracticalities of large breasts during combat, picturing the difficulty of controlling their movement during a fight. His imagination runs wild, envisioning exaggerated jiggle physics turned up to the maximum. The eccentric old man then throws another unexpected question into the mix. Does young Oscar prefer women who are cuddly and gentle, or those with a more fiery, short-tempered, and sassy disposition? Oscar is flustered, unsure how to respond and just wanting the conversation to end. Desperate to escape the awkward interrogation, he opts for what he believes to be the least agreeable answer. He reluctantly states his preference for short-tempered and sassy women. A moment of silence hangs in the air as the old man processes Oscar's response. Suddenly, his eyes light up with genuine admiration. He enthusiastically agrees, confessing his own love for sassy women. He explains that he finds such women endlessly interesting and undeniably cute. He adds that women with overly gentle personalities lack a certain spark and are simply less engaging. He further emphasizes He expresses his surprise at Joe's discerning taste at such a young age. Meanwhile, Joe, lost in thought, facepalms as he remembers his stepsister, who treated him cruelly and without mercy. He can't comprehend why anyone would be attracted to a girl so devoid of compassion. The old man, however, beaming, declares that it's a rare pleasure to encounter someone with such refined taste as Joe. Politely, Joe inquires about the old man's residence, offering to escort him home. But the eccentric old man ignores Joe's question entirely, and instead cryptically remarks that Joe needs his strength to successfully pursue women. He observes that Joe seems to be lacking in energy, implying that good taste alone won't be enough. The old man then presents Joe with a small notebook, explaining that it contains a unique spell, the charm spell. Joe is taken aback by this revelation. The old man elaborates, claiming the spell can make any woman completely obedient, regardless of her personality or resistance. He urges Joe to diligently practice this technique and master it. Joe hesitates, expressing that he's already dedicated time to practicing other techniques, rendering this particular spell redundant for him. However, the old man emphasizes a crucial point. While the true demonic record may not be a top-tier key spell, its power still surpasses that of the bitter meditation technique. A wave of shock washes over Oscar as he realizes that the old man is already aware of his practice of the bitter meditation. Intrigued and bewildered, he asks, "How in the world did you know I've been practicing bitter meditation?" The old man calmly explains that despite Oscar's current pale complexion, his physique is undeniably solid and taut, a physical state only achievable through the practice of bitter meditation. He astutely observes that Oscar hasn't been practicing for long, and sternly advises him to cease immediately, lest he irrevocably damage himself. Instead, he urges Oscar to embrace the true demonic record, declaring it 100 times superior to bitter meditation. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he amends his statement, exclaiming, "No, 1,000 times better." As the old man erupts in maniacal laughter, a bewildered Oscar, unsure how to react, simply offers a hesitant thank you, and declares, "I cannot accept such a precious gift from a stranger." Joe, internally, shares the old man's reluctance. He's never encountered a key fighting skill, known as true demonic records. Suspecting a trap, Joe turns to leave, unwilling to be entangled with this dubious old man. As Joe walks away, the old man remains seated, a chillingly malevolent tone creeping into his voice. "Stop," he commands, his voice laced with power. Joe's next step falters, a tremor running through him. He finds himself rooted to the spot, unable to move forward. His face pales as an unseen force yanks him backward, returning him to his previous position. The old man, with a chilling smile, introduces himself as Jin Daishin. "I don't take no for an answer," Jin states, his voice dripping with menace, "and no one who has defied me has lived to tell the tale." The name Jin Daishin jolts Joe's memory. His eyes widen in disbelief, recognition dawning upon it. It's a name etched in the annals of history, a figure from the chaotic era when dimensional storms ravaged Earth. Jean D'Oxygen. A name whispered in hushed tones, a man known as the most ruthless and terrifying figure in human history. A devil, they say, who drowned the Federation in a sea of blood, and single-handedly extinguished the lives of 27 epic-level individuals. After recounting this grim history, the old man fixes Joe with a piercing gaze and asks if he has reconsidered his decision. Does he still intend to refuse the formidable power of the true demonic record? Our young protagonist responds swiftly and decisively, declaring his unwavering acceptance. The old man, taken aback by Joe's sudden change of heart, eyes him with suspicion. He probes further, questioning if Joe's eagerness is genuine or merely a bluff. Is he truly willing to embrace such power? After all, Joe had previously stated emphatically that he would never succumb to the allure of the true demonic record. While Joe remains silent, keeping his true thoughts hidden, inwardly, he acknowledges his deception. He has no intention of mastering these forbidden techniques. He understands the dire consequences that would follow, becoming a fugitive, hunted by the Federation. Just like the wizened old man before him, Jean, sensing Joe's hesitation and hidden motives, decides to withhold the true demonic record. He concludes that even if he were to bestow this power upon Joe, the young man would likely never utilize it. With a knowing glint in his eye, Jean rummages through his coat, then turns back to Joe, revealing the existence of another key spell, one that promises to be far more entertaining. He produces another slim notebook and inquires whether Joe would like to practice its content. Joe eyes the notebook hesitantly, this time refraining from his previous protest. The unsettling man then firmly presses the notebook into Joe's hand, issuing a stark warning against any refusal. He emphasizes that defiance could lead to dire consequences. With that ominous pronouncement, old Jean turns and melts away into the vibrant tapestry of the city street, leaving Joe standing alone, a whirlwind of questions swirling in his mind. He can't can't shake the feeling of being watched, the old man's presence lingering like a shadow. He glances down at the notebook clutched in his hand, bewildered by how he ended up accepting it. Suddenly, a sneeze erupts, sending him hurrying homeward. As he walks, he observes a group of officers engaged in a hushed conversation. One inquires if the reaction was detected in this vicinity. A red-haired woman confirms that it was. The officer instructs her to thoroughly search the area and maintain communication. Joe's eyes are drawn to their official badges. Recognition dawns quickly. These individuals are members of the Federation. A flicker of suspicion crosses his mind. Could they be searching for Gina Deoxygen, the woman he encountered just a short while ago? He dismisses the thought and continues on his way, convincing himself it has nothing to do with him. Back home, his only concern is shedding the day's event. His first order of business, a long, soothing bath. Submerged in the warm water, he reflects on the sheer strangeness of the day. First, Xuan's unexpected betrayal by a supposed friend. Then, the unbelievable encounter on his own journey home. A chance meeting with the legendary devil himself, Jean Daician. All he craved was the simple comfort of his room. Lost in the immersive world of his favorite game, his gaze falls upon the cheese spell notes gifted to him by Jean. Could they hold the key to unlocking some hidden power? He wonders. Pushing aside his musings, he collapses onto his bed, seeking solace in sleep. But as he drifts toward the realm of dream, a terrifying vision unfolds, monstrous figures closing in from all sides. The nightmare's intensity jolts him awake, heart pounding in his chest, drenched in sweat. He scrambles out of bed, his body trembling. Overcome by nausea, he collapses onto the bathroom floor, retching violently into the toilet as waves of intense pain rack his body. Disoriented and confused, he's completely lost in the throes of his agonizing episode. Suddenly, his gaze falls upon the key spell notes the old man had given. He notices words flashing erratically on the page. The phrase Lost Immortal Sutra appearing and disappearing. He scrambles to grab the notes, scrutinizing them intently from every angle, but finds nothing out of the ordinary. Frustrated and bewildered, he wonders if his earlier self-diagnosis of anemia was correct after all. As the first rays of dawn break through the darkness, signaling the start of a new day, he splashes cold water on his face and stares at his reflection in the mirror. Feeling somewhat refreshed and more alert, he decides to immerse himself in the virtual world of gaming. Picking up his phone, he pricks his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the screen. His avatar loads rapidly, and as he enters the game, he's surprised to find the skeleton knight still standing guard. This revelation signifies a crucial distinction: the monsters within the game and their real-world counterparts exist independently of each other. This discovery sparks a flicker of hope, a welcome reprieve. It presents another opportunity, a chance to refine his strategy and try again. The monstrous skeleton knight charges once more, its bony frame rattling with menace. And once again, defeat. After hours of relentless battling, Oscar finds himself felled by the skeleton knight. Exhaustion weighs heavily upon him. He's utterly spent, drained of energy. He confirms his suspicions: the in-game boss is weaker than its real-life counterpart. But without Juan's invaluable assistant, victory remains elusive. He struggles to devise a winning strategy. His only recourse is relentless practice, honing his positioning and timing with each attempt. Progress is slow, agonizingly so. Results may be days away. And the cost? He shudders, contemplating the potential blood loss. How much will victory demand? Driven by a sudden need to quantify the risk, he delves into the vast expanse of the internet, searching for answers. He's quickly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, drowning in data. Overwhelmed, he opts for a simpler approach, a classic gamer move. He grabs a handful of nuts, seeking a quick energy boost to fuel his continued effort. After all, the most effective way to minimize blood loss is to avoid being killed in the first place. Still grappling with his persistent blood loss issue, Joe decides to prioritize sustenance, opting for a grocery run before diving back into the grind. Over the next few days, he throws on his jacket and heads to a nearby market, carefully selecting a variety of healthy options to replenish his depleted nutrients. Returning home, Joe immerses himself once more in the relentless grind. During this intense gaming session, a growing mountain of empty food cans begins to accumulate beside him. On second thought, perhaps those healthy options weren't so healthy after all. After countless attempts, Joe finally manages to match the skeleton knight blow for blow. Seizing a fleeting opening while airborne, he delivers a crushing blow, shattering the monster's skull into fragments. Victory yields a level 13 dimensional crystal, a coveted prize promising enhanced speed. Joe proudly claims his reward. However, upon inspecting his updated stat, a wave of confusion washes over him. His speed has only increased marginal, reaching a mere 9 points. The discrepancy is baffling, the crystal should have boosted his speed to 13. The realization dawns on him, he's hit the speed limit for his current level. Now, Joe contemplates the daunting prospect of utilizing bitter meditation, the arduous journey to attain legendary status. But, as the wise Jing dynasty once proclaimed, even the most rigorous meditation pales in comparison to the power of an invincible constitution. Burning with ambition, Oscar yearns to master a higher-level quasi-fighting skill. He contemplates experimenting with the enigmatic spell bestowed upon him by the enigmatic Jing Dioxean. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites within his mind. Leaping from his seat, he rushes to his computer, powering it on with a surge of anticipation. He inserts the pen drive, a seemingly innocuous gift delivered by his stepsister, sent by his father. A glimmer of hope arises. Could the key to unlocking his potential lie within this drive? He dismisses the thought momentarily, deeming it improbable. But the moment the system reads the pen drive's content, a spell entitled Sun Shooting appears on the screen. Oscar's jaw drops in astonishment. He pinches himself, questioning the reality of this incredible discovery. Both the Sun Shooting spell and the invincible constitution hold the potential to propel individuals to legendary level and beyond, primarily serving as formidable offensive technique. However, mastering the Sun Shooting spell proves to be less demanding than achieving the invincible constitution, and it appears to be a family heirloom spell, originating from within the Federation. He's completely baffled as to how his father acquired it. He wonders if his father somehow managed to get his hands on the Sun Shooting spell by leveraging the Ong family's extensive connection, and paid a hefty price to obtain it. As a side note, the Ong family is our protagonist's stepfamily, but he quickly dismisses the idea, convincing himself that his father wouldn't resort to such extreme measure just to acquire something like this. Just then, his father's phone rings. It's our protagonist calling. The father is taken aback by the unexpected call at this late hour. He answers, and our protagonist throws him a curveball, asking if he's still in one piece. The father is utterly bewildered, momentarily speechless. Then, he snaps out of it, retorting with a sharp knock on wood, and calling his son a damned brat. Well, it seems Dad's alright. Our protagonist was just checking in. He then turns serious, stating he has a question to ask. His father gives him the go-ahead. So, our young protagonist inquires about the origin of the Sun Shooting spell, asking his father where he acquired it. A heavy silence hangs in the air before his father responds, feigning ignorance and asking what Sun Shooting spell he's referring to. This revelation shocks our hero. He quickly presses his father, asking if he hadn't instructed Anjing to give him the spell. His father swiftly denies any involvement, stating his disinterest in cultivation, and asserting he has no reason to acquire such a spell. He emphasizes that the very idea is absurd. Disappointment washes over our young man. He's disheartened to learn his father hadn't considered him in this way. However, he remains perplexed by Anjing's claim that the spell came from her father. The situation grows increasingly complicated. His father suggests it might be a gift from Anjing herself, offering a possible explanation. Accepting this possibility, our protagonist abruptly ends the call. Though momentarily annoyed by the sudden disconnection, his father quickly composes himself and resolves to investigate who might have given his son the Sun Shooting spell. Meanwhile, our young hero contemplates the situation. He reflects on the Ong family's seemingly growing interest in his father, sensing a deeper motive behind their action. Jing's school challenge leaves him perplexed, and his stepbrother's interference nearly caused him to miss the crucial test. Then, out of the blue, Inspector Ong bestows upon it an exceptionally rare and powerful key fighting technique. The pieces simply don't fit. He decides to concentrate on mastering the new skill, pushing aside the unsettling question of its origin. As sleep attempts to reclaim him once more, a sudden surge of anxiety jolts him awake, his heart pounding in his chest. The horrifying vision returns, those same demonic hands, reaching out from the darkness to ensnare him. Their icy grip tightens around his throat, sending waves of panic through him as he bolts upright, drenched in sweat. The nightmare, repeating itself with chilling precision, convinces him that Jing Dynasty must be the orchestrator of his torment. He splashes cold water on his face, attempting to compose himself. Suddenly, the old man's cryptic words echo in his mind. His gaze fell upon a small, unassuming notebook, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Could this hold the key to deciphering his unsettling dream? Hours melted away as he pored over the cryptic notes, his brow furrowed in concentration. Finally, a glimmer of understanding. He began to grasp the intricate connection between the key and the enigmatic forces of the human magnetic field. But before he could delve deeper into this fascinating, albeit esoteric, subject, a rumbling protest erupted from his stomach, loud enough to shake the room. He realized with a start that his intense focus had caused him to completely forget about eating. He stood up abruptly, stretching his stiff limb, and grabbed another steaming bowl of instant noodles. A satisfied burp punctuated his hasty meal. Returning to his enigmatic reading material, he found his mind frustratingly blank. Where had he left off? After a moment of contemplation, He decided to simply start again from the beginning. But as his eyes scanned the familiar script, a wave of disorientation washed over him. The words seemed foreign, as if he were encountering them for the very first time. While he admittedly didn't possess the sharpest memory, this level of forgetfulness was alarming. How could he have forgotten so quickly? With a sigh of resignation, he began reading anew, from the very first word. Finally, he arrives at the chapter on the cheese spell and its connection to the human magnetic field. But just then, a nagging thought intrudes. Did he remember to turn off the kitchen light? He racks his brain, desperately trying to recall, but the answer remains elusive. Did he, or didn't he, switch off those lights? Frustrated, he returns to the book, determined to focus. Yet, to his dismay, the words blur before him. He's completely forgotten what he just read. Taking a deep breath, he resolves to enter God mode, a state of intense concentration. He attempts to absorb every ounce of information from his notes, squeezing them for knowledge. But despite his Herculean effort, his mind wanders again, and the information slips away like sand through his fingers. This is beyond frustrating, it's utterly bizarre. Each fleeting distraction erases everything he'd previously managed to absorb. Undeterred, he persists. He re-enters God mode, summoning his focus once more. This time, he decides to transcribe the notes into a separate book. However, the moment his pen touches the paper, poof, everything vanishes from his mind again. In a desperate attempt to document the peculiar text, he tries to photograph the note, but the attempt proves futile. The camera stubbornly refuses to capture the enigmatic script. Thoroughly perplexed, he scratches his head, wondering if returning the book to its shelf might somehow break the strange spell. Just as he's about to try, his phone rings, displaying an unnerving unknown caller tag. He hesitantly answers, and a familiar voice fills his ear. It's Swan. Swan's inquiry jolts him back to reality. Have you checked which university you got into? It seems our oblivious protagonist, lost in the virtual world of gaming, completely forgot that university acceptance results were announced today. Swan, ever the planner, then proposes, why don't we go to the same university? Confused, our protagonist asks, which one are you talking about? It turns out that Lee Swan has secured the coveted #1 spot, while our boy, Joe, has landed a respectable second place. With their rankings in mind, Swan, in his characteristically flamboyant manner, declares, we're going to Sunset College. The name sparks a flicker of recognition in Joe's memory. He recalls hearing rumors that Sunset College recently made a groundbreaking discovery, the unearthing of a new dimensional realm, and the highly sought-after symbiotic pet, making it the most desirable academy for prospective students. But a sudden wave of panic washes over him. As he remembers that Liu Yang falls under the control of the powerful Long family, he realizes the potential danger, wanting to avoid any entanglement with his formidable sibling. Nonetheless, he pushes the anxiety aside and dives back into his gaming session. He finds himself battling a particularly persistent mosquito-like enemy. He summons a fiery blast in his fist and hurls it at the pesky insect. But with astonishing agility, the mosquito evades the attack and slices him clean in half. Frustration mounts as he realizes that even after defeating the formidable Skeleton King, he's still no match for this tiny creature. He's baffled by his continued struggle against the silver-winged mosquito. Its incredible speed and aerial maneuverability make it almost impossible to catch. A sharp knock on the door abruptly interrupts his intense concentration. He quickly makes his way to the door, wondering who could be calling at this hour. He's taken aback when he opens the door to find Lee Wan standing there. It's highly unusual for him to show up on his doorstep so early in the morning. But, true to his playboy nature, Lee Wan doesn't bother waiting for an invitation, and simply strolls into the house. Finally, our protagonist breaks the silence, demanding to know what the hell Lee Wan is doing there, and casually mentions his ongoing indecision about attending the prestigious Sunset College. Wan, seizing the opportunity, presents him with a book, encouraging him to take a closer look. Intrigued, Oscar flips through the pages, questioning its content. With a flourish, the playboy reveals the book to be a confidential document from Sunset College itself. He urges Oscar to examine it carefully, his voice laced with intrigue. As Oscar's eyes scan the document, Wan points to a detailed drawing. He explains that it depicts a creature from a dimensional realm, its visceral form rendered with unsettling accuracy. Boastfully, he adds that this type of creature recently manifested in the dimensional realm, a groundbreaking discovery made by Sunset College. Slightly unnerved by Wan's over-the-top enthusiasm, Oscar inquired about the creature's significance. Wan's excitement deflates, replaced by a flicker of irritation at Oscar's apparent lack of understanding. He snaps impatiently, questioning whether Oscar grasps the immense value of such a symbiotic pet. He explains that should Joe lose his heart in the heat of battle, this remarkable creature could seamlessly replace, effectively granting him an unprecedented second chance at life. Even after this astonishing revelation, our protagonist remains utterly bewildered. Joe's obliviousness is clearly starting to irritate one. While Joe grasps the inherent value of this symbiotic pet, he's growing increasingly frustrated with the constant barrage of surprises. One then divulges that the dimension realm falls under the exclusive jurisdiction of Sunset College. Consequently, only students enrolled at Sunset College are granted access. He further explains that if this information were to be officially released, a deluge of applications from the world's most gifted students would inundate the college. However, admission is extremely limited. Upon hearing this crucial detail, our hero's interest is finally piqued. Without hesitation, he eagerly agrees to enroll at Sunset College. One then cautiously mentions the circulating rumor that the influential Long family will also be attending Sunset College. This news sends a shiver down Joe's spine, and one is taken aback by the sudden look of fear that washes over his face. He questions Joe's apparent apprehension, to which Joe responds with a nonchalant shrug, denying any fear. He confirms his intention to enlist today, and the playboy instructs him to pack his belongings immediately. Their destination, Luoyang. Their transport, Sean's Lamborghini. Meanwhile, at FBI headquarters, two officers persist in their pursuit of the elusive Jean Dynasty. Reviewing security footage from Chongjun Road, they spot a familiar face, Joe. They begin to speculate on a possible connection between Joe and Jean Dynasty. As a storm gathers on the horizon, Joe and Sean speed down the highway in their Lamborghini. Joe, despite enjoying the thrill of the ride, is troubled by the lengthy detour ahead. To avoid the dimensional realms, they must navigate a circuitous route. His thoughts turn to the increasing difficulty of the game, the challenge now nearly doubled. He contemplates the potential cost of continuing to play, fearing it might be a waste of his life force. He glances at Sean, relaxed in the passenger seat. A wave of drowsiness washes over Joe, and his head begins to nod. He jolts himself awake with a start. A sudden fear grips him. Falling asleep in the car and succumbing to sleep paralysis would be disastrous. He knows it would mean trouble, big trouble. But the dizziness and the rising fever swirling within him are a mystery. Then, a memory surfaces, Old Man Jean. The old man's words echo in his mind, the importance of robust health, especially if one desires to impress the fairer sex. Jean had been emphatic. Low energy simply wouldn't cut it. The memory galvanizes Joe. Maintaining his health becomes paramount. He makes a resolution: moderation in gaming from this day forward. His well-being demands it. A familiar pang of self-awareness strikes him. This is a daily promise, often broken. He can't help himself. The urge to chronicle these entertaining stories for his audience is too strong. For you, dear viewers. Just the thought of Old Man Jean sends shivers down Joe's spine. A thought takes root, growing stronger by the second. If he ever crosses paths with that old codger again, he'll give him a piece of his mind. Ever since their encounter, despondent and defeated, he vows to exact his revenge once he possesses the strength. But a sudden, strange sensation within him interrupts his brooding. Instinctively, he reaches into his pocket, retrieving the mysterious notes bestowed upon him by the old man. The name inscribed on the cover pulsates with an otherworldly energy, glowing brightly. Before delving into their secrets, he glances at Juan, who remains deep in meditative trance. He decides Juan will likely remain undisturbed. Besides, boredom gnaws at him. Perhaps perusing the notes will offer a welcome distraction. The moment he opens the notes, words leap from the pages, as if alive. A swirling vortex of yellow energy materializes in the center of his chest. Moments later, the notes of the lost Immortal Sutra vanish without a trace. He opens his eyes, staring at his empty hand, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable event. He questions if it was all merely a figment of his imagination. Could this be a dream? He wondered. Closing his eyes once more, he abruptly finds himself standing within the confines of a glowing enchantment circle. But just as suddenly, he's jolted awake once more. It seems that completing the lost Immortal Sutra has triggered a profound change, cultivating a surge of potent energy within him. Upon checking his system stats, he discovers his chi spell has been replaced by the lost Immortal Sutra itself. Focusing his mind, a brilliant flash of light sparks in his hand. He realizes with a start that bitter meditation is no longer accessible. Its panel now displaying the enigmatic lost Immortal Sutra. Frankly, the power system in this manhwa is frustratingly vague. So poorly explained it's enough to make him nauseous. The entire system is a convoluted, unexplained mess, rendered even more incomprehensible by these atrocious translations. Joe glances at his phone, pondering the true nature of this lost Immortal Sutra and its key spell. He also notes that he's surpassed the 9-point attribute limitation limitation imposed by the mortal state. Exhilarated by his newfound strength, Joe feels a surge of gratitude for his encounter with the old man. Stepping inside the grand mansion, Jean Dioxin is met with a reassuring Juan, who confidently assures him that all matters concerning Sunset College are well in hand. Juan extends a warm invitation for Joe to stay at the mansion until the commencement of college. Joe muses to himself, the epitome of affluence, observing mansions at their disposal, wherever they desire. Once comfortably settled in the spacious living room, Juan graciously offers his friend a refreshing beverage. Inquiring about the mansion's staff, Joe asks, "Do you reside here alone, without any assistance?" Juan confirms, "Indeed, I do." With a playful grin, Juan presents Joe with a peculiar concoction, a hybrid can of Coca-Cola and Pepsi. As the two friends enjoy their unusual drink, Juan's phone suddenly rings, interrupting the moment. After a brief conversation, Juan concludes the call, suggesting to Joe, "Rest comfortably here. I have some matters to attend to outside." Leaving Joe to relax, Juan departs the mansion on an errand. Now alone, Joe begins to explore the mansion, shedding his coat as he walks. He starts practicing his punches, swinging his fists with focused determination. Lost in thought, he reflects on the mechanics of a power punch, noting its reliance on broad movement. He contemplates the challenge of adapting such a technique to deliver the pinpoint accuracy of a 1-inch punch. He suddenly remembers attempting his 1-inch punch on that infuriating silver-winged mosquito, but the agile little creature effortlessly evaded his strike. It's clear he'll require a new tactic to deal with the pesky insect. That's when he recalls a recently acquired skill, the skeleton palm. He glances down at his hand, still faintly emitting wisps of smoke, and contemplates the skeleton palm's relatively low rank. He doubts its effectiveness against the nimble mosquito. Nevertheless, he resolves to practice the technique. With a swift swing of his hand, a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades erupts, slicing through the surrounding air. He's surprised by the sheer speed of the attack. The skeleton palm's velocity makes it a surprisingly potent complement to his lightning-fast 1-inch punch. Driven by this realization, he continues to train relentlessly, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. He discovers that despite being a rank 1 chi fighting skill, the skeleton palm consumes a surprising amount of chi. Eager to test its effectiveness in the game, he snatches up his phone. He smears a drop of blood onto the screen, and his avatar instantly materializes within the game world. Comically, his avatar lands squarely on top of a mutated ant. The enraged creature lunges at Oscar, launching a furious attack. Oscar appears to be in immediate danger, his ki reserves significantly depleted from his earlier training session. Yet, with a surprising burst of agility, he narrowly avoids the creature's strike. Then, miraculously, a surge of energy courses through him as the lost immortal sutra kicks in, replenishing his depleted ki. The sutra not only restores his ki but also enhances his speed, granting him an unexpected advantage. Seizing the opportunity, Oscar unleashes a powerful combination of two skills, the formidable 1-inch skeleton palm. The attack lands squarely on the ant, triggering a devastating explosion that obliterates the small but fierce creature. A system notification window materializes, announcing an achievement unlocked. Oscar's 1-inch skeleton palm has reached level 10, and has evolved into the even more potent ash palm. Astonishment washes over Oscar as he examines the upgrade. He notes that the ash palm now requires 5 key points to execute, placing its power on par with his devastating power punch. A surge of excitement compels him to test the newfound might of the ash palm. However, he realizes the now defeated mutated immense strength and proved too weak an opponent. Deciding to put his newfound power to the test, he selects the Skeleton Knight dungeon. With a tap on the dungeon icon, his avatar materializes within the familiar streets of Gueta City. A sudden realization strikes him, having already vanquished the Skeleton Knight. His only chance to confront the formidable Skeleton King lies in death and subsequent resurrection. With a sigh of resignation, he allows the seemingly insignificant skeletal minions to overwhelm him. After a period of playful experimentation with his enhanced ability, he finally deciphers the Skeleton Knight's intricate attack pattern. His newfound speed becomes his weapon, allowing him to deftly evade attack and exploit openings to strike the Skeleton Knight from behind. With a masterful execution of the ash palm technique, a single, devastating blow shatters the skeletal warrior's skull into countless fragments. Sometime later, a woman enters the mansion. Her gaze falls upon him, resting on the ground below. A sharp cry pierces the silence, jolting him awake. Startled, he sits up abruptly, demanding to know her identity. The woman's voice rings with authority as she questions his presence and the whereabouts of Li Xuan. He explains that Li Xuan is currently away, leading her to the conclusion that he's been spending his time with other girls, or perhaps even engaging with some unsavory character. She berates him for constantly dodging her calls and attempts to connect, and with that perplexing accusation, she turns to leave, leaving our protagonist utterly bewildered by the unexpected encounter. But just as he begins to process the situation, she abruptly stops, seizes his hand, and declares that he'll serve as a temporary solution to her problem. Without waiting for a response, she begins dragging him along, completely disregarding his lack of consent. Suddenly turning to him amidst their forced march, she reminds him that she's Li Xuan's older sister, and since he and Li Xuan are friends, she has a favor to ask of him. Now that she mentions it, he does recall that he and Xuan have become quite close. Their recent exchanges of favors and assistance have solidified their bond. However, he'd much rather avoid getting entangled in any more drama. Preferring the solitude of his gaming world. Lost in his internal debate, he mumbles to himself. Confused, the girl asks what he's talking about. He quickly dismisses her question, brushing it off with a casual "it's nothing." She instructs him to clean himself up and put on some proper clothes. He readily agrees, and a short while later, they arrive at the vibrant Sunset College Pet Arena. The arena pulsates with dazzling light, a kaleidoscope of color that resembles a futuristic neon city. Upon their arrival, they dismount their heavy bike and are greeted by two girls who are already waiting. The woman reassures him that he doesn't need to participate, suggesting he simply relax and cheer her on from the sideline. He agrees, but immediately pulls out his favorite game, engrossed in play. His distraction clearly annoys the woman. As the crowd begins to swell, a murmur of excitement ripples through the spectators as someone recognizes Li Xian's sister. They openly wonder why Xian himself is absent. A nearby guy, standing with his girlfriend, smugly suggests that perhaps Xuan is simply too afraid to show up. Li Xuan's sister swiftly cuts him off, her tone sharp. She abruptly cuts him off, asserting her capability to handle the situation single-handedly. Turning sharply to the woman beside him, she addresses her directly as Su Mei. With a pointed look, she reminds Su Mei of their shared victory against the mutated ancient warhorse. She challenges Su Mei's attempt to claim the symbiotic egg for herself, questioning her motive. Su Mei feigns a look of fear, shrinking behind her boyfriend for protection. From her hiding place, she insists that she landed the final, decisive blow, therefore justifying her claim to the egg. Her boyfriend steps forward, interjecting with a reminder of their prior agreement, a battle amongst themselves to determine the rightful owner of the symbiotic egg. He warns her to be patient and not jump to conclusions. With a dismissive gesture towards Wei Yang, he turns his attention to Gao Yang, suggesting, with thinly veiled arrogance, that surrendering the egg without a fight would be the wisest course of action. He implies the outcome of any potential conflict is already predetermined. For those unfamiliar, our courageous protagonist is named Wei Yang. However, Gao Yang's arrogance knows no bound. With a condescending sneer, he dismisses her as a mere junior, refusing to fight her himself. He claims such a match would be unfairly advantageous, his smug grin widening. He reveals a hidden ace, another companion waiting in the wings to crush her. Just then, echoing footsteps interrupt the tense standoff, snapping Wei Yang's attention to the sound. As all eyes turn towards the source of the disturbance, a formidable figure emerges from the shadows. This newcomer, a sophomore known as Gaudian, radiates an overwhelmingly intense aura, so powerful it even silences the overconfident sister, who just moments before was brimming with arrogance. A palpable fear grips her, replacing her earlier bravado with panic. Even Oscar can sense the menacing aura emanating from Gaudian, a palpable pressure that sends shivers down the spines of everyone present. The two contenders lock eyes, the air thick with anticipation. The bald man, seeking to goad Wei Yang, taunts her with condescending challenges. In response, an intense aura flares around her, a clear signal of her determination to face him alone. But Wei Yang's friend, sensing the overwhelming danger, urgently advises her against engaging this monstrous opponent, and suggests a more diplomatic approach. He proposes they simply hand over the symbiotic egg, avoiding any unnecessary conflict. Intrigued, our young protagonist inquires about this Gooden character. Visibly terrified, the girl quickly explains that Gooden is known throughout the school as the devil. She further elaborates, sharing rumor that he brutally defeated a senior student on his very first day. Now thoroughly intrigued, Oscar begins to wonder if this Gooden truly lives up to his fearsome reputation. A growing sense of concern for Wei Yang also begins to take hold. Just as the tension reaches a boiling point, poised for a clash, Gao Yang begins to taunt Wei Yang, mockingly questioning her courage in the face of the infamous Gooden. Fully provoked by the blatant disrespect, Wei Yang unleashes a powerful kick, aiming her massive leg directly at the bald man's head. With a casual tilt of his head, Gao Yang effortlessly evades the blow, redirecting her kick to his shoulder. The impact, rather than causing harm, merely tickles him. Wei Yang, utterly shocked by Gao Yang's impenetrable defense, launches herself into the air once more, attempting a brutal head kick with renewed ferocity. But Gao Yang remains unmoved, calm and collected. barely reacting as if channeling the imperturbable spirit of One Punch Man himself. As Wei Yang's leg comes crashing down with devastating force, Gao Yang effortlessly catches it with his bare hands and, with blinding speed, slams her into the ground with such brutal force that a thick cloud of dust and smoke erupts from the impact. When the dust settles, the devastating result is clear. Wei Yang is embedded in the earth, practically a part of the ground itself. He then advances towards her, his imposing figure, leaving no doubt about her utter defeat. And he's proven right. Blood trickles from a gash on her forehead, and her body is battered and bruised. But then, with a callous disregard, he delivers another brutal kick, sending her tumbling like discarded refuse. She rolls pathetically across the ground. With a condescending smirk, he arrogantly asks if she wishes to continue this futile fight. Her friends, witnessing the brutal display, urge her to relinquish her claim on the symbiotic egg, their own defeat acknowledged. The blonde woman, brimming with arrogance, unleashes a torrent of insults upon Wei Yang. She taunts her, pointing out that even her friends have surrendered, and suggests Wei Yang should obediently accept defeat, like a good little dog, before she suffers irreparable damage. She threatens to crush Wei Yang completely. With her body trembling, Wei Yang struggles to rise, attempting to speak through the pain. But before a word can escape her lips, the bald man brutally seizes her by the throat, slamming her back down into the earth with merciless force. He tosses her aside like a discarded ragdoll, the impact sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. Rising to his feet, the bald man savors his apparent victory with a cruel smirk, but his smug expression quickly morphs into one of disbelief as the indomitable Wei Yang once again begins to push herself up from the ground. "I'm not finished yet," she declares, her voice filled with unwavering determination. Her resolute spirit enrages the bald man, his eyes now blazing with a bloodshot fury. He clenches his fist and charges towards her, his intent clear. But before his punch can connect, our protagonist bursts onto the scene. Their fists collide, unleashing a shockwave of raw power. Gudian, visibly intrigued by this unexpected newcomer, questions the young man's identity, surprised by the effortless block of his attack. Without hesitation, Zhou introduces himself, casually mentioning his recent acceptance into Sunset College. Gao Yang interjects, adding his own perspective to the situation, emphasizing that despite their soon-to-be shared alma mater, they won't hesitate to teach the newcomer a lesson. Should he persist in playing the hero and interfering in their affairs, the girl urgently warns our protagonist of the imminent danger, imploring him to avoid further involvement in the conflict. But before she can react, he swiftly scoops her up and throws her over his shoulder as if she were a child. He firmly instructs her to rest and stay out of harm's way. On second thought, hasn't this character undergone a significant growth spurt, especially considering our protagonist's comparatively diminutive stature? Back in the initial chapter. "This is so cringe, I need to bleach my eye." Ignoring her protests, he carries her back to her friend. The ladies release a collective sigh of relief, grateful to see their friends safe and sound. Meanwhile, Wei Yang is filled with apprehension, wondering how our hero plans to handle this imposing bald man. Finally confronting the bald behemoth, our hero attempts to channel his inner hero, declaring that a fight to the death is unnecessary and unwise. The bald man, unimpressed, inquires if our hero has a better suggestion for resolving their conflict. Our quick-witted protagonist suggests keeping the fight PG-13, offering to settle the matter with a single punch. He proposes that if the bald man takes fewer than 3 steps back, he will concede defeat. The bald man, clearly irritated by this seemingly frivolous tactic, begins to emanate a palpable aura of menace. He impatiently urges our hero to stop wasting time and deliver the promised punch. However, Xiao remains completely unperturbed, calmly warning the bald man about the sheer force behind his punch. He might want to reconsider if he values his teeth. Meanwhile, Gao Yang is utterly captivated by Gooden's audacious acceptance of the challenge. He can't believe Gooden agreed to such a seemingly reckless wager. The blonde woman, however, is starting to panic. Anxiety gnaws at her as she realizes the very real possibility of Gooden losing. 3 steps back could mean defeat, and the stakes are high. But her boyfriend quickly intervenes, attempting to soothe her mounting fear. "Don't worry," he explains, "Gooden's chief fighting technique is the formidable porcupine armor. It's forged from incredibly rare needle porcupine crystal. Not only does it render his body as hard as steel, but it also grants him a devastating counterattack ability. And considering his porcupine armor has reached the 9th rank, the last fool who challenged him in this way lost an arm." In short, our protagonist's plan might have been a tad bit naive. We're about to find out just how naive. Our hero coils back, fist clenched, gathering momentum for the strike. As he lunges forward, the half glove on his hand disintegrates, disintegrates, revealing the raw power beneath. His fist connects with brutal force, landing squarely in the bald man's gut. His face contorts with effort as the power behind his punch intensifies, culminating in a massive, earth-shattering explosion. The sheer force sends the bald man hurtling backward, sliding far beyond his initial position. Wei Yang is left utterly speechless, completely awestruck by the display of power. It's clear to all that Baldy has suffered a decisive defeat. The final blow, a brutal testament to the victor's strength, leaves our hero's fist stained with his opponent's blood. Suddenly, the blonde woman erupts in a fit of outrage, unable to accept the humiliating loss. She desperately grasps at straws, arguing that our hero isn't officially part of Wei Yang's group, and therefore, his victory is invalid. Her outburst is met with a swift, stinging slap across the face from her dignified boyfriend, silencing her childish whining. He firmly reminds her that their defeat is undeniable. A man of his word, he refuses to back down from the agreed-upon term. As he passes our hero, he offers a parting remark, promising a future encounter and vowing to be ready for a rematch. With that, the trio departs, leaving behind a thick air of tension. The girls immediately surround our victorious hero, showering him with well-deserved praise and adoration. Their compliments and admiration wash over him like a warm wave, a testament to his impressive victory. They marvel at their junior's remarkable strength, their admiration palpable as they practically swoon over him. Amidst the commotion, Wang calls out to our protagonist. Gesturing to his injured hand, he shrugs it off nonchalantly, dismissing it as a mere scratch, nothing to be concerned about, just a minor inconvenience until the bleeding stops, he assures her. Then, his tone shifting to genuine concern, he reminds her of her own, more serious injury. He urges her to seek immediate attention at the infirmary. She readily agrees, and our ever-unconventional hero, true to form, scoops her up and throws her over his shoulder as if she were a featherweight plush toy. A genuine smile graces her face, warmed by the sight of her brother's newfound friendship. Back at the mansion, a short while later, our protagonist is struck by a wave of annoyance as he realizes just how much time has passed since his last gaming session. Finally, he's ready to lose himself in the digital world, his beloved pastime beckoning, or so he thinks. Just as he's about to embark on his virtual adventure, his concentration is shattered by Sean's dramatic entrance into the mansion. Sean bursts in, a whirlwind of energy. By now, our exasperated protagonist is utterly convinced that the very fabric of reality is conspiring to prevent him from fully immersing himself in the blissful escape of his favorite game. Sean, sensing his friend's frustration, strolls over, offers a comforting pat on the back, and inquires whether he recalls the dimensional realm he had previously mentioned, the one rumored to house a creature in its raw, visceral form. Sean's seemingly random question has a purpose. He extends an invitation to Joe, proposing a visit to this intriguing and potentially dangerous place. Our protagonist finds this situation rather peculiar, pointing out that they shouldn't even have access to the realm before classes have commenced. One, with a confident smirk, proudly assures him that getting them there is a trivial matter, a mere piece of cake. However, it appears our hero is more engrossed in his game than in Juan's explanation, completely absorbed in checking his stats. Juan, increasingly irritated by the lack of attention, finally snaps, demanding a response. Our protagonist merely feigns attentiveness, which only serves to further infuriate Juan. Juan turns to leave, warning our protagonist to get a good night's sleep, as they'll be departing at the crack of dawn. Our protagonist agrees, though his attention remains questionable, his eyes still glued to his smartphone screen. Finally, he calls out to Juan. As Juan turns back, he's met with an unexpected question. What's required to hatch the symbiotic egg of a legendary level creature? The sudden inquiry catches Juan off guard, and inquires about the legendary skeleton knight, his voice filled with awe. Heeding the boy's enthusiasm, the man cautions against reckless ambition, explaining that hatching a creature of such legendary stature requires an immense expenditure of ki, at least a dozen points, to be precise. Bluehead elaborates on the dire consequences of insufficient ki, revealing that the hatcher's own life force, their very flesh and vitality, would be consumed in its place. The result? Debilitating injuries, permanent disability, or even worse. Yet, a glimmer of hope ignites within the young boy, sensing a potential loophole. He probes further, questioning the absolute nature of this rule, seeking any exception. With a proud grin, Juan declares himself a living testament to an exception. His unparalleled constitution, his invincible resilience, allows him to withstand the tremendous drain on vitality, compensating for the ki deficit. This extraordinary ability enables him to hatch legendary creatures, even at a lower level than typically required. required. However, Juan solemnly warns that even with his unique constitution, the cost of hatching such a powerful being remains exorbitant, beyond his capacity to sustain. He implores the boy to abandon this perilous pursuit, unable to bear the responsibility for the potential consequences. Unless, he adds gravely, the boy is truly willing to stare death in the face. Alone in the quiet solitude of his bedroom, the boy reflects on the stark contrast between reality and the virtual world, musing that within the game, death held no fear. However, dealing with a symbiotic egg in the real world presented a unique challenge. A sudden spark of ingenuity ignited within him. Recalling the phone's ability to unlock dungeons based on real-world location, he swiftly captured a photo of the enigmatic egg. As if by magic, the egg began to vanish from his grasp, accompanied by a system notification confirming its safe storage. Now securely contained within the digital realm, he was presented with two intriguing options: hatch or accept fusion. While the meaning of accept fusion remained shrouded in mystery, curiosity overwhelmed him, and he tapped the option with the eagerness of a kitten. A new system window materialized before him, declaring the detection of a mutated, immense strength ant with a fusion compatibility rate of 47%. The prompt inquired whether he wished to fuse with the symbiotic egg. Without a moment's hesitation, our intrepid hero enthusiastically pressed the yes button with his charmingly chubby avatar hand, and so, the fusion process commenced. He knew that his current key might prove insufficient to hatch the skeleton knight from the egg. Intrigued, he decided to explore the potential of the mutated. He wonders just how powerful his skeleton ant will become after fusing with the legendary level symbiotic egg once the evolution process is complete. Anxiously, he checks the ant's stat. To his utter surprise, the pet remains at the mortal level, despite having fused with a legendary level egg. However, the tiny creature now possesses a new innate skill, Skeleton Pierce. Its attack rank is a promising 10. He hopes this new ability might be powerful enough to finally defeat the silver-winged mosquito. He jumps back into the game, and just as the mosquito comes hurtling down towards him, he swiftly summons the skeleton ant. Stop it, he commands his tiny ally. The ant immediately utilizes its Skeleton Pierce skill, and sharp bone spikes erupt from the ground, aiming directly for the airborne mosquito. Despite the barrage of hundreds of razor-sharp needles, they prove insufficient to halt the relentless insect. The mosquito deftly weaves through the deadly projectiles and continues its charge straight towards him. Seeing the menacing creature closing in, with a surge of determination, Oscar gathers his strength, launching a ferocious fist towards his opponent. But his aim is off, his powerful blow landing with a thud on the bare ground. The missed opportunity proves fatal, as his avatar is once again cleaved in two, a gruesome testament to his defeat. He's forced to swallow another bitter pill of defeat, his mind racing to understand the perplexing skill that this formidable creature consistently uses against him. Dawn breaks, bringing with it a new day, but not necessarily new hope. A palpable sense of anxiety gnaws at Oscar as he anticipates the promised ride. He nervously questions his friend once more, seeking reassurance that they'll truly be riding the beast. His friend offers a reassuring smile, dispelling his doubts with a confident affirmation. They will, indeed. He proudly reveals that the magnificent creature is a legendary jade-eyed white tiger, hatched after painstaking effort and considerable sacrifice. As they both mount the majestic tiger, it erupts into a blinding sprint, the sheer velocity causing Oscar to leak blood from the sheer force. He can't help but think that even a bumpy car ride would have been infinitely more comfortable. Upon reaching the city, Xian smoothly swipes his card through a security scan, granting them access with a wave from the vigilant soldier. They descend further into the earth, the elevator carrying them down into a sprawling subterranean complex. Here, they learn a startling truth. Luoyang, once the glorious capital of 13 kingdoms, was forever altered by the devastating dimensional storm. The entire region, swallowed by the earth, now connects to a mysterious, subterranean world. This hidden city, whispered legends call it the underground Buddha city. The elevator doors open at the bottom, revealing a breathtaking sight. A vibrant, bustling city teeming with life. Throngs of people mill about, as if exploring a popular tourist destination. Vendors hawk their wares from makeshift stalls, their calls echoing through the cavernous space. Our protagonist, filled with wonder, questions the reality of this dimensional realm, finding it hard to believe students would be peddling goods in such a place. Xuan explains that the army, ensuring safety, has secured the entrance perimeter. He adds, with a touch of dismissiveness, that the goods being sold are rather unremarkable. But then, a hint of pride in his voice, Xuan reveals a secret weapon, an exclusive exploration map, used internally by the army itself. This comes as no surprise to Zhou, who remains unfazed, confident that the young playboy's wealth knows no bound. As they continue their stroll, Xuan explains that their destination is a hidden, subterranean lotus pond, home to the legendary Buddha heart lotus. While they walk, Joe's attention is once again drawn to the familiar pond-like symbol. He quickly snaps a photo, triggering the appearance of another application on his phone, a clear indication that this location, too, corresponds to a dungeon within the game. Impatiently, he urges Oscar to stop taking pictures and catch up. Their journey continues, and after a considerable walk, they arrive at a breathtaking vista. Before them lies a vast pond, its surface teeming with an abundance of lotus flower. Xuan gestures towards a particular bloom, identifying it as the coveted Buddha heart lotus. As it happens, the heart of the lotus exists in a symbiotic relationship with a mysterious creature. Oscar, ever practical, questions why the lotus flowers don't grow closer to the edge of the pond, where they would be easier to harvest. He further wonders why they can't simply swim out and retrieve the flowers themselves. One offers a blunt explanation: the pond's water possesses intensely corrosive properties, capable of dissolving flesh on contact. A skeletal fate awaits any who dare to enter. It's a forbidden zone, strictly off-limit. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a newcomer. This new arrival, adorned with magnificent angelic wing, descends from the sky, halting gracefully in midair. He adds his own insight to the duo's discussion, revealing that the only path to obtaining the flower lies in soaring over the treacherous, acidic pond, a feat requiring exceptional speed and agility. Provoked by this airborne intrusion, the seemingly innocuous flowers react instantly. Their delicate petals morph into razor-sharp projectiles, launching themselves at the winged figure with deadly accuracy. But the winged man is unfazed, his reflexes are lightning fast. Summoning his sword, he confronts the floral assault head-on. With a single, powerful slash, he cleaves the attacking flower in two, its petals raining down like crimson drops of blood. Our protagonist is awestruck by this breathtaking display of power. Suan remarks that such prowess is expected of a member of the esteemed Luo family, renowned throughout the land for their unparalleled swordsmanship. He further identifies the winged warrior. Even the renowned Luo Xian doesn't possess such formidable power. Despite his nonchalant remark, our avaricious playboy can't tear his gaze away from those magnificent, mesmerizing wings. A pang of envy strikes him as he muses. Imagine the sheer exhilaration of having a symbiotic flying pet of my own. He turns to his companion, suggesting, perhaps we should explore further afield. Who knows what other extraordinary dimensional creatures might inhabit this place? He gestures around, noting, this entire area is shrouded in an unsettling strangeness. The army has even designated it as an unknown danger zone, fraught with peril. Intrigued, our protagonist inquires, dangerous? In what way? Sean wordlessly presents his phone screen, a grim image display. The screen reveals a chilling statistic: the alarming number of military personnel who perished exploring this very region. Not from attacks, Sean clarifies, but from sudden, inexplicable organ failure. With a cautious tone, Sean advises, we should tread carefully and consider our next move wisely. Just as they prepare to depart, the swamp beneath them erupts in a violent churning. From the depths emerges a colossal lotus flower, its surface eerily adorned with countless Buddha faces. It seems the danger they desperately sought to avoid has finally found them. The Buddha lotus flower, sensing the imminent threat, reacts swiftly, preparing for battle. With astonishing speed, the airborne figure summons a single, powerful wing, transforming himself into a winged pony. But the Buddha lotus flower is not one to be trifled with. It unleashes a devastating crimson beam, striking the pony with terrifying force. The majestic creature is instantly reduced to a mere pile of bone. The once arrogant winged man begins his plummet into the vat of corrosive acid below. Our hero cries out, a warning lost in the wind. Zuan is certain that the man is doomed the moment he touches the deadly swamp, but to everyone's astonishment, Luo lands deftly upon a lotus flower leaf, springing clear of the toxic water. Zuan realizes that Luo's chi, his fighting technique, grants him an almost feather-light agility. But even with this extraordinary skill, he remains perilously far from solid ground. Zuan turns to our hero, bewildered, demanding an explanation for his strange action. It seems our hero is attempting to submerge his symbiotic gauntlet, the one bonded to his very being, into the corrosive liquid. Surprisingly, the acidic water has no effect on the weapon. The corrosive properties of the acid seem to affect only flesh. It is harmless against inorganic material. With his plan in motion, Oscar resolutely withdraws his hand from the corrosive water, carefully placing his symbiotic pet into the acidic depths and bracing himself for what comes next. A perplexed Sean inquires about Oscar's intention, to which Oscar calmly replies that he intends to rescue the man trapped within the treacherous swarm. Meanwhile, Luo desperately leaps and bounds, attempting to evade the encroaching acid, but finds himself with no remaining solid ground to stand upon. Faced with a dwindling number of options, contact with the burning acid seems inevitable. To further exacerbate his dire situation, the menacing Buddha Lotus unleashes another searing laser beam in his direction. Just as all hope seems lost for Luo, the murky swamp water begins to churn and bubble ominously. From the depths emerges Oscar's skeletal ant pet, a formidable ally. Luo, momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of this new creature, watches in awe. With astonishing speed, the skeletal ant darts through the air, intercepting the deadly laser beam and absorbing the full force of the blast. Due to its skeletal nature, the ant remains impervious to both the corrosive acid and the intense laser fire. Luo, seizing the opportunity, manages to leap onto a newly formed platform, which, to his surprise, is revealed to be the broad back of Joe's steadfast ant. With Luo now safe, Oscar commands his skeletal ant to retreat. The ant's eyes begin to shimmer with determination, and it swiftly marches towards the shore. The Buddha Lotus flower unleashes its laser attack, but the assault proves futile, as effective as trying to patch a spaceship window with duct tape. The ant accelerates, finally reaching the safety of the shore. Standing there, exuding an air of cool confidence, our protagonist watches as Luo Xuan leaps from the ant's back. The moment his feet touch solid ground, he asks our hero for his name. Joe introduces himself. Luo expresses his sincere gratitude, but Joe modestly brushes it off, claiming it was nothing. However, Luo insists on demonstrating his appreciation, vowing to repay Joe for his heroic action. Meanwhile, Xuan is utterly astounded by the skeletal ant. He quickly inquires, "What in the world is that incredible pet?" Joe replies, "It's a skeleton ant." Xuan is deeply impressed. His astonishment grows even further when he learns that the ant is not only immune to the acid, but it also effortlessly deflects the flower's attack. He suggests that Oscar send the skeleton ant into the swamp to test its strength against the monstrous plant. He's convinced that a flower capable of such power must possess something valuable, making a confrontation with the monster a worthwhile risk. However, Oscar harbors suspicions that this is no ordinary mutated Buddha heart lotus. He believes it could be another legendary level creature, and in this perilous reality, he's unwilling to risk his precious skeleton ant. Oscar abruptly recalls his ant, prompting Juan to question his apprehension, reminding him that it's just a symbiotic pet. He argues that defeating the monster could yield a reward far greater than the risk, but Oscar firmly asserts that he won't gamble with the skeleton ant's life. With that declaration, he turns and walks away. Back at their mansion, Juan's disappointment is evident. He's fuming over the wasted entry passes, his search proving fruitless. A nagging worry begins to creep into Joe's mind. What if, by tomorrow, news of the colossal Buddha heart lotus flower has spread, and someone else claims the prize before he can? Fidgeting with his phone, Joe announces his return to his room, turning to Xuan. "I'll need," he requests, "that map of Buddha City you have." He adds with a thoughtful murmur, "It might just prove useful after all." Xuan obliges, handing over the map as Joe retreats to his room with a barely concealed smile. The playboy watches him go, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. What could have put Joe in such high spirit? Safe within the privacy of his room, Joe smears a drop of blood across his phone screen. The crimson stain triggers the Lotus Flower app, and the screen flickers to life. Suddenly, he finds himself transported to the subterranean depths of Buddha City's dungeon. His eyes widen in surprise. Before him lies a breathtaking sight, a profusion of Buddha heart lotus flower, blanketing the water's surface and stretching all the way to the shore. But unlike their real-world counterpart, the elusive giant lotus remains stubbornly out of sight. Pushing aside his disappointment, Joe resolves to focus on the task at hand, defeating the dungeon's monstrous inhabitant. Meanwhile, back in the realm of reality, the legendary Buddha heart lotus flower has sprung back to life, its petals unfurling once more. Other players, fueled by the tales and rumors whispered by their comrade, Lucien, now thirst for the glory of felling the extraordinary bloom. Meanwhile, the underlings of the antagonist are awestruck as their leader summons his ultimate weapon, a legendary creature of immense power, a golden-eyed hawk. This magnificent predator is tasked with obliterating the formidable lotus flower. With a dramatic flourish and an arrogant adjustment of his glasses, the cocky villain unleashes his golden-eyed hawk upon the unsuspecting Buddha heart lotus flower. Back in the heat of battle, Joe executes a series of breathtaking maneuvers, dodging laser beams with effortless grace, while simultaneously slicing through lesser lotus flowers with devastating precision. His loyal skeleton ant joins the fray, delivering a crushing final blow to a flower, causing it to shatter and release a shimmering crystal. Finally, after countless battles and relentless effort, Jo-won obtains a treasure of significant value. His victory over numerous formidable creatures has finally yielded a worthy reward. He carefully examines the newly acquired skill crystal and realizes he knows surprisingly little about the Buddha heart lotus flower's primary combat technique. Considering the lotus flower's distinctive attack pattern, suspecting the crystal concealed hidden weapons within, Oscar decides to absorb it. As the absorption process begins, he begins to experience its effects in the real world. A warm sensation washes over him, a stark contrast to the agonizing pain he endured when absorbing the power punch. This newfound warmth hints at a new and intriguing power, sparking Oscar's curiosity about its potential to enhance his ability. A sense of profound relaxation washes over Oscar, as if his very being is being cleansed by heavenly water. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before his eye. New skill acquired, meditation, rank 7. The unexpected acquisition of a strength-based skill piques his interest. Eager to understand its effects, he concentrates, and a brilliant blue aura envelopes him. However, after a brief moment, disappointment sets in as the only sensation he perceives is a warm, comforting embrace. There's no immediate manifestation of the skill's power or impact. His thoughts drift to his friend, Li Xuan, and a realization dawns. Even Li Xuan, with his profound knowledge, might not fully grasp the intricacy of the Buddha Heart Lotus Chi fighting technique. This explains why such a potent skill remained unmentioned within the game's lore. Suddenly, a surprise laser attack catches Jo off guard, but with a burst of adrenaline and skill, he manages to deflect it just in the nick of time. Excitement bubbles over, practically overflowing. As he spots it, a Buddha Heart Lotus monster materialized within the game, precisely as he'd hoped. With eager anticipation, he commands his skeleton ant to launch an attack. The skeleton ant springs into action, a blur of swift movement, while the Buddha Heart Lotus retaliates with a barrage of vibrant red laser energy block. Yet, the lasers prove surprisingly ineffective, barely scratching the ant's formidable armor. As the flower begins to retreat, sinking slowly back into the water, a confident grin spreads across our hero's face. He believes the flower is retreating in fear. Finish it, he commands his ant, eager for the victory. But just as the ant prepares to deliver the final blow, the flower's massive jaws snap open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. In a single, swift motion, the ant is swallowed whole. The grin vanishes, replaced by a look of stunned disbelief as his confidence crumbles into dust. A wave of frustration washes over him as he realizes the flower played him, employing a cunning trick to escape. He's left feeling thoroughly outwitted and annoyed, completely stuck in his current predicament. Without his skeletal ant, approaching the swamp is impossible, leaving him with limited options. Driven by desperation, he sets his sights on the restricted zone Li Xuan had mentioned, prepared to face whatever dangers lie within, even death itself. A grim thought crosses his mind: death might not be so bad. After all, respawning is always an option. He almost welcomes the possibility of a reset. Embracing this fatalistic perspective, he ventures into the forbidden territory. He finds himself amidst a desolate landscape, a place forgotten by time. Flowing water meanders through the ruins, passing by ancient, weathered Buddha statues. Ascending a crumbling staircase, he can't shake the feeling of unease. The place is undeniably strange. The silence is unsettling. He hasn't encountered a single monster on his journey thus far, but the quiet is shattered. A sudden realization dawns upon him as he spots a telltale sign. The restricted zone is just ahead. Before him stands a small Buddhist temple, the heart of the forbidden area. Or perhaps, small isn't quite the right word, because its imposing presence suggests anything but. Hesitantly, he begins to approach, each step heavy with anticipation. But after barely taking a few steps, the game abruptly ends. He's left utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the moment he even died. Frustrated, he watches his screen fill with blood once again, and attempts a different tactic, sprinting towards the temple entrance. But just as before, his avatar's body contorts grotesquely, and before he can react, the game ends yet again. This time, however, he notices a crucial detail. Upon death, his character's internal organs appear to violently twist. A chilling realization dawns on him as he recalls Li Xuan's description of the soldier's death. No external injuries, but everyone inside perished from catastrophic organ failure. So, the grim truth becomes undeniable. Even the military couldn't overcome this terrifying force. Defeated after countless failed attempts, he throws his phone aside and gives up, surrendering to sleep. The next day finally arrives, ushered in by the sound of boisterous laughter. Li Xuan seems thoroughly amused by the news that word of the Buddha Heart Lotus has spread like wildfire. Some were too impatient to wait, and they paid the price, getting absolutely demolished by that monstrous lotus. Just then, our protagonist strolls in, casually asking, "What's all the laughter about this morning?" Bluehead fills him in. "Last night, A senior mage, brimming with confidence, took his legendary level golden-eyed hawk, a fearsome beast, and attempted a daring aerial assault on the Buddha Heart Lotus. The result? The hawk's feathers were scorched to a crisp, and Bluehead finds the utter failure of the attack hilariously entertaining. Our hero, however, offers a sobering reminder: if they had continued fighting the Lotus, they would have been the ones on the receiving end of the ridicule. Bluehead adds that the news of the failed attack has already spread like wildfire across the college forum, and students of all ranks are now likely plotting their own attempts to take down the colossal Lotus. Our protagonist then raises a crucial question: why hasn't the military intervened to eliminate the threat? Soon explains that while the Buddha Heart Lotus possesses immense power, both the military and the college undoubtedly harbor individuals capable of handling the situation. He explains the military's inaction, stating that since they haven't intervened yet, it's unlikely they will. According to Federation regulation, military intervention is only authorized if the monster poses a significant threat level, exceeding established parameters. Unless extenuating circumstances arise, this protocol remains in effect. This policy provides the younger generation an opportunity to prove their capabilities and acquire valuable resources in the process. Just then, a familiar face appears at the door, announcing their presence with a gentle nod. Shen swiftly responds, "Coming." Simultaneously, our protagonist's phone rings, displaying an incoming call from his father. Answering the call, his father inquires about his current location, asking if he's in Luoyang. Confirming his presence in Luoyang, he questions his father if there's an issue. With a knowing smile, his father explains that his stepmother, Lan, wishes to see him and extend an invitation to dinner. Our clueless protagonist immediately begins fabricating flimsy excuses. Desperate to avoid an encounter with his alluring and attractive stepmother, seize the opportunity, man. In his shoes, I wouldn't dream of missing such a chance. But just then, one calls out, informing our protagonist that a visitor awaits him at the door. As he starts walking towards the door, his father adds that Anjing volunteered to pick him up, and she's already on her way. Speak of the devil, or rather, speak of Anjing's visit, because as he reaches the door, Xuan reiterates that a visitor is waiting outside, right on the doorstep. A sudden wave of dread washes over him, a bad feeling begins to creep in, and his worst fears are confirmed when he opens the door to find his incredibly attractive stepsister, Shun. Shun is utterly shocked to discover that our protagonist is acquainted with the prestigious Ong family. More specifically, he's stunned to learn that his father married Wu Yanlan. Our protagonist quickly clarifies to his friend that he has no personal connection to the Ong family whatsoever. It's solely his father who married Wu Yanlan. Annoyed by this comment, Ong Jing pouts momentarily. Then, with a touch of impatience, she curtly informs him that the driver is waiting outside, so they should get going. Resigned to the situation, Oscar realizes he has no choice but to go along with. Frustrated, he brings a hand to his face in exasperation. Despite his best efforts to avoid further entanglement with the Young family, he finds himself drawn deeper into their web of influence. Announcing his departure to Wan, his friend responds with a casual okay sign, a silent understanding passing between them. Following his stepsister outside, she confronts him, questioning whether he neglected to practice the sun shooting spell. Oscar reminds her of their father's explicit statement. He was never given that particular spell. A blush creeps onto the girl's face, embarrassment evident. In a sharp tone, she demands to know if he's accusing her of attempting to deceive him with a useless, random spell. Then, with her characteristically condescending demeanor, she declares with an air of superiority that she's glad he didn't practice it. She reveals her true intentions, explaining that she gave him the spell with the sole purpose of using it against him. Completely baffled by her behavior, Oscar struggles to comprehend the source of her animosity. He concludes that the authenticity of the spell is irrelevant. Her intentions were clearly malicious, since he's already mastered the Lost Immortal Sutra and is currently unable to practice other crucial technique. Regardless, she instructs him to get in the car. Once inside their luxurious vehicle, a clandestine figure is seen surreptitiously photographing Oscar. These individuals appear to be affiliated with the FBI and have already compiled a comprehensive profile on it. The assistant briefs her superior, revealing that Oscar graduated from Guida High School, graduating second in his class with an exemplary academic record. He is currently residing in Luoyang, explaining their previous inability to locate him in Guida province. The senior agent deduces that Oscar seems to have no connection to Jing. However, regarding Dai Xian, the assistant discloses a compelling discovery. Oscar's father, Zhou Lingfeng, recently married a widow from the prominent Ong family. This revelation stuns the senior agent, prompting him to question the veracity of her statement. He finds it unbelievable that Wu Yanlan would take an interest in someone like Zhou Lingfeng. He ponders aloud, wondering if Zhou might have secret connections to the enigmatic Outlanders. His assistant offers an explanation, pointing out that while Zhou Lingfeng did indeed achieve legendary status years ago, his advanced age would likely preclude him from acceptance by the Outlander. Perhaps, she suggests, Wu Yanglan's interest lies elsewhere, perhaps he's a kept man. The senior official immediately rebuffs this theory, adamantly stating his disagreement. Wu Yanglan, he insists, possesses a character far too noble for such arrangement. He reminds his assistant of the chaos that engulfed the Ong family following the death of its patriarch, with numerous powerful figures vying for control of their vast holding. Ong Tianzhua, the heir apparent and Wu Yanglan's son, was a mere 13 years old at the time. He poses a rhetorical question: could someone as astute and calculating as Wu Yanglan possibly choose to marry a man lacking in competence? He instructs his assistant to bring Zhou Lingfeng to him first. She readily agrees. He further emphasizes the importance of secrecy, demanding that news of this meeting not reach the Ong family. The scene shifts to a magnificent mansion, where we find our protagonist filled with a palpable sense of anxiety. Stepping out of the car, he's immediately struck by the sheer opulence of the mansion. His eyes finally land on his father, standing beside his stepmother. She greets him with a warm embrace, effusively expressing how much she's been looking forward to this moment. At the elegantly set dining table, a feast is laid out. His stepmother encourages everyone to indulge, offering him a particularly enticing plate of lobster. She mentions it's also a favorite of her daughter, Jing, who beams in agreement, clearly anticipating the delectable crustacean. However, her mother quickly deflates her excitement, explaining that, as Zhou Wan is their esteemed guest, he should have the honor of the first bite. Jing is visibly displeased to see her favorite dish whisked away, especially to be served to our, shall we say, unconventional protagonist. She fixes him with a death glare, the intensity of her anger practically radiating off her, so palpable that he can almost feel the heat. His stepmother tells him to pay Jing no mind, leaning in to whisper in his ear. Suspecting that his stepmother's extravagant generosity is a thinly veiled punishment for his earlier bullying, anxiety gnawing at him, he hesitantly picks up a succulent piece of lobster and stuffs the unfamiliar delicacy into his mouth. The flavors explode on his tongue, undeniably delicious, but he remains utterly bewildered by her behavior. What is her game? Her intense gaze unnerves him. He can't decipher the meaning behind. A nagging feeling persists. This woman is a world away from the gentle Jing he remembered. The evening unfolds in this strained atmosphere of unspoken tension. As Oscar prepares to depart, steeling himself for the inevitable return to his lonely existence, his stepmother extends a shocking invitation: move in with them permanently. Become a family, a happy family. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implication. He swiftly declines the offer, explaining that he's required to live on campus once classes begin, and is currently staying with a friend. However, his internal concern lies with his stepsister, Jing. He's certain she'd make his life a living hell if he accepted the offer to stay. Just then, she presents him with a card, urging him to take it. Piqued with curiosity, he inquires about the card's purpose. His stepmother explains, revealing it's an access card to a private, single dormitory at prestigious Sunset College. She mentions his father's knowledge of his preference for solitude, leading her to arrange this gift without consulting him beforehand. Nevertheless, she expresses her hope that he'll accept. A single dormitory seems like the perfect solution for uninterrupted gaming sessions. He accepts the key card, pondering how his father anticipated his need for a single room. Expressing his gratitude, he addresses her as Madam. However, she misinterprets his formality, nervously running a hand through her hair, and questioning if she truly appears that old, insisting he address her by any name other than Madam. It seems our young protagonist is learning a valuable lesson the hard way. A woman's age, regardless of appearances, is a delicate subject. He makes his way back to the grand mansion he shares with his friend, and is greeted by an unnerving silence upon entering. The stillness indicates Li Xian's absence once again. This solitude, however, might be a blessing in disguise for Oscar. Invigorated by the satisfying dinner he enjoyed earlier, he's eager to lose himself in the immersive world of his game, without the possibility of interruption. He dives headfirst back into the virtual realm, dedicating himself to conquering the formidable ant nest lurking within the dungeon's depth. Victory is his, and he claims another symbiotic egg as his reward. Examining its stats, he discovers it's a mutated immense strength ant egg, granting him the innate skill power punch of rank 2. A wave of disappointment washes over him, as he notes the the attributes are significantly inferior to his previous acquisition. Suddenly, a stinging winged mosquito launches a surprise attack, but Oscar reacts swiftly, ducking just in the nick of time to evade the assault. Annoyance flares within him at this unexpected and underhanded ambush, but before he can launch a counterattack, the mosquito returns with relentless speed, charging full throttle. Yet again, our hero deftly dodges the foul creature's assault. He remains intensely focused, knowing that unwavering vigilance is his only defense against instant defeat. The mosquito relentlessly presses its attack at full speed, and in a bold move, our hero seizes the opportunity. He charges forward, running directly towards the oncoming mosquito. As the monstrous insect strikes, he meets the attack head-on, blocking the blow. This time, he narrowly avoids serious injury, escaping with only a superficial graze on his cheek. Just as the mosquito accelerates to an even greater speed, it abruptly vanishes into thin air. Our hero readies his fist, channeling his immense strength and the power of his gauntlet. Unable to track the mosquito with his sight alone, he closes his eyes, relying on his other senses to pinpoint the creature's location. He senses the mosquito behind him, and with his fist cocked and ready, he unleashes a devastating blow. The force of the blow sends the mosquito hurtling downwards, a limp ragdoll in the air. Without missing a beat, he explodes from his position, launching his next attack. He unleashes the ash palm technique, energy crackles and intensifies around his hand. A tremendous blast erupts. Even after enduring such a brutal assault, the resilient mosquito stubbornly clings to life. But he's relentless. He leaps forward once more, unleashing a furious flurry of powerful punches upon the creature. Finally, after the relentless onslaught, the winged mosquito succumbs and crashes to the ground. As the mosquito's form begins to dissipate, it leaves behind a shimmering, symbiotic egg. His face lights up with exhilaration at the sight of his prize. He now faces a crucial decision. Hatch the egg and see what wonders it holds, or fuse it with the mutated immense strength ant's symbiotic egg. The system informs him that the fusion rate for the mosquito's symbiotic egg is a mere 20%. He's visibly disappointed by the low probability of success. The system's offer seems inadequate, especially considering the defeated monster was an ant. Logically, the fusion rate should be significantly higher. It pales in comparison to the fusion rate of the skeleton knight's egg. A wave of anxiety washes over him. The potential waste of a symbiotic egg, should the hatching fail, is a heavy burden. Swallowing his fear, he steels himself and decides to proceed with the risky procedure. Hesitation lingers, but with a deep breath, he resolutely presses yes. Suddenly, a void of nothingness yawns open before him, its ethereal tendrils reaching out, seemingly attempting to extract his very essence. His heart hammers against his ribs as a dark, crimson energy engulfs him, a chilling and indescribably alien sensation washing over him. Agony erupts across his back, a searing pain akin to being ripped apart by razor-sharp teeth. As the excruciating hatching process finally concludes, he finds himself on the verge of tears, the pain almost unbearable. A violent cough racks his body, bringing with it a horrifying spray of blood. A distinct premonition arises. Wings, magnificent and terrifying, have sprouted from his back. This would explain the excruciating torment he endured just moments ago. Dizziness overwhelms him, not solely from the significant blood loss sustained during his relentless battle against the mosquito, but also from the harrowing, real-world consequences that pushed him to his absolute limit. Finally succumbing to utter exhaustion, he collapses, his body spent. The insistent ringing of his phone pierces the silence, but the scene shifts abruptly. Disoriented, fragments of words swirl around him, teasing him back to the waking world. He rises groggily, grateful that the pain racking his body is significantly less intense than the agony he endured within the game. Had it been any worse, he doubts he would have survived. With a trembling hand, he smears blood across his phone screen, desperate to check his status. A chilling fear grips him, the possibility that the hatching might have failed. Relief washes over him as he confirms the egg has successfully hatched. Eager to experience his newfound ability, he wastes no time in summoning his avatar. As the silver-winged mosquito finally materializes before him, the sight that greets him is one of utter devastation. It's just a tiny mosquito. A cry of disbelief echoes through the opulent mansion, his gaze fixed on the minuscule creature. Utterly floored by the underwhelming result, he frantically examines the stat. The description confirms his worst fears, a silver-winged mosquito larva. Ironically, it's classified as a legendary pet. He's completely baffled by the term larva, having no idea what it actually means. But he quickly dismisses his ignorance, and instead focuses on the surprisingly underwhelming attribute. For a creature supposedly legendary, these stats are pathetic, especially considering the ferocity with which it nearly killed him moments ago, despite its apparent weakness. Despite its weak attributes and murderous intent, he has to admit, it does possess a certain charm. It's kind of cute. Suddenly, a beep from his phone breaks his contemplation. The system announces that the silver-winged mosquito is experiencing a pang of hunger. and he'd better address it immediately. He hasn't the slightest clue what this tiny creature consumed. He taps the yes button to initiate feeding, and a system window promptly appeared, presenting him with a choice: feed the mosquito a mutated skeleton ant, or a mutated immense strength ant. Oscar is frustrated. This tiny creature has an incredibly refined palate, apparently. He's certainly not willing to sacrifice any of his other symbiotic pets to satisfy its hunger. He begins to grumble under his breath, wondering who in the world designed this ridiculously picky mosquito. A creature with such unique dietary requirements that it can't subsist on ordinary in-game monsters. Meanwhile, the little glutton, as adorable as ever, is drooling profusely, its tiny body practically vibrating with hunger pang. It's clear that this ravenous creature is ready to devour anything in sight to satisfy its insatiable appetite. Left with no other viable option, he reluctantly decides to sacrifice the symbiotic egg of the mutated immense strength ant. The moment he presses the button, energy swirls and engulfs the tiny creature, a visual manifestation of its hunger finally being quenched. As the little creature's voracious appetite is finally satiated, he turns his attention to its symbiotic form. After all, in its current larval state, it's unlikely to offer much assistance in combat. This miniature version isn't likely to be of much help in a fight. He needs to see its true potential. As the mosquito undergoes its metamorphosis into its symbiotic form, a magnificent pair of wings sprouts from behind his avatar's back. Overcome with excitement, he takes to the sky, eagerly testing the limits of his newfound ability to fly. The sheer speed is exhilarating, sending a rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He revels in the immense power and the impressive agility granted by these magnificent wings. While he discovers that he can't soar to great height, he quickly realizes that he can maneuver with incredible deftness at lower altitude. His newfound flight, however, is limited to a mere few meters above the ground. Now capable of flight, the tedious task of ant hunting seems rather pointless. He sets his sights on the deeper recesses of the cavern, eager to explore its hidden depth. He ventures forward, ready to face whatever challenges await him. As he delves deeper into the darkness, the number of ants multiplies exponentially, and the path ahead constricts, becoming increasingly narrow and treacherous. Monstrous creatures crawl and skitter along the walls and across the floor, a constant threat in the claustrophobic space. Taking a moment to survey the scene from a higher vantage point, he ascends slightly. From his bird's-eye view, he's met with a horrifying sight: countless chittering creatures swarming below. He's momentarily overwhelmed, unsure how to confront such a massive horde. Then, he remembers his newfound ability, flight. A simple plan forms in his mind. He'll simply soar over the teeming masses, avoiding any direct confrontation. Unfortunately, his strategy proves disastrously ineffective. With astonishing speed and coordination, the tiny ants coalesce, forming a gigantic, menacing hand. The monstrous appendage lashes out, engulfing him in a living swarm of biting, clawing insects. Trapped within the writhing mass, all seems lost. Suddenly, beams of light begin to pierce the darkness from within the ant horde. Harnessing the power of his ash palm skill, he unleashes a devastating blast, obliterating the swarm and freeing himself from their suffocating grip, obliterating everything in its path. The sheer force of the impact creates a gaping chasm in the earth, sending him plummeting into an endless void. Just as he believes he's found a precarious perch on a solitary boulder, a disturbing sight catches his eye near the rock. His heart sinks as he realizes he's stumbled upon a teeming ant nest, and the enraged insects are swarming towards him. Overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of flying ants, his avatar succumbs to the relentless assault, leaving him battered and bruised. Frustrated, he's forced to abandon his dungeon exploration, requiring the restorative powers of his silver-winged mosquito to recover. Before he can even think about utilizing his precious wing, a rumbling in his stomach demands attention. He checks the refrigerator, only to find it disappointingly bare. With no other option, he ventures out in search of sustenance. As he departs the city limits, an inconspicuous car discreetly tails him. Inside, a voice reports that the target has exited his residence and is proceeding toward the main thoroughfare. The question hangs in the air: should they engage now? Lisa, applying a final touch of lipstick, explains to her junior that the current crowd makes their planned approach too risky, especially since Chow's explicit orders to maintain a low profile. With a confident air, she assures her subordinate that she'll handle the situation personally. As our unsuspecting protagonist strolls down the footpath, oblivious to the impending encounter, Lisa swiftly positions herself directly in his path. Ensuring she strikes a truly captivating pose, she exudes an aura of undeniable allure. Her intention is clear: to completely charm him the very instant their eyes meet. He continues walking, completely unaware of the meticulously orchestrated scene about to unfold. Concealed behind a nearby wall, Lisa patiently awaits the perfect moment to make her move. Then, with calculated clumsiness, she steps out and dramatically pretends to trip. She falls to the ground with practiced grace, not missing a single beat of her performance. With expertly crafted tears and a voice dripping with faux distress, she calls out to him, complimenting his handsome features. She asks for his assistance in helping her up, batting her eyelashes for added effect. But our protagonist, ever the unyielding gigachat, simply walks right past her, seemingly oblivious to her presence, let alone her plight. His utter indifference infuriates her. The most stinging blow to her ego? That this brat, as she now sees him, didn't even acknowledge her meticulously cultivated beauty. Enraged, she leaps to her feet and sets off in hot pursuit, prepared to deploy her ultimate trump card as a last desperate measure. Meanwhile, lost in contemplation, our young hero, Oscar, ponders the effortless grace of those who can take to the sky, imagining how easily they might breach the defenses of the lotus pond. However, the true challenge, the enigma that continues to elude him, is how to overcome the formidable blood-striped Buddha heart lotus. Suddenly, his train of thought is interrupted as the girl seizes his hand, her voice laced with concern. "Why are you walking so fast?" Oscar, utterly bewildered, retorts with a blunt, "Who are you?" Feigning distress, she replies, "I'm lost and injured. I fell." Her voice softens, pleading, "Could you please help me?" Unmoved by her apparent plight, Oscar pulls out his phone and dials 911, curtly informing her, help is on its way. Panicked, she insists, "No, put your phone away, just take me home." Oscar remains resolute, unyielding in his disinterest. "I'm going to dinner," he states flatly. "I don't have time for this." With each passing moment, her frustration intensifies, a simmering rage building beneath her facade of helplessness. Her pride deeply wounded, she reaches her breaking point. Enough is enough. Unleashing her latent power, she launches a furious attack, poised to knock him unconscious and forcibly drag him away. A violent explosion erupts from their clash. As the dust settles and the debris cleared, the woman stands alone, a figure of simmering intensity. Meanwhile, Oscar swiftly ascends, landing nimbly atop a towering signboard. Recognition dawns on him almost instantly. His memory serves him well, he knows precisely who she is. She's one of the federal agents who relentlessly pursued the Jing dynasty that fateful night. It appears she grossly underestimated his capability. He's proven far more agile and resourceful than she anticipated. Her expression hardens, growing serious as she begins to summon flickering flame. With a surprising calm, Oscar pulls out his phone and dials 911, reporting the attack. Witnessing this unexpected move, the woman grits her teeth in frustration. If the police arrive and witness her attacking him, her true identity, and her mission, could be exposed. She cannot afford to attract unwanted attention or risk jeopardizing her operation. With evident reluctance, she turns and begins to walk away, spitting out a threat that she's letting him off the hook just this one. With a final, disdainful glance, she vanishes from sight. Oscar releases a pent-up breath, relief washing over him as he jumps back down to the ground. He's safe for now, but the encounter leaves him deeply unsettled. The question lingers, why is the Federation so determined to pursue him, despite his innocence? A sudden realization dawns on him as he contemplates the situation. He could be mistaken for Jing Dai Xian's accomplice. Panic sets in, and he quickly dials his friend, Li Xuan. Li Xuan answers, his voice filled with genuine surprise, and a hint of pleasure at receiving a call initiated by our usually reticent protagonist. But Oscar has no time for pleasantries. He urgently instructs Li Xuan to find a private location, emphasizing the importance of the secret he's about to reveal. After Oscar explains the encounter, Li Xuan is stunned by the news of his friend's run-in with the legendary Jing Dioxian. Overwhelmed with envy, Li Xuan expresses his longing to meet such a renowned figure as Jing Daxian. It seems Oscar made a wise decision in omitting the details about the lost immortal sutra. Otherwise, Li Xuan's excitement would have been uncontrollable. Based on Oscar's description, Li Xuan confidently asserts that the notorious hyenas are the likely culprits behind the incident. He reveals that the hyenas are not just any group, but a clandestine, federally sanctioned organization, tasked with handling matters the government cannot officially intervene in. He paints a chilling picture of the hyenas as ruthless operative, unscrupulous and willing to resort to any means necessary to accomplish their objectives, regardless of the consequences. Their notoriety precedes them throughout the Federation, earning them the chilling moniker of hyenas. Well, it appears confronting these hyenas will be a formidable challenge indeed. Shifting gears, our protagonist inquires about the possibility of early college admission. He reasons that while the hyenas, or more formally, the Special Inspection Unit, wield considerable power, they are still bound by the constraints of the law and cannot operate with complete impunity. Therefore, they would likely exercise even greater caution within the confines of Sunset College. Wen concurs, acknowledging the brilliance of the plan and playfully reminding our protagonist that Luo Yan is, after all, under the watchful eye and protection of the Yong family. Should he choose to reside with the Yong family, he would effectively be untouchable, safe from any potential harm. The boy, however, avoids the subject of the Yong family, explicitly stating his desire to leave that particular topic untouched. following his light-hearted remark. 1. Offers reassurance, promising to secure his friend's early college admission. He emphasizes that this will happen well ahead of the standard schedule. With the call concluded, Oscar clenches his jaw, visibly irritated by the unexpected complications arising around him. The weight of these troubles and the key to their resolution crystallizes into a single, potent thought. If only he possessed sufficient power. The scene shifts, transporting us to the intensely focused environment of the federal government's Special Inspection Unit. There, we witness a visibly agitated senior officer vehemently reprimanding Lisa. His fury stems from her failure to maintain her undercover status, and the impending need to justify her action. To his own superior, whose call he anxiously anticipates, Lisa swiftly accepts responsibility, offering a sincere apology. She confesses to a critical misjudgment of the situation, and acknowledges her miscalculation of Oscar's character, preferences, and capability. With a sudden intake of breath, straightening her posture, and implores for another opportunity to rectify her mistake. She vows to deliver positive results this time, determined to prove her worth. However, the senior cautions her, explaining that gaining access to Jo-1 is no easy feat. He instructs her to review some critical document, implying that the situation is far more intricate than she currently understands. Intrigued and slightly perplexed, the young woman examines the document. The senior reveals that he tasked his own mentor with delving into the clandestine affairs of Wu Yanlan and the influential Long family. The findings of this investigation, he explains, are meticulously detailed within the file. As Lisa opens the file, a wave of astonishment washes over her. She discovered that young Oscar has already been preemptively enrolled in Sunset College, ahead of schedule. What truly shocks her is the revelation that this prestigious institution was once under the sole ownership of Ong Jin. The perplexing question arises, how could the Ong family relinquish control of Sunset College to Jo-1, a mere outsider with no apparent connection to their legacy? For those intrigued by the true significance of Sunset College, its value lies in something known as the God-bestowed gift, and it appears the Ong family has chosen Jo-1 as the recipient of this extraordinary endowment. But I'll refrain from revealing any further spoilers, leaving you in suspense. So, buckle up and prepare yourself, because the senior reassures her that, as wild as it sounds, their teacher's intel is rock solid. He explains the situation. The Yang family seized their single opportunity to swap out the chosen candidate with our unsuspecting protagonist. He's utterly baffled by how every element, from the infamous Jing Dioxin to the machinations of the Yang family, inexplicably points towards Xiao-1. The plot thickens, becoming increasingly convoluted. Meanwhile, Xiao-1 suddenly sneezes, wondering if he's coming down with something, oblivious to the fact that he's become the target of a ridiculously incompetent federal agency, destined to pester him relentlessly throughout the entire series. Clutching his backpack tightly, a palpable sense of relief washes over him. As he finally sets foot onto the prestigious grounds of Sunset College, his gaze falls upon the keycard given to him by his stepmother. It reads, "Four Seasons Garden." Undoubtedly the location of his dorm room. After a search, he finally arrives at the building he's been seeking. He ascends the stairs, swipes his key card with a practiced ease, and steps into his new room. Honestly, it resembles a luxurious five-star hotel suite more than a typical dorm room. It's a far cry from, let's face it, the cramped quarters most students happily endure for the chance to indulge in late-night anime and mountains of junk food. Regardless, this opulent space marks the commencement of his new life at college. Unzipping his backpack, a sudden realization dawns upon him. He's woefully underpacked for this exciting new chapter. A few clothes, some essentials, but not nearly enough. A shopping trip is clearly in order. He unfolds the campus map, his fingers tracing the lines, searching for nearby shop. As he consults his phone, a figure begins descending the staircase. He glances up, his eyes widening in surprise. It's Ong Jin. Taken aback, he asks if she lives upstairs. The girl appears momentarily stunned by his presence, but offers no verbal response. Instead, she simply pouts, turning her head away dismissively, and continues her descent, ignoring him completely. Our protagonist is utterly baffled by her frosty demeanor. Deciding against pressing the issue, he shrugs it off, pretending he hadn't even seen her. Once outside the dormitory door, he consults his phone once more, a puzzled frown creasing his brow. The shops he expected to find are nowhere in sight. A nagging doubt creeps in, could he have taken a wrong turn somewhere? The street stretches before him, eerily deserted. Not a soul in sight to ask for direction. Suddenly, a soft, unexpected sound breaks the silence, a meow. He glances around, searching for the source, and spots someone playing with a cat. Drawn by the sound, he quickly follows it. As he draws closer, the playful male voice interacting with the kitten strikes a familiar chord. It's no surprise when he realizes the identity of the cat enthusiast. The person showering the feline with affection is none other than Goody Ann. The very same guy who suffered a humiliating defeat at our protagonist's hands in a punch bet. It's a jarring sight, to say the least, seeing this fella, a man with a reputation for being the most terrifying individual around, displaying such tenderness towards these small, fluffy creatures. The unexpected scene sends a wave of shock through our protagonist, who never in his wildest dreams would have pictured Goody and in such a light. Steeling himself, he calls out to Good, but a sudden, chilling silence descends upon the area. Gooden swiftly releases the kittens and transforms back into his usual, intimidating form. He leans in, menacingly warning Oscar that revealing this secret will have dire consequences. Anger practically radiates from his eye, fixing Joe with a fierce, penetrating glare. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, our poor protagonist stammers out a hasty denial, claiming he saw nothing and was merely searching for some shop. Trying to appease the towering figure, he adds that if Gooden could point him in the right direction, he'd be on his way immediately. Baldy seems somewhat mollified by Oscar's quick thinking and submissive response. He retracts his threatening hand as he begins to walk away, informing Oscar that this is the old campus. He instructs him to follow the road, explaining that he'll eventually encounter guards who can guide him to his destination. Gooden pauses briefly, casting one final, chilling glare from his bloodshot eye, and issues a final warning to leave the kittens undisturbed. With that, he turns and disappears down the path. Left alone, Oscar stays behind, gently stroking the adorable kitten. Lost in thought, he contemplates the aftermath of the dimensional storm, and how it has revolutionized the relationship between humans and creatures. Contracts can now be forged with beings from other universes, beings who boast unwavering obedience and extraordinary magical power. In this new world order, the once cherished local pets are largely forgotten, deemed weak and insignificant. It's a jarring contrast, then, to witness someone as formidable and intimidating as Gooden, harboring a genuine affection for these seemingly insignificant creatures. Back in the quiet solitude of his dormitory, our protagonist is consumed by a gnawing sense of defeat. He's undeniably frustrated by the relentless string of losses he's suffered in the game. Driven by a sudden, inexplicable urge, he pricks his thumb, drawing a fresh bead of blood. His avatar materializes once again within the game world, reappearing on the very same ominous stairs, where he's repeatedly met a gruesome end, his insides twisted into knots. A mysterious, invisible force seems to connect him to the small, unassuming Buddhist temple, a force that lethally repels any who dare approach. The pattern is baffling. Every attempt to reach the temple, no matter how cautious, results in instant death. Even attempts to circumvent the ground, to soar through the air, prove futile. He's trapped in a deadly loop, instantly killed the moment he breaches the invisible barrier surrounding this sacred space. He's exhausted every possible strategy, every conceivable maneuver, yet those treacherous stairs remain insurmountable. He can't seem to conquer even a single step. It's a game, of course. And even the most challenging games must have their limits. There has to be a way. The skeleton knights and the relentless mosquitoes posed formidable threat, but with perseverance, he eventually deciphered their weaknesses and emerged victorious. But this is different. This time, death comes swiftly and without warning. There's no room for error, no chance to learn. This isn't a boss fight, this is something else entirely. It's like standing before a locked door, an impenetrable barrier, desperately seeking the key. To reach the secluded small Buddhist temple, he needs to find the corresponding key, the hidden solution. But within the enigmatic Buddhist city, his exploration is limited to the serene lotus pond, a place of tranquility but devoid of answers. His thoughts drift to the meditation skill he acquired earlier, a potential breakthrough. Desperate, he decides to try anything. He'll harness the power of meditation. This skill, obtained within the very walls of Buddhist city, offers no offensive or defensive advantages, no immediate boost to his combat prowess. In fact, maintaining this meditative state requires a continuous expenditure of precious ki. With his meditation skill activated, a sense of calm washes over him. He begins his descent once more, hoping for a different outcome. Upon reaching the bottom, he leaps across the treacherous ground, and this time, to his relief, he survived. Overjoyed by his successful jump, a triumphant grin spreads across his face. He strides confidently into the small Buddhist temple, brimming with pride, eager to explore its hidden depths. But his anticipation is short-lived. Unknown to him, the activated meditation skill is rapidly draining his ki reserves at an alarming rate. Disaster is imminent. His ki depleted, he collapses, succumbing to death once more. Undeterred, he summons his blood avatar back, only to be met with another crushing setback as his ki vanishes with lightning speed. Frustration mounting, he fiercely pricks his thumb, drawing blood. With a desperate gesture, he summons his avatar yet again. This time, fueled by urgency, he breaks into a frantic run, determined to race through the ki draining area before it claims him again. But just as hope flickers, before he can reach safety, his ki bar plummets to zero. Refusing to yield, he desperately pinches his finger, releasing a single drop of blood. A grim realization dawns upon him: his speed is simply not enough, just enough to barely reach the small, secluded Buddhist temple. Desperate, he contemplates utilizing the mosquito's agility-enhancing wing. A surge of smug confidence washes over him as he activates the wing. He's certain, this time, victory is within his grasp. He's finally going to make it, but just as quickly, his fleeting triumph evaporates, his chi plummets at an alarming rate. While the wings do indeed grant him increased speed, the cost is exorbitant. They drain his chi voraciously. The drain is amplified exponentially when combined with the active meditation skill. Reluctantly, he concedes defeat. Traversing this treacherous area with a mere rank 7 meditation skill is impossible. A rank 7 skill simply won't suffice. His only recourse is to employ higher rank skill. He contemplates returning to the Lotus Pond, hoping to uncover something overlooked, something useful. Just as he's about to embark on this new venture, his phone rings, shattering the silence. He answers. It's Li Xuan. Xuan's voice is nonchalant as he extends a cryptic invitation: come to the Lotus Pond. There's a show you won't want to miss. Intrigued, the show host leans forward, asking Suan to elaborate on what's captured his attention so completely. Suan, however, remains silent, his gaze fixed straight ahead. He's focused on a scene unfolding before him, where our protagonist's stepsister stands defiantly, facing off against a man built like a gorilla. With an air of mystery, Suan simply states, "You'll understand when you see for yourself," his eyes never leaving the confrontation. As the stepsister stands her ground, murmurs ripple through the captivated onlooker. Whispers circulate, rumors of her exceptional talent, claiming she achieved legendary status before even enrolling. Her opponent, a towering figure named Yang Lu, is a formidable third-level legendary figure. This behemoth, it seems, has boasted that he will slay the Buddha Heart Lotus as a tribute to the stepsister. Glancing at the flower with her signature swagger, she dismisses him with a wave of her hand. She scoffs, telling him not to waste his breath on something as trivial as flower. She's convinced he's all talk, lacking the power to defeat the formidable blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. Her dismissive words ignite a fury within Yang Lu, who feels the sting of humiliation. Meanwhile, Xian is intrigued, learning the flower's true name, the formidable blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus, confirming her thorough investigation into the monstrous creature. Moments later, Mianto, the sycophantic lackey encountered in previous chapters, reappeared. He astutely observes that young Lu is attempting to ingratiate himself with the influential Ong family, which is precisely why he's orchestrating this elaborate display. Xuan leans in, his voice dripping with disdain. While the Yang family enjoys a certain notoriety, they pale in comparison to the immense power and influence of the Ong family. Let's be honest, even the Yang family's meager business relies entirely on the Ong family's goodwill. Someone of Ong Jing's stature would never entertain the affections of a Yang Lu. The lackey nods eagerly, echoing his agreement. Indeed, he adds, puffing out his chest, the only man truly worthy of her hand is Li Xuan himself. But the boss swiftly silences his sycophantic subordinate. Don't be ridiculous, he scoffs, Ong Jing holds no interest for me. I'm not the type to pursue my friend's sister, let alone. He pauses, implying something unsaid. And that friend, of course, is none other than our boy, making his grand entrance. Our protagonist finally strolls into the scene. He glances at his stepsister, then raises a skeptical eyebrow at Xuan. Did you really summon me here just to parade your sister around? The playboy simply smirks, a glint of mischief in his eye. Oh, that was merely the prelude. He gestures dramatically towards his sister. My dear sister has an admirer, and as her protective older brother, it's my duty to properly vet the man who claims to have fallen head over heels for her. Meanwhile, young Lu sees, his fists clenched, consumed by a silent rage. Still smarting from the humiliating rejection by his stepsister, young Lu is brimming with confidence. He believes that once he conquers the bloodstripe, Buddha Heart Lotus, he'll force her to eat her words and accept his lavish gift. But the girl dismisses his promises as empty boast, telling him to stop making a fool of himself. This final insult proves to be the last straw for Yang Lu. With a dramatic flourish, he summons his pets, and two magnificent, eagle-like birds with piercing white plumage materialize in the sky above. Mianto gasps in awe. He recognizes them as legendary silver-eyed eagles, creatures of immense power. And not just one, but two. The arrogant Yan Lu barks commands at his formidable pet, and they swiftly dive towards the alluring lotus flower. But the lotus is not defenseless. It unleashes another crimson laser beam, striking one of the eagles directly. Yang Lu merely scoffs, unfazed. He declares that such paltry attacks are no match for his magnificent creature. As the eagles effortlessly disperse the crimson laser, they launch a counterattack against the resilient flower. The ensuing spectacle leaves Mianto utterly speechless, once again filled with awe. He is completely completely unfazed by the blood erosion. Their feathers are immune. It's no surprise these majestic creatures have reached legendary status. By now, he's almost certain that the precious Buddha heart lotus is in serious danger of being plucked. All hope seems lost, but just then, our young hero interjects. He declares that it won't be that easy. That the battle is far from over. As the eagles relentlessly claw at the formidable petal, the lotus flower begins to stir. Its petals unfurl, revealing its inner glory, and the eagles hastily retreat. The flower fixes a chilling, menacing glare upon the pesky monster, sending a shiver down Yang Lu's spine. The realization dawns on him. He's bitten off more than he can chew. Xuan explains that, in theory, most lotus creatures are relatively weak, but this one is a different breed entirely. However, it seems our arrogant gorilla isn't about to back down without a fight. With a swift incantation, he transforms his eagles into blazing beasts, each a fiery reincarnation of the legendary phoenix. Wreathed in flames, the phoenixes launch a blistering attack on the lotus flower, moving with lightning speed. Their golden claws extended, they unleash their devastating golden claw ability. But the lotus flower swiftly conjures a crimson shield, a vibrant barrier of protective energy. The shield intercepts the phoenix's onslaught, preventing any significant damage. The gorilla is momentarily stunned, realizing the flower possesses defensive capabilities as well. He observes, however, that the blood-red shield only protects the area immediately surrounding the flower, a strategic weakness. Exploiting this vulnerability, he commands his phoenixes to maintain a relentless assault, keeping the flower preoccupied and its shield engaged. Meanwhile, he dispatches another phoenix eagle, sending it on a flanking maneuver from above, targeting the flower's exposed and vulnerable topside. Our young protagonist quickly discerns the gorilla's impending aerial attack. The imminent danger triggers a chilling flashback, a haunting memory from a past game experience. He recalls a monstrous creature, devouring him from above in a strikingly similar fashion. He cries out, "It's a trap," recognizing the perilous situation. But before the gorilla can process the warning, his eagle has already reached the gaping maw of the lotus flower. The monstrous maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, gaped open in a terrifying display, and in a blink, one of the blazing eagles was swallowed whole, devoured in a single, horrifying gulp. A satisfied belch erupted from the monstrous flower. Having just enjoyed a roasted bird for its evening meal, horrified gasps rippled through the onlookers as they witnessed the gruesome spectacle. Young Lu, in a single, devastating moment, had lost one of his precious eagles. Even Young was stunned into silence, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He hastily recalled his remaining familiar, his jaw clenched in frustration and defeat. At that moment, the arrogant young man swaggered towards our protagonist, looming over him with a condescending air of superiority. He demanded to know how Joe could have possibly known it was a trap. Joe, of course, couldn't reveal his secret, that he had already encountered this monstrous creature in the game. Fortunately, Mianto interjected, coming to Joe's rescue. He declared that of course Joe knew it was a trap. After all, he held the prestigious rank of second in the real combat test of Guayata province. The arrogant youth scoffed, dismissing Mianto's words with a laugh. But Mianto refused to be intimidated, standing his ground. Irritated, he turns to the arrogant young man and asks, "What's so amusing? Don't you feel even a shred of remorse for losing your silver-eyed eagle? If I were in your position, I'd have dug myself a grave and crawled into it out of pure humiliation." Yang Lu, now thoroughly enraged, demands to witness how the second-ranked player plans to conquer the formidable lotus. Mianto confidently asserts that Joe will handle it effortlessly, declaring it will be a mere trifle for him, unlike young Lu, who has just thoroughly embarrassed himself before everyone. Meanwhile, Oscar remains silent, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, his stepsister rushes in, confronting him directly. She demands to know if he's truly capable of defeating the blood-striped Buddha heart lotus. Can he replicate his alleged victory? Oscar hesitates, struggling to find an answer. As much as it pains him to admit it, he has never actually vanquished the blood-striped Buddha within the game, and Lotus is showcasing some impressive moves, none of which were seen in the game. But under her intense, piercing gaze, Joe falters. Refusing to appear cowardly by admitting defeat, he clenches his jaw and fists in frustration. He can't back down now. The gorilla erupts in laughter, mocking Joe's evident fear. "Looks like someone's scared stiff," he boomed. "All talk and no action, eh? Seems like that's all you're good for." Suddenly, Li Xuan steps forward. He declares his intention to join forces with Joe, to face the monstrous challenge together. The gorilla is visibly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He hadn't anticipated the involvement of the Li family's notorious playboy. A slow grin spreads across his face. "Even the silver-eyed eagles couldn't handle this beast," he chuckled. "You two are delusional if you think you stand a chance. But he'll indulge their folly. Fine, the gorilla concedes. Let's see what you've got. I'm eager to witness this grand plan of yours in action. Moments later, the crowd has gathered, anticipating the showdown. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, our protagonist and his two companions. Leishan is clearly infuriated that Mianto's provocation of the colossal gorilla has entangled them in this perilous challenge. But our quick-witted hero interjects, reminding Leishan that recriminations won't alter their current predicament. Scolding Mianto now is pointless, the challenge has been accepted. Their focus must shift to strategizing their next move. Despite his blood avatar proving insufficient against the monstrous gorilla earlier, Ju exudes confidence. He believes that with their combined strength, the outcome of this battle might just shock everyone. Their chances are further bolstered by the fact that, and most importantly, Li Xuan commands two legendary level creatures, significantly increasing their odds of victory. The primary obstacle remains gaining access to the Lotus Pond. Ju acknowledges the limitations of his skeleton ant, admitting it can't single-handedly protect all three of them during the impending confrontation. Wan adds that he lacks any aerial creature, and his newly acquired Skycon possesses only rudimentary flight capability. Just then, Mianto steps forward, ready to contribute, concealing his face behind a mask before confidently declaring, "Leave this to me." With a dramatic flourish, he summons his pet, and a colossal turtle abruptly materializes from the sky above, plunging into the corrosive, acidic water below. As the behemoth settles upon the surface, its immense shell solidifies into a sturdy platform, providing a safe haven above the perilous acid. Li Xuan observes with undisguised fascination, realizing that even Mianto possesses a mortal-level symbiotic egg. He had previously believed that only Zhou commanded pets of such extraordinary caliber. Without hesitation, the trio ascends the giant turtle, embarking on their journey toward the menacing flower. Mianto instructs his companions to engage the twisted flower in direct combat, while he orchestrates the support efforts from atop his formidable dragon-scale turtle. With a synchronized nod, Zhou and his allies unleash the awe-inspiring power of their respective pet. Zhou, with a powerful leap, soars into the air, summoning his skeletal ant mount before landing gracefully upon its back. Not to be outdone, Leishan prepares to showcase his own formidable ability, and begins a dramatic transformation, sending the already excited onlookers into a frenzy of anticipation. The crowd erupts in a cacophony of cheers and applause. Shockwaves ripple through the battlefield as onlookers realize that even the infamous third son of the Li family, the notorious Li Xuan, commands a legendary level creature. Seizing the moment, our playboy protagonist confidently dons his sleek, dark armor, preparing to plunge headfirst into the exhilarating hack-and-slash-action. Meanwhile, the arrogant gorilla seethes with frustration, realizing that this unlikely trio might actually triumph over the monstrous beast, thanks to the formidable power of their summoned pet. His stepsister, eyes narrowed with intense focus, observes the unfolding events, not daring to miss a single detail. Back on the battlefield, our armored playboy struggles to maintain his balance atop his peculiar conch mount. Concerned for his friend's safety, Zhou urges Mianto to keep a watchful eye on Li Xuan. Knowing the conch's hovering ability is far from stable, they must ensure their comrade doesn't take a disastrous plunge into the corrosive acid below. With a confident nod, Mianto assures them, "Leave it to me." Without hesitation, both young warriors charge fearlessly towards the monstrous adversary. The colossal Buddha retaliates, unleashing a volley of crimson projectiles at the advancing part. "Ant, block them," Zhou commands his skeletal companion. The skeletal ant swiftly rises to the challenge, intercepting the crimson projectiles head-on with unwavering resolve, shielding them from the onslaught. Seizing this momentary distraction, the black-armored warrior sees an opening. With a swift, decisive motion, he unleashes a powerful slash at the monstrous flower. The flower retaliates instantly, spewing forth its crimson fluid in a familiar attack. But Wan's blade cuts through the viscous substance with surprising ease, landing a direct hit square in the flower's face. Simultaneously, Zhou's ant unleashes a ferocious roar, shaking the very ground. Sharp, menacing spikes erupt from the curb with violent force, impaling the flower's body in a brutal assault. Yet, the resilient floral monstrosity remains utterly unperturbed. With unsettling speed, it conjures its crimson fluid once more, obliterating the formidable spikes as if they were mere cucumbers. Witnessing this repeated tactic, Zhou can't help but wonder, is the creature intentionally luring them into attacking from above? But before he can voice his suspicions, the playboy interjects, dismissing the need for such a strategy. Exuding unwavering confidence, he boasts that they can vanquish this monster head-on. With a surge of energy, he charges his sword, his form beginning to shimmer and fade. Meanwhile, the monstrous flower is far from passive. It unleashes a deafening roar that reverberates through the air. A vortex of immense power, a tornado of pure energy, begins to swirl menacingly within the creature's gaping maw. The sheer force of the generated pressure makes it nearly impossible for the armored warrior to approach. Yet, with unwavering determination, he stands his ground, bracing against the relentless onslaught. His sword, now fully charged with radiant energy, hums with barely contained power. With a thunderous roar, he descends upon the monstrous being, a blazing meteor streaking across the sky. The devastating impact of his attack rips through the seemingly impenetrable lotus flower, obliterating it from within. As the petals of the colossal flower begin to erupt in flame, a grotesque frog nestled within its heart expels a torrent of viscous, dark energy. The vile projectile hurtles directly towards the exhausted playboy, who, spent from his previous exertion, is plummeting helplessly from the sky. He's a sitting duck, vulnerable and defenseless. But just as the darkness is about to engulf him, a resounding boom echoes through the air as our hero unleashes a ferocious power punch. An explosion of incandescent flames erupts, completely incinerating the encroaching darkness. Joe's long-range punch connects with devastating force, and the residual shockwave of dark energy shatters the creature Conchuan was riding beneath him. Without missing a beat, Joe barks out an order to Mianto, commanding him to catch the falling Leishan. He declares his intention to personally deal with the repulsive toad. Mianto readily complies. And Joe, with a burst of renewed energy, darts forward. Launching himself from his skeletal ant mount, he hurtles towards the toad, fist cocked and ready to strike. Engulfed in a surge of fiery energy, the toad unleashed another volley of its viscous goo. But with effortless grace, our hero sidestepped the attack as if it were nothing. By now, a dawning sense of dread filled the toad. It knew it was in serious trouble, bracing itself for the inevitable impact. Joe's devastating explosion brought the creature crashing down. As the flames subsided and the smoke cleared, nothing remained of the toad but a gruesome splatter of blood. Suddenly, Joe's eyes widened in alarm as he noticed Swan teetering precariously on the edge of the pool's acidic water. The playboy was convinced that Manto was deliberately letting him fall, a suspicion confirmed by Manto's smugly delivered word. Juan deserves to fall into that ass. Meanwhile, the stepsister stood poised, ready to intervene if necessary. But before she could act, Joe swiftly swooped in, seizing his friend's arm, just in the nick of time, preventing him from plunging into the corrosive depth. A wave of embarrassment washed over the playboy, humiliated to have been rescued by Joe yet again. As they landed safely upon the turtle's dragon scale shell, Manto erupted in a furious tirade against Joe, accusing him of concealing another symbiotic pet. But Oscar only sighs, a wave of disappointment washing over him. He reminds Mianto, with biting sarcasm, that he had one simple task and managed to fail spectacularly. Infuriated, Sean delivers a resounding slap across Mianto's face, berating him for his pathetic attempt at acting. The force of the blow sends Mianto tumbling to the ground, where he cries out in bewildered betrayal. The single slap has left a stark red mark on Mianto's cheek, a testament to Sean's fury. Sean explains that Oscar stands no chance against his brother, the formidable Lee Moby, because Moby has already insidiously bribed everyone in their sphere of influence. Suddenly, Mianto makes a desperate, reckless move. With a surge of power, he shatters the very dragon crystal platform that Joe and Swan are standing upon. He makes it chillingly clear that if he's going down, he'll drag everyone down with him into the corrosive acid below. As the shattered remnants of the platform begin to sink into the bubbling acid, the situation looks dire for both Joe and Swan. But just when all hope seems lost, a mysterious, gelatinous blob envelopes them, halting their descent. The question hangs heavy in the air: who could be behind this miraculous rescue? The answer is none other than Joe's unexpected savior, his stepsister. The scene shifts abruptly to the bustling investigation office at Sunset College. Inside, both young men face a barrage of questions from the officer. After carefully considering their statements, the officer dismisses them with a simple instruction: leave and don't look back. Stepping back onto the street, Li Xuan feels a crushing wave of despair. He grapples with the unsettling feeling that the whole world is against him. Seizing the opportunity, Oscar asks a crucial question: why does Li Xuan's own brother harbor such intense hatred towards him? What could drive Li Maobai to such extreme measures, even attempted murder? Li Xuan reveals a deep rift in his family, explaining that he and Li Maobai have been practically estranged since the death of their eldest brother. While Maobai shouldered the responsibility of the family business alongside their father, Li Xuan chose a life of leisure and freedom. Oscar remains perplexed. If it's not about power or wealth, why such animosity? What could be the true motive behind Maobai's relentless pursuit? Li Xuan dismisses the idea of such trivial motivations. It's something far deeper. Intrigued, Oscar presses for a more detailed explanation. Li Xuan, wary of prying ears, suggests they find a more private setting. There could be spies lurking nearby. Later, a scattering of empty cola cans paints a picture of their conversation. They've found refuge back in the familiar confines of Oscar's dorm room. Oscar's homecoming is less than welcoming. He finds his friend has turned his room into a complete disaster zone. Wayne initiates the conversation with a pointed question, quizzing Oscar on his knowledge of the distinct power levels separating magical creatures. He elaborates, outlining the hierarchy: mortal, legendary, epic, and finally, mythic. He emphasizes the exponential increase in power with each ascending level, explaining that the higher the tier, the more profound the difference in strength becomes. To illustrate this vast chasm of power, Wayne describes how the disparity between mortal and mythic being is so immense that mortals are as insignificant as ants compared to the might of mythical creatures. With this stark contrast established, Wayne poses a seemingly unanswerable question: how could humanity, residing in the lowly mortal class, have possibly vanquished the very first mythic-level creature? How could they have overcome such an insurmountable power differential? Oscar cuts through the philosophical discussion, bluntly stating that the answer is readily available in historical record. He recounts the legendary tale. After a grueling 3 days and nights of relentless battle, the Federation's original 6 epic heroes achieved the impossible, slaying the monstrous being. Wayne, however, scoffs at the official account, dismissing it as pure fabrication. He contends that the power gap was simply too vast. Even 100 epic heroes wouldn't have stood a chance against a mythic creature, let alone all 6. The true reason behind the mythical creature's defeat wasn't superior human strength, but rather, humans had mythical symbiotic creatures fighting alongside them. Joe is utterly stunned, unable to comprehend this revelation. He grapples with the question of how humans could have possibly obtained mythical symbiotic pets before even defeating the creatures themselves. After all, common knowledge dictates that the eggs of these creatures can only hatch after the parent creature is slain. Li Xuan calmly explains that this was a divinely bestowed gift. He reveals that a higher power granted the 6 heroes the ability to vanquish the mythical creature. This power manifested in the form of larvae of the very same mythical creatures they were tasked to destroy. Joe scoffs, dismissing the explanation as nothing more than baseless legends and folklore. However, Joan counters, revealing that the Federation established a highly classified department specifically to manage and conceal the truth behind the 6 heroes' accomplishment. Its existence remains unknown to the vast majority of the population. He goes on to explain that his department is responsible for carefully selecting individuals deemed worthy of receiving this divine gift, just as the legendary 6 heroes once did. Joe finds himself seriously contemplating the veracity of this divinely bestowed gift. He's puzzled, however, as to why Li Xuan would divulge such crucial information. But suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place within Joe's mind. He confronts Li Xuan, demanding confirmation, and the playboy, with a smug grin, affirms the truth. He reveals a shocking secret: his father has designated him as the first in line to inherit this extraordinary, God-given ability, and the only path for Li Maobai to secure his claim to this power is to eliminate Li Xuan. The following morning, we find the blue-haired youth sound asleep, while Joe is wide awake, engrossed in his phone. Xuan's warning from the previous night echoes in his mind, to exercise extreme caution. After all, Joe has inadvertently thwarted Maobai's plans more than once by intervening and saving Xuan's life. Now, Maobai might be targeting him as well. These unsettling thoughts only serve to fuel Joe's determination to delve deeper into the game and grow stronger. He's completely captivated by the virtual world. Suddenly, a system window materializes, displaying a notification. It declares that the silver-winged mosquito is ravenous. Joe, exasperated, mutters under his breath to the system, "Do you have any idea how much a symbiotic egg costs? This is ridiculous." But resignation quickly follows. He has no choice but to feed the creature if he wants his little companion to thrive. Acquiring these precious eggs means facing formidable monsters. Monsters who, ironically, tremble in fear at the sight of Joe approaching, his eyes bloodshot with determination. Back at the college, a throng of students is gathered, captivated by footage from the previous day's battle. They watch in awe as their peers, Joe and Li Xuan, dismantle the monster with astonishing ease. Li Xuan's legendary creatures draw gasps of admiration, especially considering the rumors that he's only at the ordinary level. Even Joe's performance in a supporting role earns him a newfound respect. Many speculate that if their third teammate hadn't betrayed them, they could have obliterated the very core of the formidable Lotus. The girls, too, are abuzz with talk of the fight. Utterly captivated by Li Xuan's undeniable charm amidst the chaos of battle, they turn to Wei Young, Li Xuan's sister, with hopeful requests. Could she possibly arrange a meeting with her brother? But Wei Young seems preoccupied, her attention riveted on her own love interest, who, of course, is our protagonist. A smile graces her lips as she observes him in action on the video playback, clearly captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, at the Federal Investigation Unit, the team is glued to the footage of Joe Win's impressive display of combat. They're utterly astounded by the agility with which he evaded the poison toad's venomous attack, and then felled the creature with a single, devastating blow. Lisa interjects, pointing out that Jo Won's raw physical prowess alone cannot account for such a remarkable feat. She theorizes that he's likely employing a high-level, perhaps even a forbidden, ki spell. However, she adds that official records indicate his training has focused on the ancient technique of bitter meditation, a practice considered outdated and relatively ineffective in modern combat. The senior investigator concurs with Lisa's assessment, but introduces a new element of mystery into the equation. He recalls an incident during his time stationed in Guatemala province, where he witnessed a fleeting glimpse of Jo Won's abilities firsthand. He recounts that, at the time, Jo Won's skin exhibited a subtle jade-like sheen, a telltale sign of one deeply immersed in the practice of bitter meditation. Now, however, that distinctive characteristic has vanished completely, leading him to speculate that Jo Won may have abandoned the traditional discipline altogether. Lisa poses a crucial question. Does the senior suspect that our protagonist has abandoned the arduous path of bitter meditation after years of unwavering dedication? And if so, who could have provided him with a higher level, potentially game-changing ki spell, powerful enough to entice him away from the rigors of bitter meditation? The senior pauses, lost in thought, before offering two names that spring to mind. The first suspect, the influential Ong family. The second, and perhaps more likely culprit, the formidable Jing dynasty. Or, to be more precise, Jing Daoxian himself. After all, it was Jing Daoxian who bestowed upon our protagonist the potent chi technique known as the Lost Immortal Sutra. The senior can sense his own technique waning, a telltale sign that our protagonist is awakening to his own latent power. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the senior reveals that our protagonist recently encountered his stepmother, Wu Yanlan. Even if she had imparted a new ki spell, the time frame would be insufficient for him to achieve mastery. Thus, if the Ong family is eliminated from the equation, the only remaining suspect is the enigmatic Jing Daoxian. With growing certainty, the senior instructs Lisa to confront Jo. With being an accomplice of the Jing dynasty, they intend to apply for a cross-district arrest warrant. Finally ready to interrogate Jo when face-to-face, Lisa readily agrees, and the moment the system window appeared, she pulls up Jo Won's complete profile. The anticipation of capturing him is palpable. She's eager to give him a taste of his own medicine. The woman then inquires whether the Ong family will shield Jo Won at the college. The senior officer assures her that obtaining the warrant will legally strip the Ong family of any grounds to protect him. Furthermore, considering Ong Tianzhu and Ong Jian's recent antagonism towards Jo Won, it's evident they're not interested in him competing for the God-bestowed gift. Perhaps their supposed protection was always a facade. The scene shifts to Jo Won's stepsister, hesitantly approaching his apartment door. Lost in thought, she reflects on past conversation. A memory surfaces. She's questioning her mother about choosing Jo Won as the candidate for the God-bestowed gift. She acknowledges his talent, but argues that talent alone isn't enough to guarantee success, and he's completely obsessed with gaming, glued to his phone every chance he gets. But just as Angie stews in frustration, her strikingly attractive mother, a woman with an enviable figure, firmly declares her decision is made. She's resolute, unwilling to entertain any further argument or change her mind. Angie is beyond irritated. This is unacceptable. Determined to prove her superiority over Jo, she sets out to confront him. Marching over, she raps sharply on his door. But before she can even process what happens next, Jo opens the door, his eyes still fixated on his game. It takes a beat for him to register Angie's presence on his doorstep. Angie, brimming with arrogance, immediately launches into a condescending explanation of how her son's shooting spell is incredibly potent and he's free to practice it as much as he pleases. Jo is utterly perplexed by her behavior. Is she seriously just here to flaunt her son's magical prowess? He thinks to himself, even if he wanted to learn that spell, it wouldn't be of much use to him. After all, he possesses the far superior Lost Immortal Sutra. Angie, seeing his lack of reaction, challenges him, "Do you still doubt me?" If he denies it, she instructs him to show the flash drive to their father, who will undoubtedly verify its authenticity. Joan releases a sigh of exasperation. Finally, she questions her own judgment, asking why she ever entrusted him with the spell in the first place. The girl's response is sharp and pointed, to prove her superiority. She prods him further, questioning if he wasn't at least a little bit upset when she bested him in high school. Our protagonist flashes a disarmingly charming smile, and replies with unexpected sincerity, "Not at all." In fact, he confesses to a degree of admiration for her accomplishment. His response clearly irks her. She reminds him, with a touch of indignation, that her victory was a public spectacle, implying that any self-respecting individual would harbor a desire for retribution. She elaborates, having witnessed his prowess at the Lotus Pond, and expressing her belief that he possesses the potential to achieve legendary status. She sets a condition: after 3 months of dedicated practice on the sun's shooting spell, she will grant him the opportunity to utilize it against her. Until then, she intends to issue him another challenge. In a playful attempt to circumvent the inevitable, our protagonist inquires if he can simply concede defeat now. However, his attempt at surrender only fuels the stubborn lady's determination. She insists that he must face her in battle once more. Seething with anger, she's utterly bewildered by her mother's inexplicable choice. Finally, she retracts her hand and turns abruptly, heading back towards her dormitory. She curtly offers Joe a handful of chi crystals as a reward, telling him to take as many as he likes, since she intends to show him no mercy in their next encounter. Joe remains silent, observing her. He reflects on her undeniable talent, a prodigy recognized by the Federation itself, having achieved legendary status at the mere age of 13. Her relentless pursuit of a fight with him remains a puzzle. The oblivious fool, it seems, is completely unaware of his selection for the divinely bestowed gift, chosen as the Ong family's candidate. Unfazed, Joe collects the garbage bags Li Xuan had carelessly discarded the previous night, disposes of the trash, and returns to his game. His attention is riveted to the screen. The action has reached a fever pitch. Victory seems imminent as he finally vanquishes the formidable Lotus Buddha flower. His skeletal ant triumphantly snatches the coveted Buddha heart lotus egg. Without delay, he retrieves the egg from his pet. A knot of anxiety tightened in his stomach as he nervously opened the stats tab. Li Xuan had explained that the symbiotic heart of the Buddha, the heart lotus, held immense potential. Its use is practically limitless. Meanwhile, a pressing issue nodded Joe 1. His silver-winged mosquito larva was starving. The tiny creature teetered on the brink of fading away if it didn't consume sustenance soon. A defeated sigh escaped Joe 1's lip. The larva's needs superseded his own. He had to feed the little critter first. With a resolute press of a button, he initiated the feeding process. A sudden transformation engulfed the larva. Evolution had begun. Bathed in a brilliant, pulsating light, the tiny creature thrummed with energy. Anxiety nodded Joe 1. A silent prayer for growth echoed in his thoughts. Would his larva finally increase in size? Disappointment crashed over him as the light subsided, revealing the larva, unchanged. It remained frustratingly small. It had already consumed 2 ordinary symbiotic eggs, yet it stubbornly clung to its larval state. It was still just a larva. A nagging doubt surfaced: were ordinary symbiotic eggs simply insufficient for his unique larva? Legendary creatures required legendary symbiotic eggs, a frustrating truth he knew all too well. Acquiring one wouldn't be easy. It would require significant effort, even if he endlessly battled the skeleton knight. The drop rate for legendary eggs was abysmally low, a cruel mockery of his hope. At this rate, obtaining one felt like an impossible dream, a task destined to take an eternity. Defeated, Joe 1 collapsed back onto his bed, the weight of his predicament heavy upon him. Lost in thought, he grapples with the looming threat of his sister's expectation, knowing that failure to achieve the legendary level within 3 months will bring dire consequences. A wave of frustration washes over him as he recalls the lost Immortal Sutra, the very thing preventing him from mastering even the basic sun shooting spell. The secrets of the sutra remain elusive, a frustrating enigma, blocking his path to advancement and leaving him feeling utterly powerless. As he mentally berates his seemingly insurmountable bad luck, a sharp knock on the door jolts him from his despair. Opening it, he's met with the familiar face of Gao Yang, prompting a casual inquiry from Oscar about the unexpected visit. Gao Yang, with a seemingly contrite demeanor, offers an apology. This unexpected gesture immediately raises suspicion in Oscar's mind, leaving him skeptical of Gao Yang's true intention. Gao Yang continues, his words flowing smoothly, assuring Oscar that he desires only harmony and understanding, and wishes to bury the hatchet and atone for past transgression. He expresses a sincere desire to let bygones be bygones, extending his hand towards Oscar in a gesture of reconciliation. It's a symbolic first step towards forging a new friendship. Choosing to believe in the offered peace, Oscar accepts the gesture, and makes to close the door behind him, muttering about being in the middle of a game, but Gao Yang stops him, insisting there's one more important matter to discuss. He leads our protagonist away, introducing him to a friend, Haifeng, presenting Joe 1 with a flurry. Haifeng, a newcomer himself, offers a polite smile and thanks Gao Yang for the introduction. Suddenly, Haifeng moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion too quick for Joe 1 to fully register. He materializes before Joe 1, transformed into a monstrous creature, but Joe 1 remains unfazed, cool, and collected. He calmly suggests to Haifeng that if a fight is truly desired, they should settle it properly in the arena, avoiding unnecessary chaos. With a snap of his fingers, The crimson creature begins to dissipate. Haifeng compliments Jo-won on his remarkable composure and sharp wit. As the monstrous form fully recedes, the scene shifts to reveal Haifeng, now accompanied by 2 lackeys. He begins by extending an apology for his earlier presumptuousness, introducing himself formally as Hu Haifeng, without wasting a precious moment. He cuts straight to the point, extending an invitation for Jo to join their team. Their mission, to finally vanquish the formidable blood-striped Buddha heart lotus, together. It appears our protagonist might not have completely eradicated the core of the monstrous flower during their last encounter, which explains the lotus's persistent presence. Jo inquires as to why he's been specifically chosen for this task. Hu Haifeng provides an explanation. He meticulously studied the recording of the battle between Jo and the Buddha heart lotus. While Li Xian's performance was undeniably brilliant, Hu Haifeng found Jo's command of the situation and strategic judgment even more compelling. He acknowledges that the academy boasts individuals with greater raw power than Li Xian. However, what truly distinguished Jo's performance were his exceptional observation skill and his uncanny ability to anticipate Li Xian's movement. He even neutralized the poison toad at the most opportune moment. Hu Haifeng continues, revealing that if their third member hadn't betrayed them, Jo would have emerged victorious. He further reassures Jo, promising him freedom from the Lotus Pond debacle. His role would be simple: guidance and strategy, managing their symbiotic pets from a comfortable distance. Despite the lengthy explanation and persuasive argument, Jo internally declines the offer. His mind is preoccupied with conquering the boss in his game, rather than leading a group of arrogant senior students. He's on the verge of cracking the Lotus Pond puzzle and intends to solve it solo. Gao Yong suggests he reconsider, because the other 2 seniors hold legendary status within the academy. Joining forces with them presents a significant advantage. With their combined strength, victory would be swift and assured. But Jo remains steadfast in his refusal. This blatant rejection irritates Gao Yong. He inwardly fumes, thinking that if it weren't for Haifeng's request, he wouldn't have wasted his breath on this infuriating brat. Just then, Haifeng interjects, gently reminding Oscar that a hasty refusal might not be in his best interest. He encourages Oscar to voice his desires, inquiring about what it would take to secure his cooperation. Haifeng assures him that if his request is within reason, they can certainly come to an arrangement. Oscar turns, his gaze meeting the 2 thugs. With a startling boldness, he declared his desire, a legendary symbiotic egg. Gao Yong's face contorts with fury. Such an audacious demand from a junior like Oscar is utterly unacceptable. Despite Gao Yong's simmering rage, Oscar remains unyielding, holding his ground with unwavering confidence. He reiterates his condition with a cheerful demeanor. He will join their team, but only in exchange for a legendary symbiotic egg. Gao Yong's annoyance is palpable. His arrogance flares as he aggressively grabs Jo-won by the collar. He warns Oscar not to overstep his bound, reminding him of his insignificant role in their proposed partnership. Gao Yong belittles Oscar's contribution, reducing it to merely directing symbiotic pet, a task he deems unworthy of such a valuable reward as a legendary egg. Shiwen intervenes, urging Gao Yong to calm down. He clarifies the situation, emphasizing that the decision rests entirely with them. If they are willing to meet Oscar's demands, then an agreement can be reached. Otherwise, the negotiation is over. No hard feelings. Just then, Haifeng abruptly enters the scene and asks Oscar if he has any specific requirements for the legendary symbiotic egg. Oscar shrugs nonchalantly, replying that he doesn't have anything particular in mind. After all, he simply desires a legendary egg to nourish his pet, though he keeps this detail to himself. Haifeng then tosses an egg towards Oscar and inquires, will this suffice? Well, Oscar is clearly pleased with the offering and makes no further request. Receiving a legendary symbiotic egg for free is more than satisfactory. Haifeng extends his hand for a fist bump to seal the agreement. Oscar readily reciprocates, finalizing their deal. As they part ways, Gao Yong turns to his friend and questions how he could so easily give away the flaming, toxic bee's symbiotic egg. He's perplexed by the implicit trust he has in Jo-won. Haifeng reminds his friend that after reviewing the battle footage, he sensed something extraordinary about their young companion, an almost uncanny familiarity with the Lotus's fighting style, as if he'd encountered it before. Gao Yong is visibly taken aback by this revelation, but Haifeng simply walks away, casually dismissing his friend's concern. He assures him the egg is now part of the equation, a safeguard against their potential failure. Back in his room, our protagonist summons his winged mosquito companion. As the tiny creature materializes, he presents it with the legendary symbiotic egg, a prize secured for a special occasion. Without hesitation, he places the egg directly into the mosquito's mouth. Instantly, a vibrant surge of aura and fire engulfs the small insect, signaling the commencement of its evolution. When the transformation concludes, the winged mosquito emerges, boasting piercing green eye, a needle-sharp stinger, and a significantly larger physique. It's a dramatic increase in size from its previous form. Joe is captivated by the fact that this evolution seamlessly integrated the properties of the flame. He ponders the venomous bee's attribute, drawing parallels, perhaps, due to their shared insect nature. He then accesses the creature's status, and a wave of relief washes over him as he sees the larva tag has finally vanished. His mosquito has reached maturity, but what truly astounds him is the dramatic improvement in its stat, nearly surpassing those of a legendary creature. Furthermore, it has acquired a new skill, magic light sting. This ability unleashes a swift, high-velocity energy sting capable of piercing straight through targeted foes. A triumphant grin spreads across Johan's face as he beholds his newly evolved pet. With these remarkable upgrades, confidence surges within him. He's certain it possesses the power to vanquish the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. With a swift motion, he lets a drop of blood fall onto the screen, summoning his blood avatar alongside his enhanced, winged mosquito. Without hesitation, he commands the mosquito to charge towards the lotus. But the lotus is not a passive opponent. It conjures a crimson energy and attempts to blast the mosquito from the sky. But the mosquito, a blur of motion, zips through the oncoming attack with lightning speed. Almost too fast for the eye to follow, the mosquito closes in on its target, a hair's breadth away from piercing the flower's vulnerable center with its sharp appendage. Victory seems assured. But in a flash, the cunning lotus disappears beneath the water's surface. The mosquito, momentarily baffled, hovers, searching for its vanished prey. Just then, a disturbance below the surface catches the mosquito's attention. The lotus, attempting a surprise attack, bursts forth from the water below. But the mosquito, ever vigilant, nimbly dodges the grasping petals and makes a swift escape. Refocusing its attention on the elusive flower, the mosquito initiates its silver wing attack, building momentum as it descends. The flower is directly in its sights. The lotus attempts to defend itself, releasing a crimson substance to block the attack. But the mosquito's assault is far from over. With blinding speed, it executes a sharp turn, its razor-sharp wings slicing through the crimson barrier. Frustration evident, the lotus finally explodes, revealing the toad concealed within, mirroring the real-life encounter. And as anticipated, the toad immediately unleashes a barrage of gooey projectiles, launching blobs of sticky sludge at the mosquito. But the nimble insect effortlessly dodges each attack. In a swift counteroffensive, the mosquito unleashes its sting. A crimson needle of energy streaks towards the toad, piercing its flesh. The moment the needle connects, the toad explodes like an overinflated balloon. Without missing a beat, another sting obliterates the core of the lotus flower, triggering a massive explosion that engulfs the battlefield in smoke and debris. As the haze begins to dissipate, the mosquito darts into the smoky remnants, snatching the crystal before it can fall. Meanwhile, Oscar watches in awe, still struggling to comprehend the sheer power of his winged mosquito skill. His loyal companion returns, the prize held securely in its tiny mandible. The mosquito deposits the demonic crystal of the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus at Oscar's feet. Without hesitation, Oscar scoops up the crimson crystal. A surge of confidence washes over him. He suspects that the chi fighting techniques embedded within the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the small Buddhist temple. He absorbs the crystal, and this time, the absorption process transcends the game, manifesting physical effects in the real world. An agonizing, searing heat washes over Joe, as if trying to cook him alive from the inside out. But Joe, ever resilient, endures the torment like a seasoned champion. Moments later, the system announces the successful absorption of the demonic crystal from the bloodstriped Buddha Heart Lotus. His original skill, meditation, has been dramatically enhanced, evolving into a more potent form, blood meditation. The transformation complete, wisps of steam continue to rise from Joe Win's body. The intense heat lingers, leaving Joe drenched in sweat. He peels off his soaked shirt, wringing it out with a powerful twist, expelling the excess water. Refreshed, he focuses his mind and activates his newly acquired blood meditation skill. As anticipated, the QE, chi energy, consumption rate of blood meditation is noticeably slower compared to regular meditation, extending its duration to approximately half an hour. A wave of confidence washes over him. He's certain this newfound skill will prove invaluable in exploring the depths of the small Buddhist temple. Without hesitation, he dives back into the immersive world of the game. Finally, he ascends the ancient stairs leading into the subterranean depths of the underground Buddha city. Invigorated, Oscar pressed onward, his pace unwavering, showing no signs of fatigue. A sense of elation washed over him as he realized his enhanced meditation was effectively countering the oppressive force of this strange area. After several minutes of running, he finally arrived at the entrance of the small, secluded Buddhist temple. Hesitancy gripped him as he stood before the entrance, unsure of what dangers might lurk within its shadowed depth. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he cautiously stepped inside. To his surprise, the temple was devoid of the dimensional creatures he'd anticipated. The silence was unsettling. His gaze fell upon a stone slab positioned on the far side of the temple, etched with intricate Chinese character. The inscription at the top identified the text as the Short Sutra on Perfect Wisdom. A spark of recognition ignited in Oscar's mind. He recalled the legendary Large Sutra on Perfect Wisdom, said to have been discovered by a Buddhist monk. Amidst the chaos of a dimensional storm, it was revered as one of the two most potent chi spell arts within the Buddhist tradition. Oscar felt a surge of certainty that this Short Sutra on Perfect Wisdom, this must be some kind of protective enchantment. The moment he attempts to decipher the inscription, the carved words begin to writhe and twist, as if alive, and a searing headache pierces his skull. It feels as though someone is violently scrambling his brain. He clutches his head in agony. And then, suddenly, a brilliant light erupts from the center of his avatar's chest. In an instant, the crushing pressure he felt moments before dissipates, and he notices a change in the relentless flow of the Immortal Sutra. Its velocity has noticeably decreased. The pressure has vanished completely, leaving him feeling no discomfort. He tries once more to read the inscription, struggling to comprehend the strange events unfolding around him, when he realizes with a jolt that his keyboard's energy is rapidly depleted. He hasn't even reached the Buddhist hall yet. Panic rising, he breaks into a run, wasting no time. Reaching the small Buddhist temple, he throws open the doors and finds himself facing a colossal statue with three faces. He wonders, with a flicker of uncertainty, if a three-faced Buddha is even a legitimate part of Buddhist lore. But the moment he crosses the threshold, his avatar contorts grotesquely, and just like that, game over. He's dead again. No warning, no apparent cause. It seems he'll need a deeper understanding of the rule before attempting another entry into the temple. At the very least, this brutal experience offered a glimpse into the trials his predecessors endured in their pursuit of power. They truly risked everything, a sacrifice he's beginning to admire. Even with the aid of blood meditation, the Buddhist hall remains impenetrable. However, the absence of dimensional creatures suggests that gaining access to the temple is somehow connected to the enigmatic stone tablet. He suspects the tablet holds a powerful chi spell, but having already mastered the lost Immortal Sutra, he knows he cannot practice another chi spell simultaneously. Despite this, he resolves to memorize the sutra inscribed upon it. To his surprise, he finds himself memorizing this script with far greater ease than the lost Immortal Sutra. Having reached the halfway point in memorizing the sutra, Oscar decides to retreat from the tranquil confines of the small Buddhist temple. Before his chi reserves are completely depleted, he intends to return and complete the sacred text. He'll resume his studies once his chi is fully replenished. This cycle continues throughout the entire day. Yawning and tirelessly grinding away in the game, he finally reaches the end of his arduous task. The entire sutra is committed to memory. Suddenly, a radiant light emanates from him, leaving him utterly astonished by the novel and potent chi now circulating within his core. He can only conclude that this must be the profound energy cultivated by the Short Sutra on Perfect Wisdom he just memorized. He examines his hand in the real world and, to his amazement, can feel the presence of this newfound chi. Even without actively practicing its cultivation, it flows effortlessly and automatically throughout his body. Drawing upon his memories, he's completely baffled by this unexpected development, but exhaustion overwhelms him, preventing him from delving into the mystery. He decides to succumb to sleep, postponing his investigation until he awakens, just as sleep begins to claim him. Mysterious patterns begin to emerge on his sculpted physique. On a side note, have you noticed how this guy seemingly does nothing but play games all day? Yet, he somehow maintains an incredibly impressive physique. It's enough to make anyone green with envy. Imagine if I could achieve that kind of strength just by writing manhwa recap. I'd be the most powerful being on the planet. After his slumber, Oscar heads to the bath for a morning cleanse. As the warm water cascades over his body, a sudden scream erupts as he realizes his skin is peeling away. Stepping out of the bath, he ponders if this bizarre phenomenon is a result of the Short Sutra on Perfect Wisdom. He senses its energy coursing through his veins. Intrigued, he grabs his phone to check his stat. To his astonishment, His long-lost Immortal Sutra key spell remains intact, not replaced as he expected. Furthermore, his constitution has surpassed its previous limit of 10, soaring to an unprecedented 11. Not only that, but he can distinctly feel the potent energy of the short sutra on perfect wisdom, flowing throughout his body. But then, a realization dawns upon him, a revelation so profound it completely shatters his composure. It seems that he can now seamlessly replace and circulate his newly acquired chi using the lost Immortal Sutra. This signifies a remarkable feat, mastering 2 chi spells simultaneously. This is a significant accomplishment, as most chi spells possess vastly different nature, making it incredibly challenging for a single person to wield 2 at once. The complexity and advancement of the chi spells directly correlate to the difficulty of their coexistence and simultaneous operation. Just then, his phone rings, breaking his concentration. It's Hai Feng calling. Hai Feng reminds him that they have already arrived at the Lotus Pond for the challenge against the Lotus Flower. He inquires about Oscar's delay, wondering why he hasn't joined them yet. It seems our protagonist became so engrossed in honing his ability that he completely forgot about his prior engagement. He arrives at the Lotus Pond shortly after, only to find the rest of the group already engaged in combat, assaulting the core of the Lotus Flower. Despite his late arrival, Oscar quickly takes command of the situation, providing expert guidance to his team. Under his flawless direction, they successfully obliterate the gelatinous blob. With a commanding voice, our protagonist orders everyone to retreat a minimum of 20 meters. The monstrous beasts, sensing the shift in power, begin to cautiously withdraw. However, a rash and overconfident individual, one who seemingly relies more on bravado than brain, insists on pressing the attack and delivering a final, decisive blow. Ignoring the previous command to retreat, this impetuous fool takes it upon himself to lead the charge, ordering his airborne beasts to unleash a devastating torrent of blood-infused blade. The monstrous birds obey, launching a flurry of razor-sharp feathers that tear through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in their way. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, engulfing the entire area in a blinding flash. Caught in the heart of the blast, one of the birds is instantly incinerated, reduced to nothing but ashes. Silence descends upon the cocky instigator, the weight of his foolish actions settling heavily upon him. Capitalizing on the moment, our protagonist seizes the opportunity to firmly declare that he will not be held responsible for the loss of the bird. After all, the reckless individual blatantly disregarded his direct order. Humbled and ashamed, the cap-wearing man offers a sincere apology, acknowledging his grave error, and releasing our protagonist from any obligation to compensate for the loss. Finally, the once magnificent Lotus Flower is reduced to mere fragments of debris and dust. Observing from the tunnel entrance, 2 teachers stand engaged in conversation. A pang of jealousy strikes the blonde teacher, realizing that someone as remarkably talented as Oscar will soon be under the tutelage of her bespectacled colleague. The woman with glasses, observing thoughtfully, remarks that Oscar projects an aura of prescience, as if he possessed prior knowledge of the Buddha Heart Lotus's impending explosion. She ponders how he managed to counteract the formidable Buddha Heart Lotus at the last moment. The conversation shifts to a grim reminder. Within the Western District's military department, the price of victory against a similar threat was steep, the sacrifice of 5 legendary creatures. The blonde teacher interjects, recalling Oscar's connection to the influential Ung family. She suggests that due to this relationship, it's plausible that Oscar might have obtained insider information from them. However, the bespectacled lady counters, stating that Anjing and her brother harbor a notable dislike for Oscar. She reasons that they wouldn't readily divulge valuable information without a compelling motive. This deepens her intrigue, fueling a desire to unravel the enigma surrounding Oscar's knowledge and ability. The scene transitions back to the depths of the dungeon beneath the Lotus Pond, where the action unfolds. The awakened toad, now a formidable adversary, unleashes a barrage of its viscous, black projectile, gooey balls. With remarkable agility, Oscar's winged mosquito deftly evades the onslaught, darting left and right with breathtaking speed. With a swift wing attack, he vanquishes the troublesome toad, finishing the job decisively. The mosquito, following its proven strategy, unleashes its brilliant magic light sting once more. The attack detonates in a spectacular explosion, and a look of immense satisfaction spreads across our hero's face. Armed with his knowledge of the Lotus's attack pattern and the mosquito's potent ability, he dismantles the boss with impressive ease. Suddenly, his phone rings, alerting him to a new loot drop notification. The prize? A symbiotic egg of the legendary blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. He eagerly claims the egg, discovering it to be of alchemy level and possessing remarkably strong attributes. However, he soon soon uncovers a crucial detail. While a true Buddha Heart Lotus commands a vast array of key fighting skill, this particular egg holds a weaker variant, possessing only a single skill. Hatching the egg carries a significant risk. The possibility of ending up with a mere larva Buddha Heart Lotus is unacceptable. He contemplates fusion as an alternative, but the fusion success rate is dismally low. Just then, another system window flashes, demanding his attention. Someone suggests a seemingly simple solution: feed the egg to the silver-winged mosquito. But Oscar hesitates, recalling the last time he fed his monster a legendary egg. The result? An astonishing growth spurt. Could lightning strike twice? He wonders if the same thing will happen again. Driven by curiosity and a glimmer of hope, he presses the feed button. However, the anticipated transformation doesn't occur. Nothing seems to happen. A wave of disappointment washes over him. Did he just waste a precious legendary egg? He's left utterly baffled, with no clue whatsoever about how to nurture this enigmatic creature. The scene shifts. Oscar's avatar sprints towards the small Buddhist temple, a new determination in his stride. As he approaches the temple doors, he swiftly switches his Q spell to the concise Wisdom Sutra. A surge of satisfaction fills him as he confirms that the sutra is circulating flawlessly, precisely as intended. Inside the temple, his gaze falls upon the Buddha statue once more. Suddenly, droplets begin to fall from the statue, and a mesmerizing magical enchantment shimmers into existence. Directly beneath his blood avatar, a chilling thought grips him. Has he inadvertently triggered another instant kill trap? To his astonishment, he remains completely unharmed. Instead, a cluster of pulsating blobs begins to materialize and encircle him. Leaning in for a closer inspection, he realizes they are symbiotic eggs, each thrumming with latent energy. Suddenly, a system window pops up, displaying cryptic text. According to the accompanying information, the Buddha statue represents one of the 5 transcendent kings of knowledge in Buddhist cosmology, beings who have achieved mastery over the 3 realms of existence: desire, form, and formlessness. And now, this very Buddha is offering him an egg. Understandably, our protagonist finds this situation rather peculiar. Why would a statue of such profound significance be offering him free symbiotic eggs? He attempts to examine the egg stat, but the system window declares that the attributes are inaccessible, classified as unknown. Intrigued, he decides to select one of the 3 eggs at random, trusting his intuition. The moment his choice is made, the system announces the confirmed hatching of a mythical creature. Infuriated, our hero throws his phone away in frustration, since he never gave any such confirmation. It's not that he doesn't desire a mythical creature, but and possess immense power within the dimensional realm. However, even legendary creatures posed a significant threat during their hatching process. They nearly claimed his life. So, he braces himself for the agonizing pain that a mythical creature's hatching will inevitably bring. With the hatching confirmed and unavoidable, the agonizing process begins. A crimson-black substance begins to suffocate him, and the terrifying thought of becoming the first person to die from playing a game crosses his mind. Moments later, he lies sprawled on the ground, wearing the expression of someone who's just experienced a profound epiphany, the kind you might have after, well, let's just say indulging in some solitary pleasure. He's utterly bewildered to find himself still alive. After the mythical creature's hatching, he can feel the draining of his blood and chi, a stark reminder of the ordeal, but the exhaustion seems worthwhile, considering the adorable, fluffy fur ball he wouldn't have otherwise obtained. This wouldn't have been possible without enduring the pain. The creature is named Diting. Initially confused, mythical creatures are supposed to be powerhouses, forces of nature, capable of unimaginable destruction. But this little guy, well, he doesn't exactly scream world end. He pulls out his phone, accessing the creature's stats, hoping for clarification. And here's where the bad news begins. The system coldly declares the creature ordinary, nothing special, barely out of its primary stage of development. But what truly throws him is that this ordinary creature boasts double-digit attributes across the board. That doesn't exactly sound ordinary, does it? The whole situation seems utterly contradictory, defying logic. He was promised a mythical creature, a legend in the making, and now he's starting to feel like the victim of a cosmic prank, scammed by a faulty system. Nevertheless, he fixates on the system's mention of a primary stage, and a spark of hope ignites. Could this creature possibly evolve, grow in power, like the legendary silver-winged mosquito? He recalls the myths, the tales of Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha's white dog, able to perceive all sounds of heaven and earth, and from Journey to the West, the might possessed the unique ability to distinguish the true Monkey King from the 6-eared macaque impostor, a feat that eluded even the most discerning deity. However, this peculiar little creature appears vastly different from what he had anticipated. Intrigued, he decides to examine the creature's symbiotic form. The creature undergoes a transformation, morphing into an intricate ear piercing. The moment the ring's power activates, His senses heighten dramatically, sounds become crisper, and the world around him feels vibrant and alive. His enhanced hearing even allows him to perceive conversations taking place outside his dorm room wall. That's when he picks up on John's voice, filled with intense, unmistakable groan. The sounds lead him to a rather embarrassing assumption that Jiang might be engaged in some self-gratification. A wave of guilt washes over him. He feels like a peeping Tom, eavesdropping on a private moment. He attempts to tune out the sounds, to refocus his attention elsewhere. But John's groans only escalate in intensity, and he realizes that her distress sounds genuine. Alarm bells ring in his head. He races to her dorm room, pounding frantically on the door. "Jiang, are you alright?" he shouts, his voice laced with worry. Silent, his anxiety spirals. Something is terribly wrong. Driven by a surge of adrenaline and a desperate need to help, he retreats a few steps, gathering momentum, then charges at the door with the force of a raging bull. But his brute strength proves futile. The door remains stubbornly sealed, for this is the sanctuary of Aang Young. Her apartment door, a veritable fortress of steel, stood as the first line of defense. Meanwhile, Young, sprawled on the ground outside, was baffled by his ability to even hear her through the thick barrier. She clearly wanted to avoid him witnessing her current, less than ideal state. But before he could resort to drastic measures and tear through the formidable door, Young urgently yelled for him to stop. The relentless pounding abruptly ceased. Yet, our ever-resourceful protagonist, in a move of sheer audacity, opted to launch himself through the window, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. He landed inside, dust settling around him, and immediately inquired after her well-being. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, John stammered, "How on earth did you manage to get in through the window?" Our well-meaning but clueless hero responded, "I thought you were in danger." Since no one answered the door, he added with genuine concern, "Perhaps we should call a doctor if you're hurt." Panic flashed across her face. No, she quickly reassured him, "This happens all the time. I'll be fine soon enough." And then, in a moment of utter obliviousness, he asks her point-blank if she's on her period. She fixes him with a glacial stare, as if questioning the very existence of his intelligence. With a frustrated sigh, she slams a mug down on his head, before begrudgingly confirming that yes, she is indeed experiencing her monthly cycle. Without another word, she drags him bodily from the room, slamming the door shut with resounding finality. It appears our protagonist severely misjudged the situation. Meanwhile, back inside the room, she leans against the closed door, slowly sliding down until she's seated on the floor, overwhelmed by a wave of mortification, her cheeks burning crimson. After the excruciatingly awkward encounter, the young man retreats to the sanctuary of his dorm room and begins preparing a meal. He thoughtfully selects red dates, known for their restorative properties, hoping to expedite his recovery from the embarrassing incident. Suddenly, his phone buzzes to life. Answering the call, he finds Swan on the other end. The ever-gregarious playboy informs him that the new semester is commencing today, and that every club on campus is actively seeking new members. Swan suggests they take a leisurely stroll around the campus grounds, exploring the various clubs, and mingling with their fellow students. However, the young man politely declines, expressing his disinterest in joining any clubs at the moment. Swan proposes a collaboration, suggesting they join forces. He reveals his ambitious plan to establish his own club, even promising to assist Oscar in his ascent through the ranks, if he agrees to become a member. However, as we already know, Oscar possesses a unique advantage, effortless advancement through gaming prowess. Thus, he politely declines Swan's offer, expressing his disinterest. Swan, taken aback, accuses Oscar of being cold and distant, emphasizing the necessity of teamwork for completing the majority of the college's assigned tasks. He reminds Oscar of their previous isolation during the crucial real combat test, where they were left without teammate. He pointedly asks if Oscar desires a repeat of that uncomfortable predicament. Swan's argument strikes a chord, revealing a valid point. Oscar, reconsidering, finally relents, but reminds Swan that forming a club required more than just the two of them. Swan, ever optimistic, waves away the concern, assuring Oscar they'll find a solution. With a confident dismissal of the issue, the scene transitions outdoors, where students begin to congregate within the college's central square, leaving Oscar feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of people surrounding him. Amidst the sea of faces, Xian stands out, positioned on the stairs, calling out to Oscar. He's accompanied by an elegant lady. As they reunite, the ever-inquisitive playboy immediately questions Oscar about the bag he's carrying. Oscar readily explains revealing the contents: red dates and wolfberry tea, a traditional remedy to replenish his energy. At that moment, the lady interjects, suggesting that since Oscar is already there, he should consider joining Wei Yang's club. She enticingly adds that the club boasts a plethora of lovely girls, and would be delighted to welcome him as a member. As an aside, she reveals that Wei Yang is, in fact, Xian's sister. This revelation prompts an immediate protest from Xian, who insists that Oscar will be joining his club instead. He accuses his sister, asking if she's attempting to lure Oscar away with the promise of beautiful companion. He makes it unequivocally clear that they won't fall for her charm. Despite Xian's strong words, the way Oscar is practically drooling betrays his true feeling. It's evident that he's undeniably tempted by the offer. However, Oscar explains that he can't join Wei Yang's club, not due to a lack of interest in the fairer sex, but because he's already committed to joining Xian's club as promised. Accepting the inevitable, Wei Yang's charming sister concedes, expressing her anticipation for future collaborations with Xian's club, should the opportunity arise. Her less than subtle, somewhat perverse brother offers a jovial thumbs up in response, while our protagonist remains silently observant. Once the ladies have departed, Swan playfully chides our hero for letting such a bevy of beauties slip through his finger. Joe, however, quickly cuts the levity, urging Swan to get serious. He questions Swan's commitment to their new club, warning that they need to begin recruiting members immediately, lest all the promising freshmen join other clubs first. The resident playboy points out the obvious obstacle: they're powerless at the moment. Freshmen are required to wait a month before submitting club application. Furthermore, establishing a club requires a minimum of 5 members, a requirement they currently don't meet. Annoyed, Joe questions the point of their presence if they're unable to even establish a club. One proudly declares their true, if somewhat shallow, purpose: to admire the female student. Naturally, this only fuels Joe's frustration, realizing he forfeited the chance to join a club filled with girls, all to help Swan establish his own. Just then, a familiar voice cuts through the air, catching Joe's attention. He turns around, intrigued, and finds himself face to face with 2 old friends. Their presence here is a complete surprise, and he can't help but find it a curious coincidence that all 3 of them have ended up at Sunset College. Suddenly, Juan's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets as he spots a stunning girl in shorts. He immediately peppers Joe with questions, eager to know who this bombshell is. Shu smoothly introduces her as Funk Rux, explaining that they attended the same high school. Juan, ever the playboy, leans in conspiratorially and whispers to Joe, incredulous that Joe could have overlooked someone like Ruxy back in high school. Missed opportunity or not, Xuan is thrilled to make Ruxy's acquaintance now. Without missing a beat, he extends an invitation for her to join his club, eager to have her on board. So, what do you say? He asks, hopeful. Much to the playboy's surprise, Roxy readily agrees. It's at this moment our oblivious Casanova remembers a crucial detail. He sheepishly informs her that official club application can't be submitted until next month, meaning there's a bit of a waiting period. Unfazed, Roxy agrees to wait and then approaches Joe. With a respectful bow, she offers a sincere apology, expressing genuine remorse for excluding him from their team. During the crucial college entrance exam, she acknowledges that her actions might have cost him a valuable opportunity. Schwen observes the scene with keen interest, a question lingering in his mind: did Roxy choose Sunset College solely because of Joe? Joe, ever gracious, readily forgives her, asserting that the situation wasn't entirely her fault. The blonde young man interjects, a hint of awkwardness in his voice, explaining that they had felt cornered at the time, but promising that such an oversight wouldn't happen again. The playboy, ever the charismatic leader, encourages everyone to relax and dispense with the formality, reminding them that they're all friends now. Noting the late hour, he suggests they head back and get some rest to prepare for tomorrow's combat assessment. Joe expresses surprise at this news, inquiring if they're truly expected to engage in a combat test on their very first day of college. He wonders aloud if the test will be held in Buddha City. Xuan clarifies the situation, explaining that they won't be going to Buddha City. He reveals that their current location is a newly discovered area, rife with hidden danger, and the college is unwilling to expose freshmen to such risk. Rushi elaborates, explaining that based on previous years' experiences, the college typically selects one of the 4 stable dimensional realms for the assessment. To pass, students simply need to eliminate a single-dimensional creature. Furthermore, she adds that the more creatures they defeat, the higher their score will be. Intrigued, Joe asks Rushi how she's so knowledgeable. She casually indicates that all the information is readily available on the college's dimensional forum. Shortly after they go their separate ways, Oscar takes a leisurely stroll and explains that the Dimensional Forum was established by the Federation, designed to encourage the sharing of information regarding various dimensional realms. Registration doesn't require real personal information, allowing both military personnel and the general public to post freely and anonymously. During his time at Guatemala High, he hadn't paid much attention to the forum, as complex dimensional areas were rarely a topic of concern. He never anticipated that at Sunset College, the forum would be such a vital communication hub for everyone. Now, however, he's reconsidering, perhaps familiarizing himself with the rules, and actively participating in the forum would be beneficial. Lost in thought and scrolling through his phone, a voice suddenly breaks through his concentration. Someone asks if he's the specially admitted student who lives in their building. Joe quickly scans his surroundings, searching for the speaker, only to find a petite girl standing directly in front of him. Apparently, his rather long neck, reminiscent of a giraffe, had obstructed his view. He greets her and introduces himself as Joe. Upon hearing that he lives on the second floor, the girl, brimming with enthusiasm, introduces herself as Wang Lu. She casually adds that she's a special admit, suggesting he simply call her Lu. She mentions residing on the first floor, revealing that they are now neighbors. But the moment he registers her enthusiastic friendliness, he abruptly vanishes, seemingly into thin air. The only evidence of his departure is the distinct sound of a closing door. It seems Lou has just encountered a rather peculiar neighbor. Back in his room, Oscar sets down his bag, powers up his computer, and immediately immerses himself in the college forum. He quickly discovers that the forum is a vast and comprehensive information-sharing platform, accessible to everyone within the college. Individuals from all walks of life contribute, regularly posting and providing valuable dimensional information through the site. He's completely astounded, blown away by the fact that such a massive platform doesn't require real name registration. He wonders why the Federation isn't concerned about outlaws or enemies potentially gaining access to sensitive information. To top it all off, there's a lucrative bonus system in play. Users can trade all sorts of resources using dimensional points earned from contributing to the forum. He's utterly astonished by the simplicity of earning points just by sharing information. Imagine that. The first method to acquire these valuable dimensional points is through clicks on regular, everyday posts. However, this approach yields only a meager handful of points, even if your post attracts the attention of thousands of readers. To accumulate a more substantial number of points, the secret lies in posting paid content. The subject matter of these paid posts is completely unrestricted. A world of possibilities await. And, even better, writers have the freedom to set their own prices. But there's a catch. The inherent anonymity of the dimensional forum breeds mistrust. Users are wary of falling prey to scams, a constant threat in the digital shadow. Consequently, they tend to gravitate towards paid content from established, reputable posters. Furthermore, both the Federation and the college contribute by publishing their own paid strategy, available for a nominal fee of just a few points. Initially, our protagonist grapples with the decision of what kind of post to create, but, ever resourceful, he quickly formulates a plan. With newfound determination, he takes the plunge and crafts his very first post. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to a teacher, relaxing on her bed, enjoying a cup of tea while leisurely browsing the forum's latest offering. Scrolling through countless forum posts, she's bombarded with the usual attempts from freshmen trying to impress their female classmate. Wading through the typical drivel and mundane requests, her eyes finally land on something that piques her interest, a post that feels distinctly different. It doesn't take long for her sharp mind to recognize this isn't just another frivolous post, it's a strategic offering. The post details a strategy related to the small, secluded Buddhist temple, carrying a hefty price tag of 20,000 dimensional points. Her jaw practically hits the floor as the sheer impossibility of it all sinks in. How could anyone, let alone a seemingly new user, possess knowledge of the hidden Buddhist temple? The area surrounding the temple is a designated forbidden zone, shrouded in secrecy. All related information and news have been meticulously suppressed and blocked. The temple's very name remains a mystery to most, even among the teaching staff. Suspicion gnaws at her. The post reeks of a potential scam, especially considering the account's recent creation. But a nagging thought persists. What if, against all odds, the information is genuine? The implications could be seismic, potentially revolutionizing the military's approach to exploration. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, she takes a leap of faith. The teacher spends the 20,000 points, and the purchased information materializes before her eyes. The secrets revealed within the post detail the process of absorbing chi, achieved through the profound meditation technique known as the Buddha heart. Lotus's dimensional crystal possesses a unique property. It can withstand the unsettling force emanating from the temple entrance, a force that violently twists the insides of anyone who dares approach. The higher the level of the crystal, the longer its protective effect lasts. This peculiarity strikes the teacher as incredibly strange. After all, no one in their right mind would dedicate themselves to mastering a basic chi fighting technique. Even if offered freely, this rudimentary skill would be met with disdain. It's simply too common and ineffective. A nagging doubt creeps into her mind. Could this online post be an elaborate hoax? Meanwhile, oblivious to her skepticism, our hero is once again immersed in the game, relentlessly battling the skeleton knight. After countless victories against the skeletal warrior, he finally obtains the coveted prize, a symbiotic egg. Without hesitation, he feeds the egg to his diminutive companion, urging the creature to grow stronger and develop a taste for something other than constant feeding. Growing weary of the monotonous grind against the skeleton knight, he decides to venture further into the uncharted territories of the game map. Taking to the skies, he begins to explore the surrounding area. Deeper and deeper he ventures into the darkness, yet a perplexing mystery unfolds. No skeleton soldiers are anywhere in sight. His confusion deepens with each step he takes further into the unknown. Then, a glint catches his eye. Something unusual lies upon the ground. It's an imposing structure, a massive tower seemingly transported from an ancient imperial city. He recognizes it instantly, the legendary Yanba Tower. Astonishment washes over him. Why would Yanba's tower be here? The question echoes in his mind. For those unfamiliar with the legend, Yanba was the son of Deku, one of the 5 legendary emperors from prehistory, representing the formidable fire god. This tower, known as the fire god's stargazing place, a monument of immense power, is documented in ancient texts as residing southwest of ancient Guida city. History books clearly state its location, placing it far from this ancient city within the game. Its presence here is an anomaly. Bewilderment grips him. The iconic structure's presence defies all logic. Suddenly, movement from the tower catches his attention. Something is flying towards him, gaining speed rapidly. It swiftly locks onto him, relentless in its pursuit. The creature resembles a fiery bird, radiating intense heat. With the speed of a bullet, the fiery avian swoops down towards him. Reacting instantly, he assumes a defensive stance, summoning his ash palm ability. But the eagle-like fiery creature effortlessly pierces through his defense. The sheer power of the creature leaves him utterly stunned and completely overwhelmed. His attack had completely missed its mark, connecting only with empty air. The bird, a blur of motion, zipped past him unscathed, and in a flash of searing heat, the bird's fiery breath engulfed his avatar, incinerating it instantly. Undeterred, he downed an energy shake in one gulp, tossed aside the empty glass, and dove back into the virtual world. He was determined to conquer this formidable new foe. This time, he took to the skies, utilizing his winged mosquito symbiotic form. However, there was a problem. The mosquito form, while a master of low-altitude agility, lacked the altitude capabilities to soar directly above the Yanba Tower and assess the situation. To make matters worse, the relentless monster was hot on his heels, forcing him to prioritize escape. He needed to shake off his pursuer. He recalled the Firebird's previous attack pattern. After dodging his attack, the Firebird had seemed to prioritize attacking anyone in close proximity to the Yanba Tower. A daring plan formed in his mind. He would use himself as bait to lure the fiery avian into a trap. As he ascended to a specific altitude, deactivating his symbiotic form, he plunges downwards, the loss of his wings sending him into freefall. Just then, the fiery bird seizes the opportunity and launches a ferocious attack. But in a flash of lightning-fast reflexes, his winged mosquito intercepts the fiery avian. With a single, precise strike, the mosquito brings down the blazing bird. Surprisingly, the mosquito's seemingly insignificant sting proves remarkably effective against the firebird, a stark contrast to his earlier ash palm attack, which had no effect whatsoever. A nagging question lingers in his mind. Why hasn't the system announced the beast's defeat? Undeterred by the mystery, he swiftly begins his ascent up the stairs, determined to investigate the situation firsthand. However, his progress is abruptly halted as 2 more fiery birds emerge, blocking his path. Without hesitation, he commands his silver-winged mosquito to distract the fiery duo. With breathtaking agility, the mosquito darts towards the fiery birds, engaging them in a mesmerizing aerial dance. Successfully diverting their attention, the mosquito clears a path for its master, allowing him to continue his ascent with renewed urgency. But alas, his upward journey is about to become far more treacherous than anticipated. The fire atop the tower roars back to life with a vengeance, unleashing a wave of fiery birds that descend upon him with terrifying speed. Refusing to retreat, he pushes forward with unwavering determination. Launching himself into the air, he zips past the fiery onslaught with incredible speed and precision, propelling himself upward with explosive bursts from his ash-wreathed palm. But just as victory seems within reach, as he nears the tower's peak, a single word, etched in Chinese characters, shimmers into view through the inferno's raging flame. Before he can decipher its meaning, A cataclysmic explosion rips through the air, hurling him back in a chaotic maelstrom of debris. The screen fades to black, the game ends abruptly, once more. Later, he learns the enigmatic word translates to Imperial. Yet, its significance in this context remains elusive. He's convinced the dungeon draws inspiration from the real world, ancient Gueta City. But within the game, it bears the perplexing title of the ancient Imperial City. He also notices a curious absence, no system notification acknowledging the Firebirds' demise. Their defeat went unheralded. A hunch begins to form. Perhaps the Firebirds weren't independent entities, but rather summoned by a specific skill, a key fighting technique. Intrigued, he contemplates a direct confrontation with the boss, the potential master of these fiery creatures. He's convinced that the Fire God Tower harbors a multitude of secrets, but currently lacks the means to uncover them. While casually browsing the online forum, he's pleasantly surprised to discover he's earned 20,000 dimensional points, twice. Generating income through the forum proves easier than anticipated. His brief moment of satisfaction is abruptly interrupted, however, by the arrival of a direct message. The sender wishes to discuss the enigmatic small Buddhist temple. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, the sender anxiously awaits Joe's reply. Earlier, she had consulted with a senior colleague, sharing her theory on how meditation might offer resistance to the mysterious power emanating from the small Buddhist temple. Her senior concurred, confirming that they had experimented with meditation and found it effective. However, both remain intrigued by the identity of this unknown individual. Possessing such specialized knowledge about the small Buddhist temple, the senior then offers a cryptic clue. A stone tablet stands before the temple, inscribed with a crucial spell. Apparently, similar tablets have been discovered in other realms as well. Rumor has it that someone successfully practiced the enigmatic cheese spell and gained access to extraordinary, mysterious powers. But the truth is far more complex than a simple spell. There's something deeply unsettling about the short sutra inscribed on the tablet, found in front of a small, unassuming temple dedicated to Buddha. Her senior even recounted a chilling tale of volunteers who attempted to memorize the inscription, but each met a tragic end, perishing mysteriously. The junior is visibly shaken by this revelation, and her seniors solemnly explain that practicing the short sutra on perfect wisdom demands a unique and specific prerequisite. He instructs her to glean more practical information from the original poster. The individual who initially shared this cryptic knowledge, now, in the present, anxiety gnaws at her as she waits for a response. Finally, Joe breaks the silence. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, eagerly inquiring if he possesses any knowledge of the short sutra on perfect wisdom, and to her relief, he confirms that he does. This only solidifies her suspicion that he possesses knowledge of the secluded Buddhist temple. As Joe awaits her response, she inquires, "How did you learn to practice the short sutra on perfect wisdom?" She's prepared to offer a substantial reward for this information. However, Joe is just as clueless about practicing the short sutra. He recalls the near-fatal headache he endured attempting to decipher the tablet's inscription, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. The only solace he found was in the lost Immortal Sutra, a technique he had already mastered. Suddenly, it dawns on him, the connection between the lost Immortal Sutra and the short sutra. Abruptly rising from his seat, he declared his inability to assist her. Without further explanation, he closes the forum tab. The following day arrives, and students begin to congregate at the college. Schwan greets the morning alongside a visibly exhausted Joe, who appears barely awake. Schwan offers Oscar a bit of friendly advice, cautioning him against burning the candle at both ends by gaming all night. And it's true, Oscar had indeed spent the entire night immersed in his favorite game, delving deeper and deeper into the intricacies of the ant nest. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no new discovery, despite the enhanced combat capabilities of his evolved silver-winged mosquito. Even with its newfound power to vanquish those pesky black mosquitoes, the ordinary-level skeletons in Joe, Oscar's in-game persona, constantly teetered on the brink of destruction. Their relative weakness compared to the formidable enemy resulted in a frustrating lack of valuable loot. As the class settled down and anticipation filled the air, a breathtaking beauty with raven-black hair entered the room. Her stunning appearance immediately captivated the attention of every hormone-addled boy in the class, leaving them practically drooling. With a cheerful smile, she greeted her new classmates and introduced herself as Wang Fa, a name that, quite literally, translated to King's Concubine. Despite her outward energy and enthusiasm, a closer look revealed a weariness in her eyes, hinting at a sleepless night. She, too, had spent the long, dark hours anxiously awaiting a response from a mysterious man who, naturally, is our protagonist. Meanwhile, our charming playboy, ever true to form, casually inquires if he might have the honor of becoming the king of her heart. To everyone's surprise, the teacher agreed, but with a condition: he must successfully pass her test and graduate. After a bit of playful banter, she assures him the throne is his. With the pleasantries aside, she turns to the matter at hand, announcing that the entrance exam requires each student to slay a demonized general within the treacherous tiger cage path. The time limit, a mere 10 days. To make the daunting task slightly less impossible, they may form teams of up to 4 students. She emphasizes, with a steely gaze, that the entire ordeal, from entry to triumphant return, must be completed within 1.5 minutes. Failure, she warns, will result in immediate expulsion. A collective gasp, quickly escalating into a cacophony of panicked screams, erupts from the classroom. Several students, their voices trembling, remind her that they are still mere mortals, barely scratching the surface of magical prowess. Such a feat, they protest, is utterly impossible. Unfazed by their outburst, she calmly counters that with dedication and strategic plan, 10 days will prove to be ample time. She announces that access to the formidable tiger cage will be granted to all participants for the next 10 days. Expressing her hope to see them all return safely after the trial concludes, she dismisses the group. Xuan, mirroring the confusion of his peers, admits that the task of defeating demonized generals within the tiger cage seems impossibly daunting. It appears our blissfully unaware protagonist is completely clueless about the nature of these demonized generals. He inquires as to what makes these creatures so formidable. Xuan clarifies, explaining that the tiger cage pass was once a site of ancient, bloody battle. Consequently, the creatures inhabiting it possess immense power. Among the legendary level creatures residing within, demonized generals are considered exceptionally strong, even above average, some particularly formidable. Demonized generals have even ascended to the pinnacle of legendary power. Considering that most freshmen are still at the mortal level, this trial presents an incredibly challenging obstacle. Joe decides the most prudent course of action is to personally scout the tiger cage path. But before we delve further into that, let's shift our focus to the teacher's office. Inside, a male teacher addresses Wang Fei, his voice laced with concern. He questions the wisdom of subjecting specially admitted students to such a demanding entrance exam. After all, he argues, these students, despite their unique talents, are still essentially ordinary individuals. Wang Fei acknowledges the validity of his colleague's concern. She confirms that she has already taken steps to mitigate the difficulty, having posted comprehensive information about the demonized generals on the Dimensional Forum. With adequate preparation, she assures him, the task, while challenging, is not insurmountable. Wang Fei clarifies her intentions, emphasizing that her goal isn't to force anyone out of the program. Rather, she seeks to instill a sense of humility within the students, preventing them from succumbing to arrogance or overconfidence. She reminds her colleague that the challenges ahead will dwarf this initial test. The dangers they will face in the future, she warns, are far greater than anything they can imagine now. Now, let's rejoin our intrepid young protagonists, who stand before the imposing gate of Tiger Cage Pass, their eyes fixed on the daunting entrance. Upon entering, they find themselves transported to a desolate desert landscape. Strange, sand-dwelling figures mill about, their appearances both unsettling and intriguing. It appears these are the demonized soldiers they've been searching for. Juan, however, is far from thrilled with this discovery. Their objective was to locate demonized generals, not mere foot soldiers. Turning to his companion, one suggests venturing deeper into the unknown depths in hopes of finding the demonized generals they seek. But our cautious protagonist flatly refuses, prioritizing safety and unwilling to risk their lives unnecessarily. He argues that their knowledge of this place is limited, and he refuses to be responsible for rescuing this reckless playboy. Shane, predictably, retorts with his usual party pooper jab, prompting Joe to simply walk away. He announces his intention to explore on his own. As he wanders off, we discover our protagonist's true objective, finding a dungeon. His plan is to scan the dungeon into his phone, believing that, if dungeons exist in underground Buddha City, and ancient Guatemala City, then surely this place must harbor one as well. His gaze then settles upon a nearby statue, piquing his interest. Narrowing his eyes in concentration, he leans in for a closer look. There it is, the palm-like emblem he's been tirelessly searching for. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pulls out his phone and scans the symbol. Moments later, other students have already engaged in combat with the demonized soldier. While one observes from above, a look of profound disappointment etched on his face. Our discerning playboy can see through the facade. These demonized soldiers are nothing more than weaklings, posing no real threat to him. It's almost comical, considering the excessive caution Joe displayed towards these insignificant creatures. Speaking of Joe, he returns, urging his friend to get moving. Let's go, he said. Juan turns, readily agreeing. But upon seeing the unusually radiant joy on his friend's face, a shiver of unease crawls down his spine. As they stroll through the gate, Sean can't help but remark on Joe's uncharacteristic cheerfulness. "You seem awfully happy," he observed. Joe brushes it off with a casual denial, while secretly reveling in his inner joy, thrilled by the discovery of a new dungeon ripe for exploration. "Well, it appears our adventure concludes here for now, and since you've journeyed with us to the very end, it means you've graciously endured my incessant chatter. I'm aware that the translations and power-level explanations in this manhwa might be considered somewhat lacking or poorly defined, but I, for one, found it thoroughly enjoyable. I sincerely hope you shared in my enjoyment. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below."